There were countless civilizations in the never-ending Tao domain. To ascend, one needed a long period of time, as well as the overall ascension of both individuals and races. Only then could the level of civilization slowly rise. But there was also a shortcut. This shortcut was to devour the stars that had fused with other civilizations. It would enslave all existences within the other civilization, both fundamentally and spiritually, thus raising the level of their own civilization's stars. Once the level of the stars was raised, it would be like water overflowing, and a phenomenon known as spirit feed would appear. This phenomenon could allow all the life in the civilization to be born here. In an instant, the essence of life would be raised, and it would affect the changes in cultivation. It could even allow some people's cultivation to instantly rise, and it could even allow cultivators who had been stuck at a certain realm for a long time to break through. Because this kind of improvement was too overbearing and didn't have any negative consequences, it caused countless people to go crazy, but at the same time, it also allowed the war between the civilizations in the Weiyang Dao domain to continue. And this was perhaps what the Weiyang race needed. Otherwise, after they replaced the Dark Sect, they wouldn't have added this shortcut to the advancement of space civilizations into the heavenly Dao. However, no matter what, under this law, war was eternal, and the survival of the fittest or the survival of the fittest had become the norm. It didn't matter if they were willing or unwilling. In this Weiyang Dao domain that couldn't control fate without advancement, the only thing placed before the solar system was continuous improvement. And at this moment, with the appearance of the spirit feed and the light from the sun that had merged with the God's Eye star, the ecology of the entire Federation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Mountain peaks rose from the ground, and spirit mines were formed in an instant. Rivers flowed endlessly, and farms turned into spirit fields. All ordinary things possessed magical powers. Birds and beasts neighed, and clouds and mist descended on the spirit rain. All living things in the world were evolving. The vegetation grew wildly, and the world was nourished. All living things were nourished, and naturally humans were among them. Under Wang Bao's guidance, the changes were even greater. The first thing that was changed was the aptitude. This increase in the aptitude of the entire population allowed those who were originally not qualified to cultivate to possess the aptitude from that moment on. This increased the aptitude of those who were already qualified. At the same time, their looks seemed to have been adjusted. Under the changes in the level of life, there were some changes. As for their lifespan, it was the same. The citizens of the Federation had experienced an increase in their lifespan since the Spirit Inception era. However, compared to today, it was insignificant. With the increase in their life force, the people of the Federation would be able to live to about 200 years old, even if they didn't practice cultivation. Not only would their longevity increase, but their health would also increase. Other than that, there were also magical items that had been improved by the spirit blessing. However, the ones that had improved the most were still cultivators. When you went from the spiritual martial realm to conjuring magical items, you didn't need any special items. You could level up on your own. When you went from chi condensation to foundation establishment, you still needed special items. However, with the appearance of the spirit feed, the number of items that met the requirements increased. In fact, some of the cultivators who had long since prepared for the great circle of chi condensation were able to successfully fuse with foundation establishment items and achieve a cultivation-based breakthrough. It could be said that almost all of the cultivators' cultivation bases had been upgraded by the spirit feed. The weaker their cultivation bases were, the greater the increase. It was the same even for nascent soul realm cultivators. Nearly 100 nascent soul realm cultivators who had been breaking through in the past few years in the entire Federation had their cultivation boosted by the spirit feed. Several of them had even advanced from the perfected nascent soul realm. They had advanced directly to the supernatural realm. It wasn't just them. Li Xingwen, Zhao Yaming's mother, and the other high-ranking officials were all in the same boat. The one who had advanced the most was Li Xingwen. As a cultivator who had risen to prominence during the Spirit Inception era, as the first Core Formation Realm cultivator, the first Nascent Soul Realm cultivator, and the first Spirit Ascension Realm cultivator other than Wang Bao, Li Xingwen's talent was astonishing. However, he was limited by his level of life. He didn't have Wang Bao's fortuitous experiences, which was why he had slowed down. But now, with the spirit feed, his talent had improved, and his level of life had improved. His cultivation had opened a floodgate at that moment. A loud boom erupted, and he had risen from the spirit ascension realm all the way to the spirit immortal realm. Not only him but also Linyu, Zhao Yaming's mother's cultivation base also rose. After stepping into the spirit immortal realm, the Federation had a fourth person who stepped into the spirit immortal realm. This person was Big Tree. Very quickly, a fifth person appeared. This fifth person was Sect Master Su from the Galactic Dusk Sect. He had always kept a low profile, but now, with the explosion of his cultivation base, he had returned to the peak of the Federation. Compared to them, the younger generation like Lin Tianhao, Zhou Xiaoya, and the others had also improved. However, at most, they had reached the spirit ascension realm. There was still a gap between them. However, as long as they were given time in the current spiritual energy environment of the new Federation, it was only a matter of time before their cultivation base broke through. At the same time, the vast expanse Taoist Palace had also benefited greatly. Although Feng Churan and the others from the Taoist Palace had not received the spirit feed, on the altar at the tip of the sword, the eyes of the Taoist Palace's celestial domain patriarch suddenly opened. All the injured people, including him, were instantly healed twice as fast as the spirit chi in the entire solar system. The Galactic Patriarch was deeply moved by this. Wang Baol had proven what he had said with his actions. He had confirmed his previous promise. He looked at Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged on the star. The Galactic Patriarch lowered his head and looked at the woman in court attire sitting before him. I agree to the Saint's suggestion. Perhaps he is the most suitable person. The masked little Missy, who had followed Wang Baol all the way until now, smiled when she heard that. She bowed, turned, and left. At that moment, the gifts from the star continued. As everyone's level of life and cultivation increased, there were two more people who had improved tremendously. One of them was Wang Baol and the other was Zhao Yaming. The fusion of the stars came from the sun's spirit feed, which was a form of gratitude and blessing. The latter was to all living things in the Federation, while the former was to Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming. That was why Zhao Yaming had improved tremendously. It was terrifying. Her level of life had increased beyond that of others. At the same time, her cultivation had also reached the perfected spirit immortal realm under the gathering of endless spirit chi. As for Wang Baol, as the leader of all this, especially the divine eye star, which had been fused with the sun, he had an unspoken connection with it. Therefore, the gift he had received was naturally the ultimate. His cultivation had broken through from the initial stage of the planet realm, with the influx of boundless spirit chi. He had broken through to the mid-stage of the planet realm. Even though he had only advanced by one realm, the amount of spirit chi required to advance to the planet realm was something that cultivators below the planet realm couldn't imagine. To be able to increase his cultivation by one realm among the planets was already the best that the solar system could do. Wang Baol wasn't unsatisfied, because he knew that this fusion was only the beginning. The spirit feed lasted for a full month. When it was complete, the 16 planets in the solar system circled around each other, and the Divine Eye Civilization and the Federation were connected. There were no obstacles or accidents during the docking process. It went smoothly. The Divine Eye Civilization was integrated into the Federation, with the Federation taking the lead. At that point, Wang Baol understood that the matter with the Federation had come to an end. With the Tao Palace Starfield, the Federation's forces, the Skypalm Elders' protection, and his own background. Overall, the Federation was safe for a certain period of time. He had also received a message from the Blazing Flame Elder, informing him that the emissary who had come to fetch him to the Blazing Flame Galaxy was about to arrive. Is it time to leave? Wang Baol muttered to himself. He scanned the current solar system with his divine perception. After sensing its vastness, he took out a paper slip. The paper slip came from the meteorite land. Before leaving the meteorite land, Wang Baol had requested a favor from the meteorite emperor. He had requested 30 planet slots. The paper slip was a token to enter the meteorite land. Could be used 30 times. With the approval of the meteorite emperor, there was no time limit. As long as one held the slip in their hands, they could summon the meteorite ship to welcome them, they could go on a separate trial. This was the foundation he had prepared for the Federation. The first person to use the slip of paper was Zhao Yaming. He gave it to Zhao Yaming and watched as the ship of the fallen star appeared. Zhao Yaming boarded the ship and left. Wang Baol returned to Mars. As he accompanied his parents, he waited silently for the arrival of the emissary that his master had mentioned to welcome him. The raging flame galaxy. As he waited, Wang Baol occasionally raised his head and looked into the starry sky. His eyes gradually lit up with anticipation. The end of the volume. The next volume. The dark sect reappeared. Wang Baol didn't wait too long. On the third day after he returned to Mars, outside the new solar system, which had become twice as large as before, a crimson-red ripple of flames appeared in the starry sky. The ripple appeared abruptly, as if it had appeared out of thin air. As it spread, the ripple split apart on its own. When one looked at it with the naked eye, one could see countless ripples spreading outwards. At first glance, it looked as if a stone had been thrown into the calm surface of a lake. However, because the ripples were formed by flames, they looked more like a sea of fire that was spreading out continuously. After a few dozen breaths, the sea of fire that was spreading out began to churn. An illusory figure slowly formed from the center of the sea of fire. As this figure appeared, an earth-shattering aura that seemed to be able to shake the starry sky erupted from his body, causing the sea of fire to churn even more intensely. The surrounding starry sky also began to show signs of cracking, as if it could no longer hold on. It seemed that the figure that was slowly condensing was of too high a status, which was why when it appeared, it caused the starry sky to tremble. Even the solar system was distorted. Clearly, if this terrifying existence had malicious intentions, then it would only take a single thought for the solar system to dissipate. However, it was clear that this condensing figure had some restraint, which was why its aura was quickly restrained. It no longer spread outwards and affected the solar system. Instead, it condensed within its body. At the same time, its body also slowly solidified. It slowly became corporeal. Its true appearance was revealed. What appeared within the sea of fire in the starry sky was shockingly an old bull that was emitting flames all over its body. This bull's entire body was red, and as the sea of fire churned beneath its feet, its size was 30,000 feet. And this seemed to be the result of its suppression. It did not completely reveal its true form. But even so, it still made the nearby starry sky seem as if it would collapse at any moment. The terrifying pressure that emanated from its body had already surpassed that of the stars, and even compared to the mighty figures in the galaxy, it did not seem to be too far off. Such a terrifying existence was rarely seen in the starry sky. In fact, if it wanted to, whether it was the left Dao or the side Dao sacred region, it could run amok. Basically, most of the civilizations in front of it were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow, and its arrival was immediately noticed by the ancient bronze sword tip in the solar system. The Dao Palace Patriarch, who was meditating on the third altar, instantly noticed it. The old man's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a look of shock and uncertainty. His breathing was also rapid. As his chest rose and fell, he stared fixedly in the direction of the old ox. His expression changed again and again, and his body slowly stood up. He was about to open his mouth to speak, but at this moment, the old ox, who had descended from outside the solar system, spoke first. He didn't speak to just one person, but sent out a divine thought that affected the entire solar system. At that moment, no matter what anyone in the solar system was doing, his words, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life and carried a sense of authority, suddenly appeared in his mind. I, Yenling, am here under the orders of the exalted Lord Blazing Flame to welcome the 16th young master, Wang Baol, back to the Blazing Flame Galaxy. This thought was like a storm, instantly filling the entire solar system. The moment it entered the minds of all living beings, the Dao Palace cultivators on the ancient green bronze sword were all shaken. Even those who had been injured, unconscious, and recovering. Their bodies began to tremble unconsciously. As for the galactic patriarch on the third altar, his eyes narrowed instantly. His breathing quickened, and although he heaved a sigh of relief after learning of the other party's background, his mind was once again focused. He had thought that Wang Baol wouldn't lie to him. Since he had said that he was the disciple of the Blazing Flame Patriarch, he had to be. However, he hadn't expected that Wang Baol's disciple's identity would be even more shocking than he had imagined. What kind of disciple would make the Blazing Flame Patriarch arrange for a galactic realm mighty figure to come and welcome him? I'm afraid that apart from welcoming him, he would also have to intimidate the heart of the Tao Palace, as well as the other political forces. He would have to make sure that all the political forces that had been paying attention to the solar system's integration with the divine eye would be restrained. All of this is ultimately due to the importance that we place on Wang Baol. The Tao Palace Patriarch was silent. The importance that he placed on Wang Baol also increased. At the same time, countless citizens and cultivators from the Federation, as well as Lin Tianhao, Lu Daobin, and others who were familiar with Wang Baol, were all shocked as the voices in their minds surfaced. The 16th young master? Wang Baol. Although I don't know the details of his identity, he sounds impressive. He must be extraordinary, as expected of the guardian of the Federation, the founder of the Martian Special Zone, the old leader that I, Lu Daobin, have followed for my entire life. Amidst the uproar, Zhao Yaming's mother, Li Xingwen, Sect Lord Su of the Galactic Dusk Sect, and Lin Yu all took a deep breath and looked at Mars from different positions. Wang Baol had told them that he was leaving, and he had also told them where he was going. However, even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shaken. The old bull's terror and the words he had said with his telepathic thoughts had given them a clear understanding of Wang Baol's status and the unpredictability of his future. Their determination, which had never been about to change, was now even stronger. Even Zhao Yaming's mother had an idea in her mind. She planned to talk to Zhao Yaming about her future with Wang Baol when she returned. At the same time, she had made up her mind to take special care of Zhou Xiaoya. She had a strong worry in her heart. She was worried that Wang Baol, who was moving further and further away, would one day grow too big and too fast. He would gradually grow distant from the Federation. Even though she felt that the possibility was very, very small as the Federation president, she had to consider it. The best way would be to make the other party worry about her. Other than her parents, she would also be able to join in. Naturally, that would be her woman. The hearts of all living beings were shaken. Countless thoughts rose in their minds. Wang Baol, who was on Mars, put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands. He stood up and bowed deeply to his parents, who were looking at him with reluctance. Dad, Mom, I don't know how long we'll be gone for, but I don't think it'll be too long. You guys, take care. Go, Baol. You have to take care too. Wang Baol's mother suppressed her sadness and said softly. His father nodded at the side. He watched as Wang Baol's bent back gradually disappeared from where he stood. After he had completely disappeared, Baol's mother couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears streamed down her cheeks. A soft sigh came from Wang Baol's heart, who had appeared in the starry skies. He was reluctant to part with her, but he knew that stepping onto this path of cultivation was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would retreat. Therefore, he could only continue forward. Only in this way could he protect everything that he wanted to protect, and he could see the wider world. At the same time, Wang Baol was filled with gratitude towards the blazing flame ancestor. He knew very well that the divine thoughts that came from the solar system were his master's love for him. This love was reflected in the fear of those who harbored ill intentions. It was also reflected in the peace of mind for his family and friends back home. Wang Baol was satisfied with his master's kind intentions. He stood in the starry sky, looking at the solar system and Earth. He vaguely saw the figure of a woman standing on the mountain peak of Ethereal Tao College, which had been rebuilt on Earth. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. It covered her face, but it couldn't hide the gentle gaze in her eyes. They seemed to be able to touch each other across the starry sky. Wang Baol looked at her for a long time, then nodded. He turned around and dashed towards the outer solar system. He wasn't worried about the Federation this time. Be it the alliance agreement with the vast expanse Dao Palace or the improvement in the level of the people after they had integrated with the God's Eye civilization, the Federation was completely different from before. It was even more powerful, and the blazing flame ancestor was also present. All of this allowed the Federation to develop steadily for a period of time in the future. Then, I'll go and see just how vast and resplendent the starry sky is. Wang Baol was in high spirits. His eyes shone brightly, and his body transformed into a long rainbow with a loud bang. He traveled at an astonishing speed across the current solar system and appeared outside the solar system. He saw the vast sea of fire and the center of the sea of fire. His entire body was exuding a terrifying aura. The old bull. Wang Baol stood there the moment he saw the old cow. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes widened. The aura emanating from the old cow was simply too shocking. Even the Dao Palace's Galaxy Realm Patriarch was inferior to it. If one were to really compare it to the Emperor of the Fallen Star, the difference wasn't that great. However, the Emperor of Starfall didn't display such a majestic aura in front of Wang Baol. Therefore, it wasn't appropriate for Wang Baol to make a true comparison. However, the old bull in his eyes was different. He looked like a beast. The flames all over his body and the flickering runic symbols on his body made Wang Baol feel as if he could see countless laws circulating and encircling him. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. The moment Wang Baol appeared and looked at the old bull lowered its head and stared at Wang Baol with its scarlet eyes. The moment their eyes met, a thunderous roar immediately sounded in Wang Baol's mind, causing him to feel a piercing pain in his eyes. His heart jolted, and he thought to himself that something was not right. Could it be that the old bull was unhappy with him? If not, why would he act so arrogantly in front of him? These thoughts flashed through Wang Baol's mind. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed deeply with a respectful expression. I am Wang Baol, paying my respects to Senior. Senior is extraordinary, a mighty figure rarely seen in my life. I am touched, grateful, and even more grateful that you have come to fetch me from so far away. As he spoke, the old bull's gaze seemed to change. He sized Wang Baol up carefully before speaking calmly. 16th young master, you don't have to be so polite. I will naturally follow the orders of the Exalted One. Come to my back. I will bring you back to the raging flame galaxy. As he spoke, the old bull snorted and spat out 2 balls of wind. As the wind rumbled in all directions, the flames in front of him spread out rapidly, revealing a path. Wang Baol hesitated in his heart. However, he used the process of cupping his fists and bowing to the old bull to quickly weigh the situation before returning to normal. His body swayed, and he followed the path created by the sea of fire and headed straight for the old bull. The closer he got, the stronger the invisible pressure coming from the old bull. In the end, Wang Baol's body was trembling, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He even activated his Dao Star to withstand the pressure from the old bull, and with a leap, he stepped on the old bull's back. The moment he landed, he heard the old bull's muffled voice. Sit tight. As he said that, the old bull raised his head and roared. He raised his 2 front hooves and stomped hard into the starry sky. Instantly, a deafening roar reverberated in the air. The sea of fire in the surroundings was instantly raised, and it rushed over from all directions. It engulfed the old bull's body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the sea of fire disappeared. The old bull's body and Wang Baol, who was on his back, disappeared without a trace. In the next instant, in an unfamiliar starry sky far away from where the solar system was located, flames flashed. The old bull's figure materialized. He shook his head and didn't continue moving. Instead, he raised his hooves abruptly. He started running in the starry sky. It was too fast. The sonic boom it created spread in all directions, causing all the surrounding civilizations to be shocked. They trembled, and Wang Baol, who was on the back of the old cow, felt his heart skip a beat. On one hand, it was its speed. On the other hand, Wang Baol felt that the old cow under his feet was a mad cow. Judging from its momentum, It seemed to see nothing but straight lines and no turns. Even if there were stars in front of it, it would still crash into them. In reality, that was indeed the case. In the next few days, Wang Baol watched helplessly as the mad cow crashed into 7 stars. It even opened its mouth and sucked in the spirit chi from the stars. It sucked all of it into its mouth. This made Wang Baol's scalp tingle. Fortunately, he was on the old cow's back. Even if he was affected by the impact, it wouldn't affect him much. However, Wang Baol needed to constantly circulate his cultivation at full range, grabbing tightly onto the hair on the old cow's back. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be thrown out. Therefore, in order for him to be able to head to the Raging Flame Galaxy safely and alive, Wang Baol felt that he needed to use some methods to increase the chances of this happening. Therefore, when the old cow crashed into the 3rd star, as he rushed out, he raised his head proudly and roared. Wang Baol immediately shouted loudly, "Mighty Grandpa Nyo!" The old bull was stunned when he heard Wang Baol's voice. However, he didn't pay much attention to it and continued running. Soon, he smashed 1 star after another. Wang Baol's words didn't repeat themselves. "Mighty Grandpa Nyo! Mighty Grandpa Nyo! Invincible Grandpa Nyo!" Just like that, after smashing more than 30 stars and hearing Wang Baol's 30-plus words of flattery, the old bull seemed to feel much better. For the first time, he laughed out loud. "You're a good talker and a good flatterer. If you can say a few more words to make me happy, I'll allow you to ask me a question. Uncle Cow, how can I be flattery? How can a creature like a horse compare to you? I, Wang Baol, have never said flattery in my entire life. Every word I say is from the bottom of my heart. That's why your request is a little difficult for me to handle." Wang Baol sighed deeply. He patted the old ox and spoke softly. "Master Ox, do you smell something strange?" "No, what is it?" The old ox was stunned. He sniffed around and replied in surprise. "It's a beautiful smell. After seeing you, Master Ox, I feel that the starry sky is emitting a beautiful smell that is caused by my respect for you." As soon as Wang Baol said that, the old ox stopped in his tracks. Goosebumps appeared all over his body as he trembled. "Lord Ox, stop, fuck you. Stop talking, it's too mushy," the old ox hurriedly shouted. Wang Baol laughed out loud, and the atmosphere between him and the old ox grew closer as he spoke. It had to be said that Wang Baol's EQ and the way he interacted with others were unique. Now that he was chatting and laughing with the old ox couldn't help but speak. "Kid, where did you learn all these words from?" "Lord Bull, it's not that I'm boasting, but I've been researching all sorts of love words since I was 3 years old, and I've been trying to find people. Until now, it can be said that there isn't a love word that I don't know, and there isn't a girl that I can't flirt with. If Lord Bull is interested, I can teach you. I guarantee that in the future, in the entire Weiyang Dao domain, no heifer that you value will be able to escape your grasp." The old bull hesitated for a moment, seemingly tempted. However, due to his embarrassment, he didn't ask directly. Wang Baol was like a shrewd person. After sensing it, he immediately took the initiative to teach the old bull the art of love talk. Just like that, as the old bull ran along the road, their relationship became more harmonious. In the end, the old bull was satisfied, or rather, full of vigor. In short, he spoke to Wang Baol with great satisfaction. "I like you, Uncle Ox. Little Joy, if you have any questions regarding the Raging Flame Galaxy, feel free to ask." Wang Baol had been waiting for these words. When he heard that, a strange look appeared in his eyes, and he immediately spoke. "Uncle Ox, there are no outsiders here. Tell me about my master, the Raging Flame Ancestor. What is his personality? What are his likes and dislikes?" Wang Baol felt that since he was going to the Blazing Flame Galaxy, he naturally needed to understand the Blazing Flame Ancestor more. After all, it was true that the other party wanted to take him as a disciple. However, if he could be liked more, the benefits would naturally be greater. Exalted Lord Blazing Flame, after hearing Wang Baol's words, a crafty look that he couldn't see flashed across the depths of old Nyo's eyes. He coughed a few times and spoke with an aged tone. "Little Joy, I have no choice but to criticize you. I know exactly what you're thinking. You're worrying too much. The exalted Lord is magnanimous and open-minded. He values freedom of speech. All the disciples in the galaxy under his command can speak freely and speak their minds. The old ox sighed with emotion as he spoke. Therefore, in the future, even if you are unhappy with the exalted Lord, you must not hide it. You must speak your mind and speak your mind. The exalted Lord doesn't care about trifles. He is as magnanimous as the entire galaxy, and he is able to accept thousands of different words, but you must remember one thing. You must never cheat, because the thing that the exalted one hates the most in his life is flattery, cheating, and insincere words. In short, you only need to speak your mind. The exalted one is a rare master in this world. Do you have a plan? Wang Baol was stunned. Yes. The old bull nodded with certainty as he ran. You're not going to fake it? Wang Baol was a little confused and asked with uncertainty. That's right. The old bull coughed and nodded again. You can't flatter me? After hesitating, Wang Baol couldn't help but ask again. That's right. The old bull was unusually patient, and he nodded his head. It was only now that Wang Baol finally managed to believe a little. But he still had some doubts. Amidst his doubts, the old bull sped up. Half a month later, as the surrounding starry skies changed and countless civilizations of all sizes flowed before Wang Baol's eyes, a bright red area gradually appeared before him. Little Joy, we're here. The old bull laughed loudly and snorted. He spat out 2 balls of air, causing the surrounding starry skies to distort as if a storm was about to break out. Wang Baol's thoughts were interrupted by the old bull's voice. He stopped thinking about the blazing flame ancestor's personality. He felt that if the blazing flame ancestor's personality was indeed like that, it would be a good thing for him. It would make his life a lot easier in the future. Therefore, when he saw the Crimson Region, he felt a jolt in his heart. As he stared, the Crimson Region was like a giant ball of fire that was rising continuously. It spread out into the starry sky beyond the surrounding flames, releasing countless substances that looked like wisps of smoke. Wang Baol even felt as if he was looking at a ball of eternal fire in the starry sky. The old bull was even faster at that moment, bringing Wang Baol with him as he whistled. He was getting closer and closer to the area of flames. When he was about to reach the edge, Wang Baol could no longer see the complete outline of the flames. He could only see the vast sea of flames before him. As the heat waves churned, the surrounding starry sky distorted. The closer he got, the more severe the distortion became. Wang Baol was shocked. He was even shocked to realize that as the starry sky distorted, other than space, time was also affected. There were also rules and laws. Time seemed to be lengthening in the starry skies beyond the distorted flames. As it slowed down, all the rules other than the rules of fire were suppressed to the extreme. Even the rules of the starry skies seemed to agree with the tyranny of the flames. The blazing flame ancestor is actually so strong. Wang Baol was shocked. He had thought that the flames weren't weak, but they were clearly inferior to his senior brother, Xianxia. However, at this moment he clearly realized that his view was right and wrong. The right part was that it was the truth, but the wrong part was, it wasn't that the blazing flame ancestor was weak, but that his senior brother, Xianxia, was so strong that he was insanely strong. That was why he was a contrast to the blazing flame ancestor. He didn't seem to be very strong. The reference objects are different. With such thoughts and emotions in mind, the old bull under Wang Baol's feet roared into the sky. His voice spread in all directions, causing the sea of fire in front of him to disperse instantly, revealing a path. The old bull didn't slow down. It charged straight into the path and stepped into the flaming galaxy. As it entered, it seemed to be very excited. It leaped into the sea of fire instead of taking the path that had been cleared by the sea of fire. Instead, it jumped straight into the sea of fire. It stepped on the fire and moved forward. This scene made Wang Baol's heart skip a beat. He grabbed tightly onto the hair on the old bull's back. All he could see was the sea of fire. At the same time, the high temperature from the surroundings and the suppressive force from within the sea of fire made him shudder in fear. There was a feeling that once he was thrown out, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long, even if he had grasped the ancient star's fire laws and had the Tao star's blessing. He would be reduced to ashes by the sea of fire. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last for long. As the old bull ran wildly, it only took him about 2 hours to rush from the edge of the raging flame galaxy to the center. Soon, Wang Baol, whose face was pale from the old bull's back, saw a huge star appear in the sea of fire before him. The size of the star was almost as big as the entire solar system. It looked like a huge oven. This was the blazing flame main star. Surrounding the blazing flame main star were hundreds of stars. These stars revolved slowly around the blazing flame main star as if they were attached to it. At the same time, Wang Baol saw that there were different numbers of planets around each star. However, with the vastness of the main star as a comparison, the other stars naturally didn't have much presence in Wang Baol's senses. However, when he calmed down and examined them carefully, the waves in his heart couldn't help but roar. Hundreds of stars and thousands of planets all surround the blazing flame main star, forming the blazing flame galaxy. Such a force, the Solar System Federation is extremely weak in front of it. Shocked? That's nothing. Little Lele, let me tell you, this is because the Exalted Lord keeps a low profile and doesn't want to spread his wealth. You must know that in the Weiyang Dao domain, anyone who is on par with the Exalted Lord in terms of cultivation and combat strength basically controls tens of thousands of stars. There are even people who control hundreds of thousands or even millions. There are even quite a few who are far inferior to the supremacies. They all have a scale that far surpasses that of the raging flame galaxy. That's not a big deal. It's our great supremacy's fault for being so plain and unadorned. The old bull exclaimed in admiration. His voice spread in all directions, reaching a wide area. However, even if the scale is ordinary, in the left Dao holy region, the raging flame galaxy has an extraordinary status. It's unique, and it's also known as one of the holy lands. In the left Dao holy region, we can basically do whatever we want. Even if we go to an unorthodox holy region, we still have our own status. Hearing the old bull's words, Wang Baol's emotions surged. When he had chatted with the old bull on the road, the old bull hadn't said anything explicitly. However, his words had revealed some information which allowed Wang Baol to know that in reality the raging flame galaxy. It was still in the left Dao sacred territory. However, due to its extraordinary status, it was like a vassal. Even the large sects in the left Dao sacred territory weren't willing to provoke it. After witnessing it with his own eyes, it was the first time he had heard the old ox speak so clearly. He felt even more deeply. Let's not talk about it anymore. Xiao Lizi, you hold on tight. We will enter the main star. As for the position of the raging flame galaxy, you will be able to experience it deeply when you go out for training in the future. As the old ox spoke, he leaped once again, turning into a beam of light. With a thunderous roar, he shuttled through the stars and headed straight for the raging flame main star, which was the size of the solar system. It was like an oven, and it instantly flew away. It was so fast that Wang Baol's vision blurred. In the next instant, what appeared before him was no longer the starry sky, but the heavens and earth. Old Nyo's figure stepped into the blazing flame main star and floated in the sky. The sky was crimson, as if there was a layer of transparent film that covered the flames outside, preventing them from falling like rain. However, the pressure from the sky became stronger as a result. The earth was different. There was no sea of fire, only a vast land. Mountains rose and fell, and there were many plants and trees. There was also sea after sea. Occasionally, one could see birds and beasts roaming on the ground. There were also flood dragon-like beasts in the sea that would raise their heads and rise from the surface of the water. As for the spirit QI, its density had reached the peak that Wang Baol had experienced. Even the spirit qi in the world had turned into clouds that existed all year round. There was no need for one to circulate the spirit qi, and the spirit qi would enter one's body. It made him feel extremely comfortable. To the southeast of the world stood a towering supreme tower that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. The tower exuded an astonishing aura. There were stone sculptures of auspicious beasts around it. It occupied a vast area, and there was an aura that seemed to be able to suppress the entire starry sky. It was contained within the supreme tower. There were 16 smaller, but identical-shaped towers scattered around the supreme tower. This was where the blazing flame ancestor and his disciples lived. Unlike the other sects, the blazing flame ancestor and his disciples lived not too far away from each other on the blazing flame main planet. However, compared to the entire blazing flame main planet, it was less than 1/100th of a trillion. Wang Baol, who was watching everything from midair, was deep in thought. A figure flew out from the 15th tower and headed straight for the old ox and Wang Baol. Before the figure arrived, a voice sounded. Junior 15 greets the mighty and brilliant senior ox. As the voice rang out, the figure of the person who spoke approached quickly. In an instant, he appeared in front of Wang Baol and the old cow. He was a youth who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was thin, but his head was huge. He looked like he was severely malnourished, like a bean sprout. It was as if his head would pull his body down when the wind blew. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. However, the youth had shifty eyes, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. When he arrived, his eyes shone with a strange light as he looked at Wang Baol, who was on the back of the old cow. This must be the 16th junior brother, Wang Baol, whom Master mentioned a while ago. Haha, 16th junior brother. How are you? I am your 15th senior brother. Wang Baol stood up immediately upon hearing that. He left the back of the old bull and cupped his fists and bowed to the youth before him. Although the youth didn't look old, Wang Baol knew very well that cultivators couldn't judge age based on their appearance. There were too many old freaks who liked to act young. The planetary fluctuations coming from the youth's body also proved Wang Baol's judgment. Therefore, as he greeted the youth, he also spoke respectfully. Greetings, senior brother 15. 16, you don't have to be so polite. From now on, we will be a family. Even though he spoke with a smile and a gentle tone, under 15's shifty eyes, the words he said always gave people a feeling that he was harboring ill intentions. This caused Wang Baol to feel a little wary. The old bull, who was beside him, yawned. All right, I've brought him here. I'll take my leave now. As he spoke, the old bull's body flashed and he leaped into the sky. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Baol hurriedly turned his head to bid farewell, just as he was about to say something. However, 15, who was standing beside him, sprawled in midair and shouted loudly. Senior bull, who is unrivaled in the world, who is able to fight against the stars in all directions, and who will definitely win the battle. The voice was so loud that it spread in all directions. Wang Baol was shocked when he heard it. When he first heard 15's respect for the old bull, he hadn't paid much attention to it. However, now that he looked at it, it was clear that 15 was flattering him. This seems to be a little different from what the old bull had told him before. Wang Baol hesitated. The sound of the old bull's nose rang out, and then it disappeared into the sky without a trace. Even after the old bull had left, 15 was still lying there. 7 or 8 breaths had passed, and Wang Baol couldn't help but open his mouth. Only then did 15 slowly stand up and look at Wang Baol with his hands behind his back. 16. It's not that senior brother is criticizing you, but you should learn more from me in the future. You should know that Senior Bull is the guardian divine beast of our raging flame star system. It was born in the sea of fire, merged into the starry sky, and guarded all directions. Even Master is very polite to Senior Bull. That's why you should know, in the future, when you see Senior NIU, you must be respectful and courteous. It's not appropriate for you to bend over like you did just now and not show your sincerity. Wang Baol was stunned. He wanted to say that he didn't understand, but he couldn't say it out loud. Therefore, he raised his head and looked at the spot where the old cow had disappeared, then looked at the serious-looking Duya 15. He hesitated before replying. Senior brother 15, do you really have to do this? I'm young. Don't lie to me. You child, I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Why would I lie to you? Duya 15 said. He looked around. then moved closer to Wang Bail and whispered mysteriously beside him. Let me tell you, 16. You're right to listen to senior brother. That senior bull, you can't provoke him. This bull is narrow-minded. It's definitely a rare sight in the world. A single look from him can make him angry. Master is sometimes not only polite to him but also tolerant. I've always suspected this old bull is the true boss of our raging flame galaxy, 15 said seriously. Hearing this, Wang Bail was even more confused. He thought to himself, what is this and what is this? Could it be that there's something wrong with senior brother 15's head? Regardless of whether it was the old bull or the 15 senior brother in front of him in the raging flame galaxy, they both gave him a very strange feeling. Therefore, Wang Bail followed his advice and acted as if he was deeply in agreement. He nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Seeing that Wang Bail had acknowledged him, the bean sprout-like 15th was very happy. He coughed and spoke. 16th, Master had some matters to attend to yesterday. Before he left, he arranged for me to come and welcome you. When Master returns, he will summon you. How about this? I will first familiarize you with the environment here and at the same time, greet the other senior brothers and sisters. Thank you for your trouble, 15th senior brother. Wang Bail had no intention of criticizing the other party for saying that he understood every few sentences. He quickly thanked him and did not have any objections. He was new here, so he naturally had to familiarize himself with the environment and meet his fellow disciples. Through his senior brothers and senior sisters, Wang Bail felt that he could make a clearer judgment of the blazing flame ancestor. After all, this place would be his second home in the near future. It would be his second home. Therefore, he really wanted to get along well with his senior brothers and sisters. As for the 15th senior brother in front of him, although he seemed to have a problem with his head and had a strange appearance, Wang Bail had a vague feeling that the other party had no ill intentions. Just like that, after Wang Bail agreed, Dia 15 swaggered down the stairs with Wang Bail. At the same time, he began to introduce the buildings in the area. Our raging flame sect? It's actually very simple. There's nothing much to introduce. All you need to know is that the largest pagoda is the place where Master goes into seclusion, stays, and summons us. As for the 16 surrounding pagodas, they are our residences. The 16th pagoda that has just been built will be your training ground in the future. As he spoke, 15 pointed at the tall pagoda in the distance. Wang Bail took the opportunity to look over. After memorizing the location, 15 quickly brought him to the 14th pagoda. I will bring you to meet senior brother 14 first. Senior brother 14 is a very good person, and his temper is extremely stable. He basically doesn't fight back or retaliate when he scolds. He is our role model. 15 shook his head. He was filled with emotion. Wang Bail was already slightly used to the way the other party spoke. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. As the other party arrived in front of the 14 pagodas, he saw that the doors to the 14 pagodas were closed. Other than a rockery as a decoration, there was nothing else. At the same time, the fluctuations within the pagoda were blocked, making it impossible to sense them. Therefore, he was about to pay his respects to the pagoda in front of him. However, before he could pay his respects, 15, who was beside him, took a few quick steps forward and bowed deeply to the rockery in front of the 14 pagodas. He shouted loudly, 15 pays his respects to senior brother 14. As he bowed, 15 winked at Wang Bail. Wang Bail was once again dumbfounded. He looked at the rockery and then at 15, who was winking at him. He braced himself and stepped forward, bowing deeply. 16 pays his respects to senior brother 14. Their greetings did not receive any response from the rockery. After waiting for a long while, 15 stood up with a soft sigh and spoke to Wang Bail in a low voice. Am I right? Senior brother 14 is our role model. Not only did he not fight back or curse back, he didn't even care about our greetings. Wang Bail didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he looked carefully at the fake mountain and asked softly after some hesitation. Senior brother 15, is senior brother 14 a stone life form? A stone life form? 15 looked at Wang Baol in surprise. 16. Senior brother wants to criticize you. How can you say such things about senior brother 14? Let me tell you, senior brother 14 is extremely talented. Just like us, he has a body made of flesh and blood. It's just that. At this point, 15 paused and looked around. Then, he pulled the stunned Wang Baol to the side and spoke in a mysterious voice. However, he is too obedient. 137 years ago, he listened to his master's instructions and cultivated an illusion technique that his master had gotten from God knows where. He transformed himself into a stone. In the end, an accident happened and he couldn't change back. He is also stubborn. You know, he rejected his master's help and wanted to rely on his own efforts to change back. It's been 137 years. 15 let out a long sigh as Wang Baol stared at him in a daze. Based on my judgment, it should be another 500 years. 14th senior brother should be able to succeed listening to 15th's words, recalling how he had behaved since he had arrived, and looking at the rockery, Wang Baol could not help but look lost. A question arose in his mind. Just, where did I come from? In a daze, Wang Baol followed his 15th senior brother in front of him. His thoughts were in a mess as he walked into the distance. He saw his 15th senior brother walk normally at first, but as he walked, he started jumping up and down in front of him. The way he jumped up and down, it was indescribably strange. After all, his bean sprout-like body made his 15th senior brother jump up and down like a golden needle mushroom. He even sang an even more strange song. The Raging Flame Galaxy is good. The Raging Flame Galaxy is wonderful, and the Raging Flame Galaxy croaks. The song was filled with magical power, causing Wang Baol's mind to become even more confused. He gradually felt that there was an indescribable sense of absurdity in this world. Deep in his heart, he could not help but think of how he had felt when he saw the old bull. He then summarized everything that he had felt since arriving here. In the Raging Flame Galaxy, there is an old bull who is so strong that even his master has to treat him with respect. This old bull is obviously sullen. He said that the Raging Flame Galaxy doesn't like the culture of flattery, but he is more enthusiastic than anyone else to hear such flattery. In the Raging Flame Galaxy, I have a shifty-eyed 15th senior brother who seems to have a problem with his head. This senior brother talks in a weird way, and his catchphrase is, he likes to look around and speak quietly, but he can clearly send voice transmissions, so why does he need to speak so directly? After all, even if there is no one around, speaking directly still carries the risk of being spied on. I still have a 14th senior brother in the Raging Flame Galaxy. There seems to be something wrong with his head. He cultivated an illusion technique and turned himself into a fake mountain. In the end, he can't turn himself back. Wang Baol thought, and his head started to hurt. He couldn't help but raise his hand to knead it. However, when he followed his 15th senior brother to the tower where his 13th senior brother was, Wang Baol felt his head hurt even more. He had already made preparations after arriving, focusing on whether there were any rocks or other objects outside his 13th senior brother's tower. When he didn't see any rocks and only saw 3 to 5 withered trees, he subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heart quickly trembled, and he suddenly looked back at the withered trees. That can't be! As he looked at the withered trees, Wang Baol muttered to himself. His 15th senior brother, who was beside him, had already taken a few quick steps forward. He arrived in front of a withered tree and bowed deeply. Seeing this, Wang Baol slapped his forehead and immediately went over to pay his respects. Greetings, 13th senior brother. The withered tree did not respond, but 15th revealed a gratified smile. He was about to speak, but before he could do so, Wang Baol spoke in advance. I understand, 15th senior brother. This tree is 13th senior brother. Did he also cultivate 14th senior brother's illusion technique? He also had an accident and couldn't change back after turning into a withered tree. 16. You are indeed talented and intelligent. You can infer from one example, and your mind is extremely sharp. 15th's gaze became increasingly gratified. He turned to look at the withered tree that they had worshipped and sighed. You are right. Senior brother 13 and senior brother 14 have a close relationship, but they also like to compete with each other. Therefore, after senior brother 14 practiced his illusion technique, senior brother 13 took the initiative to find his master and asked him to practice the same technique. In the end, he naturally couldn't change back. However, for senior brother 13, this is where his fun lies. Now, the two of them are competing to see who can change back first. Wang Baol didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt his head ache even more. He was about to speak, but before he could do so, another withered tree beside the withered tree that the two of them had met suddenly spoke. 15, you're looking for a beating. It's one thing if you're worshipping the wrong tree, but you're actually bad-mouthing me. The moment the withered tree spoke, Wang Baol shuddered. He quickly turned his head to look at the withered tree that had spoken, and he couldn't help but look at the tree that he had worshipped previously. Stop looking. The tree that you are worshipping is a real tree. 13th senior brother's calm voice rang out slowly. 15 hurriedly greeted him once again. Congratulations, 13th senior brother. You have successfully defeated 14th senior brother. Senior brother's skills are unparalleled and unrivaled. Wang Baol took a deep breath as well. His chaotic thoughts were slightly better. He thought to himself that he had finally met a fellow disciple who spoke normally. He hurriedly greeted him once again. 16 greets senior brother 13. You're little 16. Little 16, let me tell you something. Don't listen to that flatterer. 15. Spout nonsense. What do you mean me and 14 will compete to see who can transform back first? What nonsense! The withered tree's voice was filled with righteousness. It contained a sense of lesson, and Wang Baol's heart was filled with respect. He was just about to agree when... How can that trash 14 compare to me? His consciousness is already asleep, but mine is much stronger than his. I can send out my consciousness, and I can also appreciate the changes in the sky and feel the joy of the breeze blowing my branches and leaves. The withered tree seemed to be very pleased with itself, and its entire body trembled a few times. Wang Baol saw this and couldn't help but fall silent. Little 16, you're not bad. You're very good. Senior brother will give you a welcome gift. As he spoke, the trembling of the withered tree intensified, and it became even more intense. The entire tree gave off a feeling that it was about to collapse on its own. Wang Baol's heart skipped a beat as he watched. He had a vague feeling that if the other party had acted like a human, he would have used all his strength. His face had even turned red. Then, the withered tree finally let out a comfortable moan. On one of the tree branches, a half-withered leaf condensed. When it fell down and landed in front of Wang Baol, there was still a hint of heat that drifted away from the leaf. Wang Baol was once again dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the leaf. Fortunately, he could feel the shocking spirit chi fluctuation from the leaf, which prevented any misunderstanding. However, the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger, and in the end, he could only brace himself. He took the leaf and thanked the withered tree. 14th senior brother is biased. 16th, this is 14th senior brother's natal item. If you encounter any danger in the future, you only need to bring out this withered leaf. It will instantly attract the projection of 13th senior brother and fight for you. 15th took a deep breath. After exclaiming loudly, the withered tree let out a joyful laugh. All right. You can go and pay your respects to the other senior brothers and sisters. With that said, the withered tree stopped swaying and returned to its calm state. 15 hurriedly pulled Wang Baol away. Halfway through, Wang Baol couldn't help but ask, Senior brother 15, have the other senior brothers and sisters of ours all cultivated this illusion technique? Sure. 15 immediately turned his head when he heard that. He put his index finger to his mouth and signaled Wang Baol not to speak. Then, he led him a distance away and looked around before speaking in a low, mysterious voice. 16th junior brother, you're thinking too much. Among our fellow disciples, only the 13 and 14 senior brothers have some problems in their heads. They believed Master so easily and cultivated this illusion technique. As for the others, why would they cultivate this technique? As soon as 15 said that, a glint flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Senior brother 15, why did you say that you believed Master so easily? Could it be that Master can't be trusted? I didn't say that. You said it. When 15 heard that, his expression changed. He quickly looked around and quickly cleared his name. He pulled Wang Baol and quickly left the spot. Just as Wang Baol was feeling increasingly confused, 15 pulled him to a corner and spoke in a low voice with a mysterious look on his face. Little 16, you can't just say things like that. Let me tell you, Master is an open-minded and magnanimous person, and he loves his disciples dearly. That's why he likes to search for strange cultivation techniques in the ruins in the starry sky and let us cultivate them. He wants us to gain the strengths of the various families, and he wants us to be like dragons and phoenixes among humans, growing to a level that reaches the heavens. When Wang Baol heard that, his expression immediately turned solemn as he spoke loudly. Master is benevolent. Yes, Master is benevolent. 15 blinked and spoke in an even lower voice. But I advise you, if Master has given you a similar cultivation technique, you have to wait for the other senior brothers and senior sisters to finish their cultivation and confirm that there is nothing wrong before you cultivate. When he heard that, Wang Baol could not hide the strange look on his face. After 15 finished speaking, he suddenly looked into Wang Baol's eyes and asked meaningfully, 16th junior brother, after coming to the Raging Flame Galaxy, I saw 13th and 4th senior brothers and heard what I said. I know that you must feel that Master is a little unreliable now, right? When Wang Baol heard this, he immediately became alert. At the same time, the words that Old Bull had told him in the Raging Flame Galaxy surfaced in his mind. He had to remember to speak clearly and not to lie. However, at that moment, his dark expression became even more solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Senior brother 15 has misunderstood me. I think that Master is wise and wise. There must be a deeper meaning behind what he did, and I don't dare to figure it out. When 15 heard this, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Little 16, you're not being honest. You don't know what you're saying. When you see 7th senior brother later, you'll know the consequences of saying something you don't mean. As if sensing that Wang Baol wasn't being tactful, 15 didn't say another word. He continued to hop around like a golden mushroom, but he didn't speak to Wang Baol. Instead, he brought him to pay his respects to 12th and 11th senior sisters. After Wang Baol paid his respects to 12th senior sister, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. She was the only normal-looking person he had met since arriving at the Raging Flame Galaxy. Her cultivation had reached the star realm. Not only did 12th senior sister look elegant and beautiful, her words and actions were also elegant. She treated Wang Baol warmly in her tower. After asking about Wang Baol's situation, she also reminded him about some matters regarding cultivation. In the end, she even stood up and personally sent him and 15 out. After sending them out, she thought for a moment before taking out a bottle of pills and handing it to Wang Baol. 16th junior brother, this pill is called the Spirit Continuation Condensation. There are 7 pills in total. If you are in danger or injured, you can consume it. It will allow your body and mind to recover significantly within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As for 11th senior sister, she was also much more normal than 13th and 14th senior brother. However, her personality seemed to be the opposite of 12th senior sister's. She was not gentle and elegant, but extremely domineering. Furthermore, her entire body was emitting a fiery energy. She was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. With her stellar cultivation, one could imagine how earth-shattering it would be once it erupted. Her words were also in line with her personality. The first thing she asked after seeing Wang Baol was extremely direct. 16th junior brother, since you've met the junior brothers and sisters in front of you, you must have some understanding of our Raging Flame Galaxy. Tell me, after you've seen all of this, how do you feel about Master's actions? Wang Baol found it difficult to answer her question. Although 15th had asked similar questions before, 11th senior sister had put a lot of pressure on Wang Baol, regardless of her personality or cultivation. The question at hand was especially sharp. Wang Baol hesitated. but he could only force himself to cup his fists and speak. In response to 11th senior sister's words, Master's actions are unpredictable and profound. My cultivation isn't high enough and I can't see through it, but I can vaguely feel his love and anticipation for his disciples. Wang Baol was still speaking in a conventional manner, and he didn't mean what he really thought. Even though old Nyo had warned him not to flatter and speak his mind, he felt that there was no one in the world who didn't like flattery. Even if there was, it was only a matter of the level of the person who spoke. Furthermore, what Wang Baol had seen during his journey to the raging flame galaxy had left him filled with endless questions and absurdities. However, he had a nagging feeling that all of this wasn't what he had seen. It seemed to contain something that he could not clearly understand. There seemed to be an invisible layer of gauze that covered everything, making it impossible for him to see clearly or understand. Therefore, under such circumstances, he naturally had to be more cautious in his words. After hearing Wang Baol's words, 11th senior sister's expression remained the same. She did not show any obvious changes in her emotions. She only gave Wang Baol a deep look, shook her head, and said calmly, "With your personality, you shouldn't have come to the raging flame galaxy." As she said that, 11th senior sister waved her hand. Immediately, Wang Baol and 15, who had not spoken since they had arrived, were swept up by a wave of heat and instantly moved out of 11th senior sister's tower. When they were outside, 15 glanced at Wang Baol, sighed, and muttered to herself softly, "11th senior sister hates it the most when you don't mean what you say." Wang Baol smiled bitterly when he heard that. He turned to look at 11th senior sister's tower, shook his head, and didn't say a word. After muttering to himself, 15 didn't say anything else. He brought Wang Baol to meet the other senior brothers and sisters. Perhaps it was because there wasn't much communication, so the process of meeting them naturally sped up. Therefore, after 2 hours, 15 brought Wang Baol to meet the 8 people from 10th senior brother to 3rd senior brother. There were more normal people among these 8 people, which made Wang Baol feel less strange about the raging flame galaxy. It was as if the 10th senior brother was a big man like a giant. The strength of his physical body made his chi and blood extremely exuberant. Approaching him was like approaching a furnace. Wang Baol could even sense that. The taciturn 10th senior brother seemed to be much stronger than the 11th senior sister, both in terms of cultivation and combat strength. He treated Wang Baol with kindness. Before Wang Baol left after paying his respects, he even gave Wang Baol a bottle of beast blood. According to his introduction, it was the blood of a star-grade ferocious beast. By applying it all over one's body, one's physical strength would increase eternally. It was normal for 9th senior sister as well, but the aura of death around her was a little heavy. As for 6th senior brother and 5th senior sister, these were the 2 people Wang Baol had seen. They were the same as the 12th senior sister. They were the most normal disciples, and their cultivation levels were at the star realm as well. While expressing his kindness to Wang Baol, he had also given him a greeting gift. As for 4th senior brother, he wasn't in the raging flame galaxy and had gone to the outside world for the training. That was why Wang Baol hadn't seen him. However, other than these people, there were a few others that Wang Baol found strange. For example, 8th senior brother was a dwarf. He was only around Wang Baol's waist, and his entire body exuded waves that could affect people's minds. His smile and his mouthful of black teeth made Wang Baol's hair stand on end. A strong sense of danger rose instinctively. There was also 7th senior brother, whom 15 had mentioned earlier. This person wasn't normal. The reason why he was normal was because he was gentle and refined in both his words and actions. He was like a gentleman. He had even brewed spirit tea for Wang Baol, and his words were all-encompassing. It was a display of his understanding of everything in the world. The reason he wasn't normal was that his entire body was bruised and swollen, and his body was swollen. He looked very disheveled. After paying his respects and leaving, 15, who hadn't spoken to Wang Baol along the way, huffed a few times and spoke to Wang Baol. 16th junior brother, did you see that? 7th senior brother is such a handsome man. It's because he was flattering Master, and he didn't say anything. Then, Master was unhappy, so he beat him up. Basically, Seventh senior brother gets beaten up every month. So much so that I've forgotten his original appearance. This? Wang Baol took a deep breath. That's why, little 16, you must remember that you must never speak out of turn. You must speak your mind. Wang Baol's heart wavered when he heard that. 15 brought him to third senior brother's tower. Third senior brother. Couldn't be said that he was abnormal. It could only be said that he had an overly domineering image. He looked like a fire bull. No matter how one looked at him, he looked somewhat similar to old ox Yanling. Wang Baol didn't believe that the two of them weren't related by blood. 15's attentiveness and greeting tone, after seeing his third senior brother, made Wang Baol even more certain of his judgment. Third senior brother's expression was neither warm nor cold. He didn't say a few words to Wang Baol before he left in a hurry. Wang Baol didn't have the chance to get to know him better. He could only follow 15th and pay his respects to second senior brother. After seeing second senior brother, Wang Baol was taken aback by the many senior brothers and senior sisters he had seen along the way. On one hand, Wang Baol couldn't sense second senior brother's cultivation. He didn't look like a star. He didn't look like the mighty figure from the galaxy that he had met. He didn't even look like a cultivator. On the other hand, although second senior brother looked like a handsome, middle-aged man with eyes like stars, giving off an extraordinary aura, Wang Baol had a strange feeling that second senior brother didn't seem to really exist. It was as if there was a cognitive gap between what he saw with his eyes and divine perception and what he saw with his real second senior brother. It was also as if what he saw was merely what second senior brother wanted him to see. This feeling made Wang Baol very uncomfortable. 15, who was standing at the side, noticed the scene and spoke softly in front of his second senior brother. 16th junior brother, second senior brother's cultivation is different from ours. He cultivates in the divine Tao of incense. It can even be said that he doesn't exist in the world, but is born in the world of incense. To a certain extent, second senior brother is more like an immortal god. Perhaps it was because second senior brother's existence was something that Wang Baol had never seen before in his life. Or perhaps it was due to some other unknown reason that Wang Baol did not notice when 15th said those words. Regardless of whether it was his tone or expression, there was a hint of sadness that he could not control. It was because second senior brother's existence before him seemed to contain a strange attraction, causing everything in the world to become dull and eye-catching wherever he was. The elegance of his white clothes and the elegance of his black hair combined together to form a faintly discernible immortal chi that lingered around him. His clothes and hair were fluttering elegantly. They were neither tied nor restrained, and they fluttered slightly even in the absence of wind. The figure that was suspended in midair seemed to be the descent of a god. There was even a faint glow flowing on his skin. His eyes flashed with 1,000 different colors of colored glass. As he stared at Wang Baol, a deep sense of familiarity appeared in second senior brother's eyes. 16th junior brother. Greetings, second senior brother. Wang Baol and his second senior brother met each other's eyes, and their bodies trembled instinctively. Deep in their hearts, they did not know why, but they seemed to sense the deep sense of familiarity in each other's eyes, which contained a hint of sadness. For some reason, they also felt a sense of sadness, and they greeted each other softly. 16th junior brother, stay in the raging flame galaxy peacefully and treat this place as your home. The second senior brother stared at Wang Baol, and his words came out of nowhere. His junior brother, Wang Baol, was stunned, and just as he was about to speak, 15, who was beside him, sighed. Second senior brother, you said the same thing to me when I came here. In the end, a depressed look appeared on 15's face, disrupting Wang Baol's thoughts. At the same time, the second senior brother, who was floating in midair, a look of sadness and complexity flashed across his face. He didn't say anything. He just bent over and nodded gently at 15. Wang Baol, on the other hand, strangely didn't see his second senior brother bend over. If he had, he would have been shocked and his heart would have been in turmoil. It was obvious that, as his second senior brother, he was bending over his junior brother. There was something extremely illogical about his actions, but Wang Baol didn't see it at all. As for 15, it was unknown if he didn't see it either. After he finished speaking, he pursed his lips and started muttering again. Second senior brother, Master has gone out again. I've secretly observed him before. I believe that Master must have gone out to look for those unreliable cultivation techniques again. This time, I feel that I won't be able to escape this calamity, 15 said with a sad face. 15 sighed again. Before he left, he said that he would come back to give me a surprise. Hearing that, second senior brother smiled and didn't say a word. Seeing that, Wang Baol didn't want to interrupt. However, deep down, he was thinking that perhaps it was because of this matter that 15 kept ridiculing him along the way. He also hoped that he would join him in ridiculing him. After all, the example of 13th senior brother made Wang Baol hesitate about the blazing flame ancestors cultivation technique. Even though he didn't say it out loud, he still felt that the other party wasn't reliable. This feeling had just risen, and 15th had just finished ridiculing him. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the surrounding void. It landed in Wang Baol's ears like a bolt of lightning. It made him shudder. When he raised his head, he immediately saw that behind 15th, the void distorted and formed the figure of a woman. The woman wore a long purple dress. Although she wasn't extremely beautiful, she gave off a sense of decisiveness and determination. She was like a heavy sword that hadn't been unsheathed. She was steady and didn't lack a sense of dominance. If 11th senior sister's dominance was apparent, then the dominance of the woman before him was deep in her bones. She wouldn't reveal it easily, but once she did, she would never look back. Her cold snort and appearance immediately made 15th shudder. He quickly turned to the woman behind him and bowed deeply. Greetings, eldest senior sister. Greetings, eldest senior sister. There was a complicated look on second senior brother's face that Wang Baol couldn't see. He sighed softly and bowed his head in greeting. The degree of respect he showed could be seen from the way he bent his back nearly 90 degrees. However, that was not what Wang Baol saw. Therefore, he did not have any unexpected thoughts. Instead, he paid his respects to the head disciple of the blazing flame ancestor before him. 15. Master asked you to welcome 16th junior brother. What about you? You've been complaining all the way. Now, you're making wild guesses about Master. Are you asking for a beating again? The woman's figure gathered and appeared in the tower. She berated 15. Then turned to look at Wang Baol. Her expression was no longer stern, but gentle. 16th junior brother, please rise. I'm your eldest senior sister. Master may not be around often, but if you encounter any problems in the future, you can come and ask me. Treat this place as your home. Wang Baol agreed immediately. He raised his head to look at the eldest senior sister in front of him, and a sense of respect rose from the bottom of his heart. She was the most upright person he had seen on his journey. 15, who was standing beside him, pursed his lips when he heard that. He seemed to be a little unconvinced after being reprimanded, and he muttered to himself, Eldest senior sister, why are you making such a big deal out of nothing? Master isn't around, so he can't hear what I'm saying. Eldest senior sister turned her head and glared at 15. 15 shrunk his neck and didn't dare speak again. Eldest senior sister turned around and gave Wang Baol a few words of advice before waving her hand. 15th and 16th, you can go back. I have something else to discuss with your second senior brother. Yes, sir. 15th replied in a depressed tone. He left the tower with Wang Baol, who had bid farewell to the two of them. However, before he left, the godlike second senior brother floated in midair. He gave Wang Baol a stick of incense as a greeting gift. He also told him that once the incense was lit, cultivating beside him would allow him to double his cultivation with half the effort. Then, as Wang Baol thanked him and left, 15 stared at Wang Baol's back and suddenly said something softly that made Wang Baol shudder. Baol, no matter what Master's personality is, in my opinion, he is a lonely person. Wang Baol was stunned. While he was deep in thought, 15 began to mutter beside him. He's lonely, torturing us disciples every day. Let's go, 16. I'll send you back to your tower. As he spoke, 15 seemed to have inadvertently interrupted Wang Baol's thoughts and brought him out of the tower. At that moment, only second senior brother and eldest senior sister were left in the tower. Eldest senior sister didn't speak. Instead, she turned her head and stared. It was as if her gaze could penetrate the tower and see Wang Baol, who was walking further and further away as 15 rambled on. She stared at eldest senior sister, who was floating in midair and cultivating the Tao of incense. She was like a god, and as long as there was a trace of incense in her body, she would be immortal. Her eyes were filled with grief and sorrow, and her heart ached. He lowered his head and bowed deeply to the expressionless eldest senior sister before him. Disciple greets master. If Wang Baol had been there, he would have been shocked when he heard this. His heart would have been filled with unprecedented waves of shock and confusion. However, it was a pity that he, who had left this place, naturally didn't know about this. The eldest senior sister, whom the second senior brother called master, turned her head and looked at the second senior brother solemnly. Second junior brother, are you muddle-headed in your cultivation of the supreme Tao? I am your eldest senior sister, not master. Second senior brother fell silent upon hearing that. Bitterness surfaced on his face. Finally, he sighed softly and bowed once more. However, he did not say a word. Eldest senior sister fell silent as well. She turned her head and continued looking in the direction Wang Baol had left. After a long while, she suddenly smiled. Second brother, is the raging flame galaxy now a little livelier? If there are no accidents, there will be another little fellow coming in a while. When that happens, our place will be even livelier, she said. Eldest senior sister's smile became even happier. Second brother, who was standing at the side, stared at her smile and slowly calmed down. It had been a very, very long time since he had seen the person he respected the most in his life. A truly happy smile appeared on his face, and he gradually revealed a smile as well. When his smile appeared, he also heard the person he respected the most in his life mumble softly. This time, I will protect you. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Wang Baol was naturally unaware of what had happened in second senior brother's tower. At that moment, he was even more confused about the raging flame galaxy. He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. No matter how he tried to recall, he couldn't find the exact feeling. Fortunately, after meeting second senior brother and eldest senior sister, Wang Baol felt that his senior brothers and sisters in the raging flame galaxy were at least the same as the 12th senior sister. In fact, they were even more reliable. It was the same for both eldest senior sister and second senior brother. The latter left a deeper impression on Wang Baol. He had seen and experienced many things over the years, but this was the first time he had seen a living being like second senior brother. A god born from incense, undying and indestructible. Wang Baol's eyes revealed a hint of yearning. At the same time, the image of eldest senior sister appeared in his mind. The decisiveness and dominance that she exuded with just a few words. It was definitely not because of her title as his eldest senior sister. It was obvious that it had something to do with her cultivation. In the raging flame galaxy, other than master, there are 3 other star domains. Wang Baol took a deep breath. His second senior brother didn't give him a strong feeling, but he could vaguely make a judgment. However, the fluctuations of the star domains from his third senior brother and eldest senior sister gave him a strong feeling. There's also that fourth senior brother who's out training. I wonder if he's also from the star field. Wang Baol was excited. He felt that even though the raging flame galaxy was very strange, such power was enough to allow him to do whatever he wanted while he was out. With that thought in mind, he felt comforted. He felt that it was understandable that even the strong might have some weird quirks. However, just as Wang Baol was consoling himself, 15, who was leading the way, sighed and scowled. He turned to glance at Wang Baol and muttered, "What bad luck. Why did I see eldest senior sister in second senior brother's tower? Sci-16, let me tell you, eldest senior sister. She's a lunatic." Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. Along the way, he had realized that his 15th senior brother was basically a chatterbox with a belly full of complaints. However, he had just arrived, so he couldn't say anything. Therefore, he could only smile bitterly at the side. "You're still smiling?" When 15th saw Wang Baol's smile, he was a little dissatisfied. He seemed to feel that Wang Baol didn't believe him, so he wasn't convinced. He looked around and spoke quietly. 16th senior brother said, "All this for your own good. Eldest senior sister is indeed a lunatic. If I were to tell you that once she goes crazy, even master will have a headache. Would you believe me?" This Wang Baol didn't know if his master had a headache, but at that moment he had a headache. He really couldn't answer. If he said he believed her, it would be disrespectful to his master and eldest senior sister. If he said he didn't believe her, senior brother 15, the talkative bean sprout in front of him, would definitely not stop. Fortunately, there was no need for Wang Baol to answer. After 15 finished speaking quietly, he seemed to recall something. Suddenly, he beat his chest and stomped his feet in front of Wang Baol. He looked like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, and he sighed. "It's not eldest senior sister's fault. It's all master's fault. 16th junior brother, senior brother, let me tell you the truth. That master of ours is especially unreliable. You've seen it on the way here. I don't believe that you don't have thoughts in your heart. 16th junior brother, the tradition of our raging flame galaxy is to speak one's mind. Tell senior brother the truth. Do you also think that master is unreliable?" 15 looked at Wang Baol with anticipation. His face was almost filled with the words, "Quickly come and acknowledge me." Wang Baol frowned slightly. The other party had spoken so many times, making it difficult for him to respond. However, if he didn't say anything, his 15th senior brother wouldn't give up. Therefore, he could only sigh. 15th senior brother, Baol is new here. There are many things that he doesn't understand. However, I still feel that all of this must be due to master's benevolence and deep meaning. As Wang Baol spoke tactfully under 15th's lead, they arrived in front of the tower that belonged to him. There were large trees covered in red leaves planted outside the tower, making the tower that was hidden inside look different under the light of the setting sun in the sky. At the same time, the place was filled with life. Other than the trees, there were also some fire ladybugs dancing in the air. They were very agile. Perhaps they had sensed that someone had arrived and dispersed in the air. Some flew away, while others landed on the red leaves. Upon arriving, seeing that he was unable to gain Wang Baol's approval, a look of anger appeared on 15's face. "Little 16, what do you want senior brother to say about you? Forget it. Forget it. You'll know in the future. Let me tell you." This time, before master left, he said that he was going to some ruins to search for cultivation techniques. Once he succeeded, the cultivation techniques that he brought back aren't just for me to cultivate. There's also you. You'll know if you're reliable or not when the time comes. As he said that, 15 sighed and shook his head with a sad face. He ignored Wang Baol. As Wang Baol bowed and sent him off, he waved his hand and turned to leave. After a few breaths, Wang Baol stood up and looked at the back view of his 15th senior brother. He only took a deep breath after he had completely disappeared from his sight. He recalled everything that had happened since he had arrived. He couldn't help but raise his hand and rub the space between his brows. Helplessness and exhaustion appeared on his face, and his eyes gradually stopped hiding the puzzlement in them. He felt that apart from a few of his fellow disciples, most of them were extremely strange. This was especially so for his 15th senior brother, who seemed to be trying to get him to agree with his theory and say something unreliable about his master. This was very strange. Wang Baol, who wasn't stupid to begin with, had long become vigilant. Naturally, he wouldn't go along with what the other party had said. However, the other party's actions along the way, especially the words he had said before he left, still, it had affected Wang Baol somewhat. Searching for cultivation techniques from the ruins, Wang Baol hesitated for a moment, recalling how his 13th and 14th senior brothers looked like a giant tree and a rock. He had a faint premonition that something bad was about to happen. In this premonition, Wang Baol stood under the tree in front of the tower. His eyes flickered imperceptibly for a moment. Then he sighed and muttered to himself, "Is master really unreliable? That's impossible. After saying that, he rubbed the space between his brows again. He decided not to think about it for now. He planned to observe the raging flame galaxy before his master returned and make a decision. With that thought in mind, Wang Baol turned and followed the path between the trees to the end. He pushed open the door to the tower and entered his residence in the raging flame galaxy. After he left, among the red leaves in front of the tower, one of the fire ladybugs flapped its wings and flew up from the leaves. It seemed to glance at Wang Baol's tower. It circled leisurely in midair and flew into the distance. After it left, the other fire ladybugs in the area instantly became blurry and disappeared without a trace. It was as if they were all fake. Only the one that flew away was real. However, the moment the fire ladybugs disappeared, the door to the tower opened abruptly. Wang Baol's figure appeared there. He stared at the leaves on the trees where the fire ladybugs had been resting, and a profound look appeared in his eyes. There must be something wrong with the raging flame galaxy. Wang Baol's words seemed to be unintentional, but in reality, he had said it deliberately. After seeing with his own eyes that a large tree and a stone were all his senior brothers, he had instinctively suspected that there was something wrong with the trees when he had arrived at the tower, or perhaps among the fire ladybugs, there were also his senior brothers. After all, even though fourth senior brother had gone out to gain experience, based on the weird personalities of his senior brothers and senior sisters, turning into a tree or a ladybug in front of someone else's house could be considered a form of experience. Seeing that the fire ladybugs were gone, Wang Baol's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and walked back to the tower. However, the moment he entered the tower, the image of the little Missy that he had returned from before he left Earth appeared in his mind. She was extremely happy and even laughed with extreme excitement. Wang Baol, oh Wang Baol, I've been holding it in for a long time. Your cleverness has backfired, and you've finally fallen into a trap. Ha 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 ha. You have such a day. No, I must celebrate. What's going on? Wang Baol was stunned. He had a bad feeling about this. Little Missy used to refer to herself as this queen. This was the first time Wang Baol had heard her call herself this queen. This title gave Wang Baol an even more ominous feeling. He could imagine that if a woman who placed great importance on herself didn't even care about her image, it was enough to show that she was extremely excited and happy, to the point of dancing with joy. She had forgotten about her image. The other side was about to celebrate. As a result, combined with the words, "Today will come for you too," in her words, Wang Baol's breathing became a little chaotic. He immediately asked carefully, "Beautiful, kind, gentle, virtuous, and not lacking in grace and integrity, little Missy. Can you tell me what happened?" Wang Baol looked at little Missy, who had jumped out of her mask and was stomping her feet excitedly. She suppressed the closeness in her heart and put on a sincere expression. "Do you want to know?" Hearing Wang Baol's words and seeing how he looked sincere but could not hide the anxiety in his heart, little Missy felt extremely comfortable. In fact, ever since she had followed Wang Baol, other than being able to be smug at the beginning, she had been dealt a blow every single time. If the blow had been intentional, it would have been fine. She could have turned hostile, but she had been dealt an invisible blow every single time. This had driven her crazy countless times. Now that she had finally seen with her own eyes that Wang Baol had fallen into a pit, other than the excitement in her heart, she also felt a strong sense of excitement. Therefore, when she asked the question, Wang Baol quickly nodded his head. Little Missy blinked her eyes. "I won't tell you." Hearing that, Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. He wanted to play hard to get. However, based on his understanding of little Missy, there was still some skill in using this method of playing hard to get. Therefore, he sighed in his heart, "I'm gonna go with the good-looking guy." Thinking of this, his expression slowly emerged with emotion. Eyes more affectionate, staring at the little sister, softly opened his mouth. "Little sister, do you know how lucky I am to be able to hear your carefree, pure, and lovely laughter in such a selfish, hypocritical, and deceitful starry Dao domain? So, little Missy, you don't have to tell me that Baol only has one request. You can smile for a little longer, and in the future, you will be able to smile the way you do today. Wang Baol said in a deep, loving whisper. He slowly approached little Missy. Every word he said seemed to contain a strange power. When little Missy heard it, she started to feel nervous for no reason. This nervousness made little Missy very uncomfortable, and she glared at him. Fatty, do you think that I can be bribed with just a few words of flattery? Impossible. Wang Baol smiled warmly when he heard that. He walked up to little Missy and raised his hand. Just as she seemed to be evading his gaze, he tugged at little Missy's illusory figure's hair and murmured softly, "Little Missy, did you know that in my eyes, there were no stars in this world? However, every time I think of you, a star will appear, and the sky will be filled with stars." As soon as she said that, little Missy's body trembled and she took a few steps back. She was extremely nervous, but she put on a disgusted expression and waved her hands repeatedly. Stop, Fatty. I didn't realize that you were so curious." Little Missy coughed to hide her nervousness and glanced at Wang Baol. Hearing that, Wang Baol thought to himself, "Isn't this what you wanted to see? I have no choice but to use my all-conquering beauty trap." However, on the surface, he put on a bitter smile and cupped his fists at little Missy. "Little Missy, please clarify my doubts." After calming herself down, she saw that Wang Baol's attitude was rather sincere. Therefore, little Missy sat at the side and waved her right hand. She grabbed a bottle of ice spirit water out of nowhere and sipped it. Her eyes blinked repeatedly, and she did not hide her gloating. After scanning Wang Baol's body, she put down the ice spirit water and coughed. "Sigh, my shoulders are a little sore." As soon as she said that, Wang Baol, who was shocked by the scene of little Missy taking out the ice spirit water, felt his face twitch. His body disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already behind little Missy. He quickly pinched her gently. Enjoying Wang Baol's service and drinking the ice spirit water, little Missy was satisfied and told him the whole story. "Fatty, after you came to the Raging Flame Galaxy, did you feel that this place was filled with oddities and confusion? You saw your senior brothers and sisters. Even though some of them were normal, most of them still made you feel that there was something wrong with their personalities, as if there was something wrong with their brains, right? Even that old bull, you also felt that there was something strange in your heart. Am I right?" Little Missy said with a smile. Wang Baol fell silent. He sighed and nodded. "Let me tell you something, Fatty. The Blazing Flame Ancestor's reputation is not small in the entire Weiyang Dao domain. There are many rumors about him. Some people say that his hometown was completely destroyed by the Weiyang clan, and all his disciples died. However, there are also some who say that his disciples did not die, but were heavily injured and in a deep sleep. There are also some who say that the Blazing Flame Ancestor later took in more disciples. There is even a saying that the disciples of the Blazing Flame Ancestor are indeed dead. However, he used his great dermic powers to collect the remnant souls and set up the Blazing Flame Galaxy. In reality, it is a huge soul-trapping array formation. It is specially prepared for his disciples so that they can continue to exist here. These words entered Wang Baol's ears, causing him to pause in his hand that was massaging little Missy's shoulders. There are all sorts of theories and opinions. Which one is the truth? Other than your senior brother Chun Qingzi's level of cultivation, no one can see through it. Due to the Blazing Flame Ancestor's eccentric personality, it has become a taboo. Those who can see through the truth will not spread it. However, other than those mighty figures, I should be the only one who knows the truth. As little Missy said this, a complicated and emotional expression appeared on her face. She put down the ice spirit water. She didn't allow Wang Baol to continue massaging her shoulders. Instead, she seemed to have thought of something, and reminiscence appeared in her eyes as she muttered to herself. "Baol, the Blazing Flame Ancestor is actually quite pitiful. His story was something that my father said to himself when he passed by this galaxy. I heard it. In reality, all the rumors outside are incorrect. Your senior brothers and sisters in the Raging Flame Galaxy aren't severely injured and in a deep sleep. They weren't forced to leave their remnant souls behind, and they weren't illusory. The real answer is that everyone here is an avatar of the blazing flame ancestor. Other than his second disciple, all the other disciples are his avatars. Even the old bull that received you is also an avatar of the blazing flame ancestor. My father also said that the blazing flame ancestor is a lonely person. He has spent his entire life using countless avatars to build a world to accompany himself. When Wang Baol heard this, his heart shook violently. The strange and confused thoughts in his mind were instantly dispelled. They turned into waves in his heart and attacked his soul. The truth made him unable to calm down. He had never expected that all of this was not a lie, nor was it a remnant soul. Instead, it was a one-man show. Not only are your senior brothers and senior sisters the embodiment of the blazing flame ancestor's clone, in the entire blazing flame galaxy, every plant and every living thing is basically his clone. There are also the trees and the fire ladybugs outside just now. If I'm not wrong, they are also one of your master's clones. Little Missy seemed to have recovered from her momentary depression. Her eyes were filled with intelligence and craftiness as she looked at Wang Baol. So, Fatty, you're finished. Your cleverness just now was misjudged by your cleverness. You thought that if you spoke intentionally and someone heard you from the side, it would show your integrity. However, when I was in the vast expanse Tao Palace, I heard the old sect lord say that even though the blazing flame ancestor's cultivation was strong, he was a narrow-minded person. Even though the second half of your sentence was impossible, the first half of your sentence was enough. Wang Baol was a little confused. On one hand, he was still immersed in the story that little Missy had told him and the blazing flame ancestor's grief. On the other hand, he had no choice but to divert his attention to think about whether he had been fooled by his own cleverness. This multitasking gave him a headache. He raised his head and rubbed the space between his brows. Just as he was about to think of a solution, he quickly raised his brows. That's not right. Seventh senior brother was indeed beaten badly. This can't be fake, right? Could it be that Master beat himself up for fun? And once a month. It's fine if you beat yourself up, but you can't possibly kneel down for yourself, right? Wang Baol looked at little Missy suspiciously. It wasn't that he didn't believe what she had said, however. He still felt that there might be some other problems. For example, Old Bull and 15. Wang Baol felt that it was an unreasonable point. He had seen 15 bow down to Old Bull with utmost respect when he had seen 15 bow down to Old Bull with his own eyes. Such a matter of him bowing down to him. Wang Baol also had a clone, so after thinking about it, he felt that the blazing flame ancestor wouldn't do it. Faced with Wang Baol's hesitation, little Missy chuckled. She didn't explain further. After yawning, she returned to the mask in a flash. However, before she disappeared, she left a sentence behind. Whether it's true or not, wait until you meet the blazing flame ancestor and see if he makes things difficult for you. Then you'll know. Listening to little Missy's words and watching her figure disappear, Wang Baol thought for a moment. He was still skeptical, and he decided to wait for the blazing flame ancestor to summon him and observe carefully. He had this thought in mind. He sized up the layout of the tower. The tower was divided into 4 levels. The first level at the bottom was considered a living room. The layout was simple, but it didn't lack a sense of grandeur. Even the seats were made of special wood, and spirit chi could be emitted from them. In particular, there was clearly a spirit gathering formation inside the tower, which caused the spiritual energy in the outside world to gather here, making the spiritual energy in the tower so dense that it reached an astonishing level. Logically speaking, this level of spiritual energy should have turned into spiritual liquid and spread in all directions. However, the design of the tower clearly took this into account. Through an unknown method, it formed a staircase that was surrounded by stairs. The water of the waterfall that ran through the 4 stories could be drunk directly, as it was basically spirit chi turning into liquid. As a result, even though the tower was not completely quiet, the sound of the water flow was more natural, especially compared to the heat in the outside world. The coolness inside the tower made cultivating inside more comfortable. As for the second story, there were pill formulas and tool rooms. Other than that, there were 3 empty rooms that could be matched according to different needs. The third story was the main point. The entire third story was divided into two parts. One was a secret chamber for seclusion, the other was the martial arts practice hall, which could be used to test one's abilities and techniques. After strolling through the first 3 levels, Wang Baol was very satisfied with the place. He felt the coolness of the place and the comfortable feeling of spirit chi entering his body on its own. He walked up to the top level of the tower. Could be considered a semi-spacious layout. It was like a loft. The surroundings were empty. Standing there, one could see the world from afar. It was getting late outside, and the sun in the sky had been replaced by a bright moon. However, unlike the Federation, there were more than a dozen moons in the sky, each of which had a different shape. They hung high in the sky, looking very strange. At the same time, they illuminated the earth, making the vast blazing star appear bright and clean. At the same time as night fell, the hot sky during the day began to cool down rapidly. It was getting colder and colder. It was easy to imagine that by midnight, the temperature in the outside world would have dropped by quite a bit. This polarized climate might affect many creatures, but it was extremely beneficial for cultivators. It could allow their cultivation to fuse yin and yang. Not only would their cultivation speed be faster, but it would also be more stable. Overall, this place is basically a holy land for cultivation. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He was even more satisfied as he sat cross-legged in the attic on the top floor. He didn't think about the strange things that were happening here. He didn't think about the story little Missy had told him about the blazing flame ancestor. Instead, he calmed himself down, breathed in and out silently, and began his cultivation. As he cultivated, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the planet realm. It swam slowly within his body, and the planets behind him gradually materialized. At first glance, it looked like a Tao star, but upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the 9 ancient planets within. Now, they were all vibrating slowly, as if they were breathing. They were absorbing the surrounding spirit chi in a large scale. Back in the starry skies, Wang Baol had created a vast whirlpool when he was cultivating. However, there was sufficient spirit chi here, and his tower itself was unique. Therefore, the whirlpool did not appear, but one could still see the spirit chi flowing into his body. It surged from all directions and entered his body. Time passed slowly. Soon, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Wang Baol did not open his eyes, nor did he go out. He had even been meditating all along, as a large amount of spirit chi continued to flow into his body. Although his cultivation had not improved much, he had gradually stabilized his cultivation from the mid-stage. 1 day of cultivation is like half a year of cultivation in the Federation. Wang Baol opened his eyes. He could not hide his emotions. According to his calculations, he would only need to enter seclusion for 100 years. He would not need any pills or fortune. He would be able to advance from the mid-stage to the late stage. 100 years might be a long time, but the speed was astonishing. After all, he knew very well that if he were in the Federation, it would be very difficult for him to reach the late stage of the planet realm. It's just that I lack cultivation techniques at the planet realm. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. This was one of the reasons why he had come to the Raging Flame Galaxy. Planet cultivation techniques were classified as mystic arts to any sect. Although Wang Baol had mastered some of the cultivation techniques of the dark sect, most of them weren't suitable for him. Therefore, he wanted to gain something from the hands of the Raging Flame ancestor here. With this thought in mind, Wang Baol cultivated for another 4 days. It wasn't until the morning of his 8th day in the Raging Flame Galaxy that the sound of a bell rang in the distance. Wang Baol's mind trembled violently, and an old voice rang out in his mind. It reverberated in his mind. "Disciples, I have returned. Come and see me as soon as possible." Wang Baol opened his eyes abruptly. He could tell that it was his master, the Blazing Flame ancestor. The doubts that he had buried deep in his heart surfaced once again. However, he quickly suppressed them. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and left the tower quickly. As he left, figures flew out from the other towers one after another. They headed straight for the Blazing Flame ancestor's tower in the center. It wasn't far to begin with, so as streaks of rainbow neared. Soon, Wang Baol and his fellow disciples arrived outside the blazing flame ancestor's tower. Wang Baol saw the domineering eldest senior sister, the godlike second senior brother, the little fire bull-like third senior brother, fifth senior sister, sixth senior brother, seventh senior brother, 12th senior sister, and 15th senior brother. Other than the 13th and 4th senior brothers who didn't appear, there were 13 people in total, including Wang Baol. All of them had respectful expressions on their faces as they stood in front of the tower. They looked very normal. Wang Baol couldn't help but glance over them one by one. The words of little Missy surfaced in his mind. These are all Master's clones? Wang Baol hesitated again. He saw 15 winking at him and the smiles of the other senior brothers and senior sisters. He instinctively cupped his fists and bowed. Before he could speak, the ancient voice of the blazing flame ancestor came from within the tower. "Come in, all of you." As his voice reverberated in the air, the door to the tower opened silently, revealing the blazing flame ancestor sitting at the head of the hall. He was dressed in a long robe of flames, and his hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His opened eyes seemed to contain a faint fire. Just his aura alone gave Wang Baol immense pressure. His mind trembled, and he put away all his thoughts. He followed his senior brothers and senior sisters in front of him and quickly entered the hall. As soon as he entered, his senior brothers and senior sisters immediately knelt down before the blazing flame ancestor and greeted him loudly. "Greetings, Master." Wang Baol quickly knelt down and greeted him as well. At the same time, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at the blazing flame ancestor and the other senior brothers and senior sisters around him. Suspicion flashed across the depths of his eyes. According to what little Missy said, almost everything in the blazing flame galaxy is a clone of Master. That's why the fire ladybug is the same. After hearing what I said, even if I don't doubt it, the Master that little Missy mentioned is a petty person who likes to hold grudges. Will he make things difficult for me? Wang Baol felt a headache coming on. On the one hand, he sighed secretly. On the other hand, he was skeptical. As he looked at the blazing flame ancestor, who was seated at the head of the table, swept his gaze across the disciples before finally looking at Wang Baol. A warm smile slowly appeared on his face. "Baol, have you settled all the matters at home? If you need help from Master, you can tell me." "Thank you, Master." In reply, "I have already settled the matters at home," Wang Baol immediately said respectfully. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, looking at it this way, Master doesn't seem to be angry. Could it be that little Missy's words were not true? We don't dare to continue pestering the purple gold civilization. The follow-up compensation should be sent over very soon. You can just accept it. The blazing flame ancestor smiled. He didn't hide his admiration for Wang Baol. His tone was very gentle. "Thank you, Master." Wang Baol took a deep breath. He was very grateful for the concern and help the blazing flame ancestor had shown him. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply once more. "There's no need for this between you and me, Master and disciple." The blazing flame ancestor smiled. He raised his right hand and waved it, transforming it into a gentle force that helped Wang Baol up. Then, he turned to look at Wang Baol's eldest senior sister. "Dong-er, I often go into seclusion and I often go out. So, in the future, if I'm not around, you have to help me teach this little junior brother of yours." Eldest senior sister's expression turned serious when she heard that. She nodded solemnly and looked at Wang Baol sternly. 16th junior brother, regardless of cultivation or other aspects, if you have any problems, you can come to me immediately. "Thank you, senior sister." Wang Baol looked at the eldest senior sister in front of him. She looked stern, but he could still feel the care and concern in her eyes. He could not help but clasp his fists and bow. At the same time, he could not help but doubt little Missy's words once again. Just as Wang Baol was clasping his fists, 15, who was beside him, curled her lips and muttered softly, 16, you're going to be unlucky. 15. 15 had barely finished muttering when 12th senior sister, who was beside him, glared at him and shouted in a low voice. 15 immediately scowled and wanted to speak. However, when he raised his head, he saw the solemn expression on eldest senior sister's face. He also saw his master raise his right hand to stroke his beard. He couldn't help but shrink his neck, as if he didn't dare speak. Master, although 15 is mischievous, he has been diligent during this period of time. He's much better than before. Seeing how 15 was behaving, 12th senior sister seemed to soften her heart. After bowing to her master, she spoke gently. The moment her words left her mouth, 15 hurriedly raised her head and threw him a look of gratitude. Wang Baol saw all of this, and he couldn't help but feel even more hesitant. According to what little Missy had said, everyone standing before him now was actually his master. However, their interactions with each other were too real. While Wang Baol was at a loss, 7th senior brother suddenly laughed. Master, I say that little 15 needs to be taught a lesson. A few days ago, when he brought 16th junior brother to my place, I heard him say bad things about you. 7th senior brother, you? 15 wanted to cry but had no tears. He hurriedly bowed to his master. Master, I was wronged. Master, I heard it too, said 3rd senior brother, who didn't wait for 15th to finish speaking. That's right, master. 15th did say it. That's right, that's right. I can swear that I heard it too. The other senior brothers and sisters also began to speak. All of them had different expressions on their faces. Some had smiles on their faces, while others coughed dryly to add fuel to the fire. In short, everyone in the grand hall was very quick-witted, especially 2nd senior brother. He coughed and spoke softly. Master, little 15 might have done it unintentionally. 2nd senior brother, you can't do this. 16. Tell me, did I say anything bad about master? 15 was anxious and pulled Wang Baol. Wang Baol blinked, feeling even more confused. He didn't think that all of this was a one-man show no matter how he looked at it. Now that he was being pulled by 15, he really didn't know how to speak. He could only laugh bitterly. Enough! As if he was having a headache over his disciples, the blazing flame ancestor rubbed the space between his brows. He spoke calmly and glared at little 15. After little 15 pretended to be wronged, the blazing flame ancestor looked back at Wang Baol. Baol, you've just arrived and aren't familiar with the blazing flame galaxy. You'll have to get used to the environment here in the future. Also, I've gone out this time and found a cultivation technique that suits you. The blazing flame ancestor waved his right hand, and 2 jade slips flew out. One flew towards Wang Baol, while the other flew straight towards 15. Wang Baol quickly caught them. He didn't wait to examine them. He saw 15, who seemed to be lowering his head, give him a quick look. The meaning behind that look was simple. It was as if he was saying, "Look, am I right? This technique is called the star sealing art. Even if I were to look at its power, it would be described as unfathomable. You and 15 will cultivate this technique." After the elder said that, he stroked his beard and stopped talking about the cultivation technique. Instead, he chatted with his disciples and asked them about their cultivation progress. The entire hall gradually became harmonious. Every disciple, after being questioned, would flatter them. Even eldest senior sister was no exception. This opened Wang Baol's eyes. He had a deeper understanding of the atmosphere in the raging flame galaxy. At the same time, the doubts and confusion in his heart deepened. It doesn't seem like it. Be it master or senior brothers and senior sisters, they all seem very normal. Besides, little Missy said that master is narrow-minded and would be angry because of what I said. However, this visit has been very gentle from the beginning to the end. Wang Baol secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He also had a vague feeling that little Missy might not have been telling him the truth. Perhaps what little Missy knows is just the past. Is it not like this now? Wang Baol thought to himself, after the blazing flame ancestor finished questioning the disciples. His gaze swept over Wang Baol. There was still a warm smile on his face as he spoke. Baol, the disciples that I have accepted do not need any ceremony. Everything goes according to one's heart. However, There is a custom that must be carried out. The guardian divine bull of the blazing flame galaxy was once my mount and was loyal to me. Over the years, I have long regarded it as a fellow Taoist. Therefore, all of you must treat it with respect, every single one of my disciples, after acknowledging me as their master, have to bathe the divine bull as a show of respect. Your senior brothers and sisters have all done the same. Now it's your turn. The blazing flame ancestor said amiably. Upon hearing that, Wang Bail quickly cupped his fists and acknowledged. The senior brothers and sisters beside him also looked emotional when they heard the blazing flame ancestor mention the matter. Senior Divine Ox has done too much for our blazing flame star system. Now that I think about it, the scene of me bathing Senior Divine Ox is still vivid in my mind. That's right. There was once when I was in danger, and it was Senior Divine Ox who saved me. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Back then, Master once said that the more thoroughly you bathe Senior Divine Ox, the more respect you will be able to show. Master, I request that you bathe Senior Divine Ox once more after 16th Junior Brother. Each senior brother and senior sister had their own memories. No matter how one looked at it, they all looked very real, especially 15th. He was the loudest, and his expression was extremely rich. Seeing this, Wang Bail felt that something was amiss, but he didn't think too much about it. After accepting the request, he chatted with his fellow disciples and the blazing flame ancestor in the grand hall. Finally, under the blazing flame ancestor's smile, they left. However, the moment they walked out of the grand hall's door, XV's expression turned into one of schadenfreude. He patted Wang Bail on the shoulder and coughed. He didn't say anything. The other senior brothers and senior sisters didn't pat him on the shoulder, but there was a strange look on their faces. They smiled at Wang Bail and left. As he watched his senior brothers and senior sisters leave, Wang Bail had a faint feeling that something wasn't right. This feeling wasn't right. After he left the area of the tower, flew into the air, and paid his respects to the fire bull, telling him why he had come. It exploded in his heart. That was because, after hearing that Wang Bail had been ordered to bathe him, the fire bull, which was originally of normal size, threw its head back and laughed loudly. Its body expanded infinitely in the next instant. In a few short breaths, its size reached the size of 3 to 5 planets. It floated in the starry sky, emitting buzzing sounds. Come, 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 little 16. Bathe this old cow. Remember to wash it thoroughly. I haven't been bathed in a long time. Wang Bail looked at the enormous old cow and felt a little dizzy. With its enormous body, if he were to bathe it personally, it would take at least a few months. Even if he had to bathe day and night, only then would he be able to completely bathe himself. This is a custom? Wang Bail was confused. He felt as if he had been physically punished. Wang Bail was a little dumbfounded. However, no matter how hard he tried to recall the previous events, he could not find any flaws. Be it his master or his other senior brothers and senior sisters, their words and actions were natural, making it difficult for him to differentiate between what was true and what was false. Even now, he felt that this seemed to be in line with what little Missy had said about being narrow-minded. Due to his previous words, she had given him corporal punishment. At the same time, he felt that perhaps this was really a custom. In any case, his heart was in a mess. It would have been fine if it hadn't been for little Missy's words, but with those words, he was still unable to differentiate between them. This made Wang Bail sigh inwardly. Forget it. Forget it. If I continue to hesitate, I'm afraid that there will be more trouble in the future. I might as well treat all my senior brothers and senior sisters as masters. The fire ladybug is, and so is this old cow before me. Wang Bail gritted his teeth. After confirming his thoughts, he looked at the old cow, whose body had become extremely large, and had a different opinion. I'll treat this old cow before me as master. After master heard my words, he came to punish me for giving him a bath. Wang Bail took a deep breath, put on an attentive smile, and flew toward the old cow's large body. He started to clean his hooves. Not bad, not bad. Little 16. Dig into the old bull's fingernails. You're a little weak. Little 16, work harder. That's right. That's how I feel comfortable. As Wang Baol worked hard to clean, the old bull's voice carried a sense of comfort as it reverberated continuously. While Wang Baol was busy with his work, he did not idle his mouth as he said flatteringly. As Wang Baol continued to flatter him, time passed slowly. Soon half a month passed. During this half a month, Wang Baol worked extremely hard. He didn't have much time to rest every day, and most of his energy was spent on the old bull. This made the old bull feel extremely comfortable physically and mentally. As for the blazing flame ancestor, he came once during this period of time. Then, in front of Wang Baol and the old bull, he turned into a long rainbow and left the blazing flame galaxy. He said that he was going out to reminisce with his old friends. After the blazing flame ancestor left, the old bull would occasionally ask some questions as if he was probing. Little 16, your master may have asked you to bathe me, but you just need to give me some thought. I actually don't need you to completely cleanse me. Senior bull, you're wrong. In my heart, master is like a father. I will obey his words without hesitation. If he asks me to cleanse your entire body, I will not let go of a single corner. Wang Baol said sternly. Don't talk about such lies. If your master is not in the raging flame galaxy, he won't be able to hear you. Old Nyo laughed, as if he knew Wang Baol very well. Wang Baol blinked when he heard that, and his expression instantly turned solemn. Senior Nyo, you are wrong again. Master's orders and the customs of the raging flame galaxy are only one reason. There is another reason. I am grateful to Senior Niu for his dedication and loyalty as Master's mount over the years. It is fine that I did not come before, but now that I am in the raging flame galaxy, I must show my respect to you. Come, Senior Nyo, don't move for now. There's a louse here. I'll deal with it for you. This darn louse dares to bite me, Senior Niu. I'm your sworn enemy. Senior Nyo, come and lift your feet. I'll clean the soles of your feet. Seeing Wang Baol like this, old Nyo was clearly even happier. Laughter rang out many times during this period of time. At the same time, he used different methods to probe Wang Baol. However, with Wang Baol's intention. Every time he would reply with straightforward words. Almost every sentence expressed his respect for his master. Other than the old bull, 15, and the other senior brothers and senior sisters would also come here occasionally to take a look. Every time they came, regardless of how they spoke, Wang Baol's reply would be filled with respect and passion for his master. Even though 15 had put on a look of wanting to puke a few times, Wang Baol still continued to suck up to him. Time passed again. Soon, a month had passed. During this month, Wang Baol had practically lived on the old ox's body. While he was cleaning him up, he had also spent a portion of his energy on researching the star sealing art given to him by the blazing flame ancestor. The star sealing art was very strange. As Wang Baol gained a deeper understanding of it and received guidance from the old ox from time to time, his initial ignorance gradually became deeper and deeper. Eventually, after he had studied and comprehended the entire star sealing art, his heart was already in turmoil because of the cultivation technique. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to describe the star sealing art as unfathomable. In simple terms, it was a seal. The cultivation technique was divided into 4 levels. They corresponded to the 4 levels of the planet's junior high school and the perfected stage. The first level of the planet's early stage was known as the meteorite sealing art. In general, it could seal meteorites, and eventually large amounts of meteorites could be used to seal them. It could be arranged to form an image that could be imagined at will. The image could be anything, and once it was fixed, it could not be changed. The more realistic it was, the greater its power. The more meteorites that formed the image, the greater its power. As a result, there were 2 problems involved. One was the need to seal a large number of meteorites, and the other was the need to choose the image that was to be arranged, and to choose one that he knew very well. Therefore, during the process of cleansing the old cow's entire body, Wang Baol naturally chose the old cow's figure as the shadow formed by his meteorite sealing spell. After all, as he washed every inch of the old cow's body, his level of understanding continued to increase. As a result, the degree of realism of the phantom image that was formed was basically at its peak. That became Wang Bao's motivation. How could he not put in more effort in cleaning and bathing the old cow? The star sealing art corresponded to the second level of the midstage planet, and its power was even greater. It was no longer used to seal meteorites. Instead, it could be used to seal the ordinary planets on the planet, using the ordinary planets to form the illusory image of the divine cow. Based on Wang Bao's judgment, its power was terrifying. As for the third level, it appeared to be similar. It was a sealed spirit and immortal planet, which formed the image of a divine ox. However, the difference in power was extremely great, according to the description in the cultivation technique. If it could attract enough spirit and immortal planets, it would be able to fight and suppress even high-level planet cultivators who were facing a special planet. However, before that, the limit of the cultivation technique was to seal the immortal planet. The special planet couldn't be sealed. Old Niu had once told Wang Bao that, based on his calculations, if Wang Bao, who had mastered the Tao planet, cultivated this technique, he might be able to break through the limit and reach an unprecedented level. After all, Wang Bao had fused with the Tao planet. Therefore, he was different from ordinary cultivators in terms of status. That wasn't the end of it. The fourth level of the star sealing art was a cultivation technique that pointed directly to the path of breaking through the stars. If he continued to cultivate the star sealing art step by step, it would be easier for him to break through planets and step into the stars. What shocked Wang Bao the most was that this cultivation technique seemed to only have these techniques and abilities that belonged to the level of planets. However, based on his judgment, the stars that formed the divine ox could be replaced by the stars. When he thought about the divine ox phantom that was formed by a large number of stars and how terrifying it was, even if there was a difference between it and a real old ox, as long as there were enough stars, there wouldn't be too much of a difference. Wang Bao was flabbergasted. After understanding all of this, Wang Bao had a deep understanding of the intention of his master, the blazing flame ancestor, for him to bathe the divine ox. Regardless of whether the divine bull before him was his master's clone or not, his master's intention was clear. He wanted him to understand the divine bull to a microscopic level that he was extremely familiar with while bathing the divine bull. This kind of meticulous control would undoubtedly allow him to cultivate the star sealing art more smoothly and with greater power. After all, old Niu himself was a mighty figure in the galaxy. A mighty figure in the galaxy would open up his mind and body to let him understand. Such opportunities were rarely seen. Even the great sects and clans found it difficult to do so for a disciple or clansman. They had to do it to such an extent. Therefore, even though Wang Bao's cultivation hadn't improved in the past month, his progress in the star sealing art had improved by leaps and bounds. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had improved by leaps and bounds. Time passed slowly as Wang Bao studied the star sealing art. Soon another month passed. During the second month, Wang Bao studied the star sealing art while bathing the old bull continuously. He flattered the old bull incessantly, causing the old bull to be in a good mood every day during this period of time. Laughter reverberated throughout the blazing flame main planet. Wang Bao's gains weren't limited to that. With the old bull's intentional reminder, Wang Bao began to catch the lice on the old bull's body. Little 16, the lice on the old bull's body aren't simple. Seeing that you've been working so hard these past few days, I'll reward you with the right to catch them. Hearing that, Wang Bao didn't understand the meaning behind the old cow's words, and he pursed his lips. Although it was called lice, it was actually a type of beetle. Its entire body was crimson red, and it contained flames. It looked ferocious, and it also had a sharp mouthpart. It was good at sucking blood, and its combat strength was basically comparable to that of a spirit realm cultivator. Its defense was especially astonishing. Once its body shrunk together and turned into a sphere, Wang Bao's full-strength attack was unable to damage it too much. Furthermore, its recovery ability was also extremely strong. Even if he was injured, he would quickly recover after absorbing blood. As for his size, it was also filled with strangeness. Could change in size. When the old cow's body was fully revealed, every louse was like a giant beast. After the old cow shrank, they would change and shrink on their own. To a certain extent, while the louse seemed to be parasitizing, It was more like they were following the old cow's will. This was not difficult to understand. Otherwise, with the old cow's cultivation, it would only take a single thought to kill them. There were many lice on the old bull's body. Wang Baol did a rough calculation and found that there were at least 10 million of them. This shocked him and made him sigh at the old bull's authority. However, very quickly, Wang Baol realized the old bull's intentions. That was because Wang Baol had immediately discovered the lice. It was troublesome to capture them using conventional methods. However, if he used the star sealing art that he had researched and tried to cultivate to seal them, it would be extremely fast and violent. It could rapidly increase his proficiency in the star sealing art. After all, even though there were quite a number of meteorites in the starry sky, they were all too big. To him, who had just tried to cultivate the star sealing art, the consumption of sealing a single meteorite was too great. It was far slower than sealing the lice. In terms of cost-effectiveness, sealing the lice was even more efficient. This discovery was verified, and after realizing that his cultivation speed in the star sealing art was astonishing, Wang Baol was overjoyed. Therefore, he worked even harder to catch the lice that were very suitable for him to use for his initial cultivation of the star sealing art. In the days that followed, while Wang Baol bathed the old cow, his star sealing art went from a state of study to a state of cultivation. Just like that, after 3 months, when Wang Baol had bathed and cleaned the old cow's entire body, the number of lice that he had caught had reached more than 10,000. As he continued to experiment with the star sealing art, he became more and more familiar with it. He wasn't far from reaching the level of perfection of the first level. The old bull had been flattered and flattered by Wang Baol over the past few months, and he felt extremely comfortable. At the same time, Wang Baol was also very clever. Every time he rested and returned to the tower whenever he met his fellow disciples, he would immediately look for any topics that could be used to flatter his master. He had basically reached the point where he would speak well of his master whenever he met anyone. Perhaps it was because of all of these factors that old Niu's body had gradually shrunk, reducing Wang Baol's workload and allowing him to complete the custom of the Raging Flame Galaxy. Within 3 months, he had completed the custom of the Raging Flame Galaxy. All of this gradually made Wang Baol's doubts regarding the one-man show that Little Missy had mentioned earlier turn into a 90% certainty. Even though he had seen 7th senior brother being beaten up many times over the past few months, he had also seen 15 being punished. However, he remained determined and continued to flatter and flatter her. With his hard work, the entire Raging Flame Galaxy had been in harmony over the past few months. Wang Baol himself had slowly gotten used to life in the Raging Flame Galaxy. At the same time, the Purple Gold Civilization had sent him an apology gift while he was bathing the old bull. The compensation was very heavy. The amount of red crystals used for cultivation alone had reached an astronomical figure. There were also a large number of pills and dermic artifacts. Other than that, there were 10 immortal stars and 100 mortal stars. These stars had already been refined. Other than the stars themselves, there was no other life on them. Therefore, it was extremely valuable to be able to allow cultivators at the perfected stage of the spirit immortal realm to perfectly fuse with them. It was clear that the Purple Gold Civilization didn't wish to offend the Blazing Flame ancestors' sincerity. To Wang Baol, the compensation was like a timely rain. It was of great significance to his cultivation of the star sealing art. As long as he could refine the star sealing art to the 2nd level, the 100 mortal stars would be sealed by him and become part of his divine ability. He wouldn't have to go out to search and deal with them. At the same time, once he cultivated to the 3rd level, he would have 10 immortal stars, which would increase the power of his star sealing art. The moment he received the apology, Wang Baol immediately realized that his master must have instructed him to do so. That was why the Purple Gold Civilization had sent him what he needed. I've made ample preparations. Next, I'll focus all my efforts on cultivating the 1st level of the star sealing art so that I can quickly master it. After putting away the Purple Gold Civilization's apology, Wang Baol took a deep breath. He began his seclusion after coming to the Raging Flame Galaxy. He went into seclusion for another 3 months. During these 3 months, Wang Baol didn't leave the tower. He focused all his efforts on cultivating, and he finally managed to cultivate the first level of the star-sealing art to perfection. In the training room in the tower, Wang Bail waved his hand, and the area of the training room expanded infinitely under the influence of the array formation. Tens of thousands of cow lice that had turned into small balls flew out and gathered in front of him. They formed the figure of the old bull. The bull's entire body was wreathed in flames. It was extremely realistic and lifelike. After it appeared, it let out a roar and exploded with a shocking aura. Its suppressive force spread in all directions. Wang Bail was also moved by it after sensing it. This kind of aura and suppressive force can already suppress all the cultivators on the spirit planets beneath the stars. Wang Bail was moved because the bull's image was only made up of lice and not meteorites. At the same time, he had not been augmented by his own Tao planet. The amount of cultivation he had expended was barely noticeable. Next, I need to fill in the meteorites outside every single cow louse so that the cow louse can hide inside. That way, the power of the divine cow shadow formed by the 10,000 meteorites will increase once again, threatening the owners of special planets. If I add in my Tao planet's augmentation, Wang Bail's eyes shone with a strange light. He felt that at this stage, he was basically at the planet grade and could ignore 99% of the cultivators. The only way to fight him was if he met a cultivator who had fused with an ancient planet and had reached the perfected planet grade. That's nothing. After 10,000 meteorites, I still have to seal an ordinary planet and fill it up, allowing the power of my star-sealing art to rise once again. It's a pity that the price to replace all of them with ordinary planets is too high. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. He muttered to himself. Although he said that the price was too high, deep down he was still eager to give it a try. That was because he realized that his cultivation of the star-sealing art was a little different from the description of the cultivation technique. When he had cultivated to the first level, he could only seal meteorites, and only when he reached the second level could he seal the mortal planet. However, at that moment, Wang Bail had a vague feeling that even if he had only cultivated to the first level with the help of the Tao Star, there was a certain possibility that he could attempt to seal a mortal planet. Such thoughts churned in his mind. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes and left the martial arts practice room in a flash. He stepped out of the tower and sent a voice transmission to his eldest senior sister. Then, he turned into a long rainbow and charged into the sky. He wanted to leave the Blazing Flame main star and search for meteorites in the Blazing Flame galaxy. He wanted to increase the level of his star-sealing art to its current level. As he was leaving, outside the edge of the Blazing Flame galaxy, a flying shuttle was rapidly approaching the Blazing Flame star system, emanating magical fluctuations. Inside the flying shuttle, Xianxia stood there, his eyes filled with determination and determination. As long as I can become the disciple of the Blazing Flame ancestor, even if it's just an in-name disciple, it's enough. That way, I'll belong to the same sect as that unknown expert. It'll be much easier to ask for his help. The Raging Flame galaxy was too large, and although Xianxia's flying shuttle wasn't slow, after entering the Raging Flame galaxy, he had some misgivings. He was worried that if he sped up, he would be regarded as arrogant and thus disliked by the Blazing Flame ancestor. Thus, he didn't dare to speed up too much and only maintained a uniform speed. Even so, in reality his speed wasn't slow. According to his estimation, he would be able to reach the Raging Flame main star in at most 4 months. Blazing Flame ancestor went through a drastic change. He has a great enmity with the Weiyang clan, so his personality has become strange and temperamental. Although I have come into contact with him many times, I cannot judge an old monster like him based on common sense. Xianxia stood in the flying shuttle. He took a deep breath. He had prepared a great gift for this time's apprenticeship. Although he felt that the possibility of success was not small, he was still worried about gains and losses. After all, whether or not he succeeded this time was related to his father's life and death. He could not help but feel anxious. As a result, during this period of time, he had stopped all business arrangements outside. There are too many rumors about the Blazing Flame Patriarch. However, according to my judgment, those disciples of the Blazing Flame Patriarch did indeed fall. However, they did not die, but left a remnant soul behind. Now, the Blazing Flame Patriarch has placed them in his galaxy and put them away for protection. The expert I'm looking for should be one of them. There's a 70% chance that he's his second disciple, the spirit son of deity. Xianxia seemed to be deep in thought. After a long while, he sighed. Even though every step is difficult, it's not like I don't have any helpers. I heard that Wang Baol has already taken the Blazing Flame Ancestor as his master. That fatty is greedy and lustful, so he should be able to be bribed. He might even know some insider information. Xianxia's spirits were lifted. He felt that his plan was very likely to be realized. Just as Xianxia was thinking about Wang Baol, who had transformed into a long rainbow and was flying in the starry sky beside the Blazing Flame main star a few months away, shuddered and sneezed. Someone is thinking about me. Wang Baol paused and looked around suspiciously. He didn't notice anything unusual. He scratched his head, thinking that this was the Blazing Flame star system, his master's territory. No one should dare provoke him. There really is someone who is blind. HMPH, the other party might not know that all the existences here are my master. Wang Baol coughed, ignoring the mental connection he had just sensed. The figure that had turned into a rainbow sped up once again, whistling into the distance. His target was the meteorite belt next to the star in the Fiery Spirit civilization located in the 137th district of the Raging Flame Galaxy, located in the southeast of the Raging Flame Galaxy, outside the Raging Flame main planet. According to the jade slip he had obtained from the Raging Flame Galaxy, the asteroid belt contained a large number of meteorites, enough for him to select a suitable one for sealing. The Raging Flame Galaxy's 137th region. Wang Baol, who was speeding along, thought about the Raging Flame Galaxy that he had learned about during this period of time. There were a total of 449 stars in the Raging Flame Galaxy. Each star was a civilization, and there was life in it. They had been dependent on the Blazing Flame Ancestor for all these years. While they respected the Blazing Flame Ancestor as their leader, they also had to pay tribute every year. In exchange, they received the protection of the Blazing Flame Ancestor. The Searing Spirit Civilization in District 137 was one of them. The strongest among them had a cultivation base at the late stage of the star. There were also several planet cultivators, and their overall strength was above average in the Blazing Flame star system. Normally, they did not have the qualifications to pay respects on the Blazing Flame main star. Only on the occasion of the Blazing Flame Ancestor's once-in-a-century birthday would they be allowed to enter the main star. To these subsidiary civilizations, the Blazing Flame main planet was a sacred land. The Blazing Flame Ancestor was like a god, while the disciples of the Blazing Flame Ancestor were like Daozi. They did not dare to be negligent because within the Blazing Flame star system, a single word from any of the 16 Daozi could decide the survival of their entire civilization. After all, the Blazing Flame Ancestor was not only known for his protection, but everyone within the Blazing Flame star system was aware of it. Therefore, even though Wang Baol had only been in the Blazing Flame Galaxy for a short period of time and had not been notified of his departure, every time his flying shuttle entered a civilization, the strongest people in the civilization would fly out immediately. They bowed respectfully from afar. The strongest people in the civilization were almost all at the star realm. They all had different appearances. Their supernatural abilities and the nature of their lives were mostly related to the fire laws. Wang Baol didn't know them, but they knew Wang Baol's appearance through various means. They bowed their heads and greeted him respectfully. At first, Wang Baol was shocked. After accepting Little Missy's explanation and getting used to the fact that everyone he saw was his master, when he saw the first star elite who had greeted him on his first trip to the Blazing Flame main planet, his first reaction was to suspect that the other party was his master's clone. He felt that the possibility of that was extremely low. After all, it was unlikely that his master would send out a clone that covered hundreds of civilizations to play every role. However, Wang Baol was getting a little jumpy from all this. However, when he noticed how respectful the other party was when he greeted him, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. "It's not my master." With master's personality, he still cares a lot about his reputation. He won't come and worship me. The bottom line that he can accept is that he will worship himself. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Baol relaxed. However, he was still not used to being greeted by the stars. However, when more civilizations passed by and more powerful individuals like him appeared, he had no choice but to accept and get used to it. At the same time, he was filled with emotions. This feeling is enjoyable, but all of this is because Master is so powerful. If I immerse myself in the feeling of being worshipped by others, it will be disadvantageous to myself. Only when you are strong and receive worship will you have true self-confidence. Wang Bao's eyes shone brightly as he recalled the high officials' autobiographies that he had read before. The purpose of borrowing power is not to suppress, nor is it for pleasure, nor is it to be domineering. Instead, it is to create an environment where I can advance rapidly, so that I can grow more smoothly and faster. Wang Bao muttered. He slowly calmed down and headed toward the 137th zone. Finally, half a month later, he arrived at the 137th zone. He saw the burning star that looked like a fireball, and the vast meteor that surrounded the star. There were also 6 figures that looked different from humans. They looked more like fire spirits. The leader had a purple mark on his forehead, and his stellar cultivation was forcefully suppressed by himself. The moment he saw Wang Bao, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. The 5 fire spirits behind him also knelt down together. The moment they knelt down, they sent a respectful telepathic thought to Wang Bao. Greetings to the 16th young master. Wang Bao stopped in his tracks. His gaze swept across the fire spirits, then turned to the meteorite behind them. He spoke calmly. Stand guard for me. Wang Bao didn't say anything more. He only said one sentence, and with a flash, he leaped past the 6 of them and headed straight for the star. As he neared, he disappeared into the meteorite belt outside the star. There was no trace of him. However, his words were like a decree from the heavenly Tao to the fire spirit civilization. Soon, under the arrangement of the powerful cultivator from the star, the entire fire spirit civilization was sealed. Even the other civilizations around them. All of them acted upon the news and didn't give up on this opportunity to pursue Wang Bao. They sealed one after another, and many stellar elite cultivators arrived. They sealed more than 20 civilization galaxies and sat cross-legged in the starry skies. Meditating, they protected Wang Bao. At the same time, dozens of planets and a large number of flying ships from different civilizations flew out from the surrounding civilizations. They surrounded the area, causing the surrounding starry skies to be protected like a metal bucket. And this wasn't the end. Soon, more nearby civilizations learned of this matter, and all of them immediately tried their best to seal it up and move out again. So, the scope of this protection. It got bigger and bigger, until a month later it hit almost half of the raging Inferno galaxy. I cannot blame these civilizations for their hospitality. For many years, the young masters of the blazing flame main star had hardly been detected by them when they went out. Now that they had such a rare opportunity, how could they not show off when they finally saw one? As a result, Xianxia, who was flying towards the blazing flame main planet, was stopped when his shuttle was very far away from where Wang Bao was cultivating. Under the orders of the young lord, seal off the area and kill anyone who disobeys. Stop immediately. In the distant galaxy, far away from where Wang Bao was cultivating, Xianxia was intercepted not by a cultivator from a nearby civilization, but by a cultivator from a planet. The cultivator's body looked similar to that of a human, but the blood in his body was different. It was formed from lava, and he was born with a natural affinity for the fire element. This made his battle prowess in the raging flame galaxy much higher than in the outside world. Even a cultivator of the same level could not do anything to him. Therefore, even though he could sense that Xianxia's flying shuttle was extraordinary and that Xianxia's cultivation level was somewhat unfathomable, his expression was still incomparably cold and arrogant. This was because he did not care how the other party thought. He was currently working for the young master. If the other party had a great background, he would naturally explain. If he did not have a great background and still dared to forcefully barge in, then he was worried that he would not have the opportunity to perform meritorious deeds. Therefore, after saying those words, he stood there, looking coldly at the flying shuttle, and began to observe. Young master, Xia Haiyang heard the other party's words and was shocked. From the way the other party addressed him, he naturally realized that this was one of the disciples of the Blazing Flame Patriarch who had appeared nearby. He was in the middle of something important, which was why he had ordered the starry sky to be sealed off from all outsiders. I wonder which disciple of Patriarch Flame. Maybe this is an opportunity? Xia Haiyang hesitated. The cultivator in front of him immediately noticed what was happening. After noticing Xia Haiyang's performance, he sighed regretfully. He knew that he probably wouldn't have a chance to perform any meritorious service. The person in front of him. Even if he had some background, he obviously wouldn't dare to force his way in. Thinking that he didn't have the chance to make a meritorious service, the cultivator waved his hand impatiently. Why aren't you retreating? As he said that, he waved his hand, and a flaming storm appeared out of thin air. It turned into a sea of fire in front of him and rapidly pushed towards Xia Haiyang's flying shuttle, intending to drive him away. If it were any other time with Xia Haiyang's status, he would definitely not allow the other party to be so arrogant in front of him. However, now that he was in the Raging Flame Galaxy and had a favor to ask of someone, he could only restrain his temper. While controlling the flying shuttle to quickly retreat from the flames, he appeared outside the flying shuttle. Standing on it, he cupped his fists in front of him. Fellow Taoist, may I know which disciple of the Blazing Flame Ancestor is up ahead? I am Xia Haiyang of the Xia family, and I am here to pay my respects to the Blazing Flame Ancestor. Hearing this, the planet cultivator's expression changed slightly. He retracted his divine ability and carefully sized up Xia Haiyang before cupping his fists in return. So, it's fellow Taoist Xia. If fellow Taoist wishes to pay a visit to the Patriarch, you'll have to take a detour. The 16th young master is cultivating ahead of us. It is our duty. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. I'm sorry. 16th young master? Xia Haiyang was taken aback. He immediately reacted based on the information he had gathered. Is that 16th young master Wang Beol? How dare you? I don't care what your intentions are. How dare you address the young master by his name in the Raging Flame Galaxy? The planetary cultivator's expression turned solemn immediately. He let out a low growl, and his cultivation erupted. He looked as if his master had been humiliated. Xia Haiyang cursed his lackeys in his heart, but he shouted loudly on the surface. It's a misunderstanding, fellow Taoist. This is a misunderstanding. I, Xia Haiyang, and Brother Beol are sworn friends. I have come to pay my respects to the Patriarch, and I also have the intention of visiting an old friend. Please inform him that Xia Haiyang is here. I hope Brother Beol can meet him. Xia Haiyang laughed heartily. His expression was calm, making his words persuasive. This caused the planet cultivator to hesitate. He looked carefully at Xia Haiyang and didn't chase him away. Instead, he told him to wait there while he took out a jade slip and sent a voice transmission to his planet patriarch. However, even the planet cultivator's patriarch didn't have the right to contact Wang Beol directly. Their civilization was too far away from where Wang Beol truly cultivated. Therefore, the news of Xia Haiyang's arrival could only be passed on. It could only be transmitted layer by layer. Even when it reached the Scorching Spirit civilization, it couldn't be transmitted immediately to Wang Beol. After all, Wang Beol was currently sitting cross-legged in the asteroid belt, isolating himself from all contact with the outside world. He was completely immersed in the operation of the first level of the star sealing art. As his cultivation roamed and as the star sealing art was activated, the ripples on Wang Beol's body grew stronger. In the end, the 9 ancient stars around him materialized into Tao stars. As the suppressive force spread out, it affected the asteroid belt. The sound of explosions occasionally spread out in all directions. At the same time, layers of ripples gradually spread out as Wang Beol circulated the star sealing art. Half a month later, when the ripples spread out from Wang Beol's body and covered the entire asteroid belt, his eyes suddenly opened. It's about time. The next step is to find a suitable asteroid to complete the first level of the star sealing art. As he mumbled, Wang Beol raised his right hand and grabbed forward. Immediately, one of the many meteorites in front of him broke free from the pull of the star and charged toward Wang Beol. As he neared, a strange light shone in Wang Bao's eyes. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. He was surrounded by the Tao stars formed from the 9 ancient stars. A giant star chart appeared around him. The star chart was formed from the light spots formed by the 10,000 stars. Each light spot that looked like a star was actually a cow louse that had shrunk into a sphere. They lined up together to form the outline of the divine ox's body. The center of the divine ox's brows was where the Tao star was located. Inside the Tao star was Wang Bao, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating. The moment the outline of the star chart appeared, the meteorite that he had absorbed rapidly shrank under the guidance of the power of the star chart. It eventually turned into a long rainbow and merged with Wang Bao's star chart. It merged with one of the dots of light rapidly. After it had completely merged with the star chart, the cow louse that had originally been in the dot of light had successfully entered the interior of the meteorite. The moment it merged into one, the suppressive force emitted by Wang Bao's star chart clearly increased. After sensing it carefully, Wang Bao became excited. He formed another seal. Immediately, from within the meteorite zone, one after another of the meteorites that he had selected flew towards Wang Bao from all directions. As they approached, they were affected by the starlight and became smaller and smaller. Eventually, they turned into a rainbow and fused rapidly with the specks of light in Wang Bao's divine ox star atlas. Time passed slowly, and Wang Bao's cultivation progressed rapidly. The number of meteorites fused increased from 2 or 3 at the beginning to more than 100. Then more than 1,000. Another half a month passed. The number of meteorites exceeded 6,000. The suppressive force of his divine ox star chart continued to increase. Now, the ripples that emanated from the entire star chart shocked even the star ancestor of the scorching spirit civilization, who was outside the asteroid belt. Even as a star cultivator, he could still sense a growing force within the asteroid belt that made him feel a sense of danger. It was spreading wildly. Another half a month passed. Xianxia sighed as he waited. Wang Bao's body, which had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes again. 10 beams of light that had been formed by the asteroids flew towards him. They filled up the last 10 spots of light in the outline of his star map in an instant, causing the first level of the star sealing art to be completely perfected. With a loud boom, the divine ox shadow formed by tens of thousands of meteorites seemed to come to life. As Wang Bao stood up, he also stood up in the starry sky and let out a roar that shook the entire area. The roar alone formed an invisible wave that spread wildly in all directions. It was like a storm that swept in all directions, causing all the cultivators in the outside world, below the stars, to tremble. They had no choice but to retreat, unable to get close. Even the stars were shaken. They looked at the enormous image of the divine ox that had appeared in the asteroid belt, and then lowered their heads. "Congratulations, young lord. You've just completed your divine ability." Just as the divine ox phantom appeared outside Wang Bao's body and appeared outside the star of the scorching spirit civilization, it roared into the sky and let out a soundless roar, stirring up a storm that spread in all directions. On the blazing flame main planet, 15, who was lying on the rock that his 14th senior brother had turned into, with his hands behind his head and humming a tune, suddenly stopped. He sat up and looked at the scorching spirit civilization from afar. His expression was completely different from what he had looked like before. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with gratification. It was as if an old soul had appeared within the young man's body. He wasn't the only one. A face also appeared on the rock beneath him. His expression was exactly the same as 15's. There was also the tree that 13 had transformed into, as well as the gentle 12th senior sister, the domineering 11th senior sister, and the others all had the same expression. Whether it was the bruised and battered 7th senior brother, or the 3rd senior brother who was soaking in the lava, or the eldest senior sister who was playing chess with him in 2nd senior brother's tower, or even old Bull who had been sleeping, all of them had the same expression. Their smiles and expressions were the same. They were filled with relief, care, and hope. "This kid has already begun to gain momentum," said the eldest senior sister, smiling as she put down the chess piece in her hand. To be able to cultivate so quickly in such a short period of time and achieve such momentum, said the second senior brother warmly, looking up. In addition to the bath arranged by Master, the sealing star incantation is also very important. He knew very well that a suitable cultivation technique was extremely important to cultivators, especially a cultivation technique like the sealing star incantation. It was a technique that could allow one to rise up into the heavens. After all, this was the most imposing cultivation technique of the flame branch. When Master went out, he asked Guru Heavenlaw to personally take action. He used his junior brother's hair to deduce the ancient and modern heavenly Taos, allowing the sealing star incantation to evolve and adjust itself to the most suitable aptitude for the 16th junior brother. If it was custom-made for him, then Master must have paid a huge price to achieve this. The second elder brother said softly. His eldest senior sister laughed. The price may not be small, but it's worth it. For us cultivators, if we want to walk out of the true great Tao, our cultivation techniques may be heavy. Our aptitude may be heavy. Our opportunities may be heavy. Our magical treasures may be heavy. But in reality, these are all secondary. What should be placed first is our aura. From the planet realm, we must begin to nurture a fearless aura. Only with such a will can one have an indomitable aura that cannot be stopped by anything in the world, the heavenly Tao of the universe, or even hundreds of millions of laws and Taos. If this aura is not extinguished, one is destined to step onto the peak and become invincible in the world. Eldest senior sister threw her head back and laughed loudly. Her eyes filled with intense anticipation as she muttered words that only she herself could hear. All the disciples of the Raging Flame lineage possess this force. However, the heavenly Tao is unkind and has fallen one after another. However, I believe that if this force continues, it will be the path of the great Tao. On the Raging Flame main planet, everyone's gaze was fixed on the Scorching Spirit civilization. At that moment, outside the star of the Scorching Spirit civilization, between the brows of the divine ox that was throwing its head back and roaring, Wang Baol, who was on the Tao planet, had a domineering look on his face. It was slowly growing. Please reading on Mybo XNOVL. Calm from the looks of it now, the planet realm is just a transition. Wang Baol sensed the fluctuations in his cultivation. He was only at the mid-stage of the planet realm, but he had the feeling that if he went all out, he would be able to defeat him with his planet realm cultivation. Perhaps there was, but if he wanted to kill him at this realm, even if there was such a thing in the entire Weiyang Dao domain, it would be as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin's horn. The Tao stars have only one engraving law, the rules of the 9 ancient planets. The Nightmare Eye art assists in killing, and the power of the star-sealing art. Wang Baol muttered to himself. The domineering look on his face grew stronger and stronger. It was as if his entire being and the divine ox's shadow were being guided by an invisible force as they merged. His aura grew stronger and stronger at that moment. The law of the starry sky in all directions was affected, causing the power of law in the area to materialize. The starry sky rumbled, and the cultivators from the Burning Spirit civilization and other nearby civilizations all paid their respects. Then he waved his right hand. Immediately, he took out all of the 100 mortal stars that the Violet Gold civilization had given him as an apology. These mortal stars had been refined and sealed with magic, so they only looked like fist-sized beads of different colors. However, if the seal was broken, they would immediately turn into planets, spreading out in the starry sky and transforming back into planets. Even though I have only perfected the first level of the star-sealing art, I have yet to reach the second level, but I feel that I should be able to fuse with these mortal stars. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Instantly, the Tao stars around his body shone brightly. The Tao stars filled the entire Divine Ox star chart, causing the Divine Ox to tremble violently. Even though its power hadn't increased by much, it had borrowed the power of the Tao stars on a different level. At the same time, Wang Baol raised both his hands and immediately formed a seal. Immediately, the divine ox's shadow around his body roared once again. It opened its mouth wide and sucked hard at the light pearls formed from the hundreds of stars. With that one breath, the 100 stars immediately shone brightly and charged towards the divine ox. It was instantly devoured by the divine ox and spread throughout its body. It began to fuse with the meteorites in different locations. This process didn't last long. It lasted for about 10 breaths. As Wang Bail waved his arms, the image of the divine ox outside his body roared once again. This time it was even louder and more imposing. There were 100 locations in the divine ox star map where the meteorites had been fused with the mortal stars, turning them into stars. Compared to the overall picture, the 100 mortal stars was only 1 out of 100. However, it was still a huge improvement for the divine ox as a whole. This made the light in Wang Bail's eyes shine even brighter. With the Tao Stars augmentation, when I was at the first level of the star sealing art, I could go through normal cultivation. Only when I reached the second level would I be able to fuse with the ordinary stars that way. I'll be confident that when I reach the second level, I'll be able to fuse with the spirit and immortal stars ahead of time. That way, when I reach the third level, I'll be able to fuse with the special stars. That shouldn't be a problem if one day, I can fuse with more than 10,000 special planets and transform into the divine bull's shadow. How powerful will it be? Wang Bail was shocked. He couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. However, such anticipation was deeply rooted in his heart. It kept emerging. The enhancement of the Tao stars is like adding one to my cultivation technique. If I reach the fourth level, then to a certain extent, I'll reach the unprecedented fifth level if that's the case. My method of breaking through to the planet might no longer be to fuse with a star. Wang Bail thought to himself. At that moment, his mind was filled with happiness, and a bold thought appeared in his mind. Can I use the star sealing art to upgrade my Tao star and turn it from a planet into a star? Once I do that, my cultivation will naturally break through and step into the star realm from a planet. Wang Bail's eyes shone with a strange light. It didn't matter if it was the dark dream or the questions he had asked old Nyo on the Raging Flame main planet, as well as the books he had read. He was clear that there were many ways for planet cultivators to upgrade to a star. Due to the changes in their level of life, they were no longer limited to a fixed number of methods. There were too many choices that could allow one to upgrade. However, no matter what method one used, there was no guarantee of success. The chances of failure were usually very high. It wasn't completely foolproof, but the time and cost of preparation were unimaginable. For example, if the civilization didn't have a star, then as long as the civilization upgraded, the cultivator's life level would be boosted, allowing him to successfully step into the star realm. With that thought, Wang Bail narrowed his eyes and didn't continue thinking. After all, he was still quite a distance away from breaking through. Now that he had just mastered the divine art, the most important thing before him was to think of a way to obtain enough mortal stars. The most important thing was to replenish the 10,000 mortal planets. Wang Bail thought for a moment, then raised his head. With a thought, the image of the divine ox appeared. It was filled with a domineering aura, and as it flashed, it shrank rapidly. It was as if it had rolled backwards and returned to Wang Bail's body. Wang Bail took a step forward, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the star cultivators from the Scorching Spirit civilization and the nearby civilizations who had come to protect him. "Greetings, young master." The star cultivators bowed their heads and bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Even though they were of different statuses and could decide the fate of many beings in the Raging Flame Galaxy with a single word, Wang Bail knew very well that this was because of his master. It was the influence of others, not him. Therefore, he returned the greeting politely. Just as he was about to leave to return to the Raging Flame main planet, the star cultivator from the Scorching Spirit civilization, who was standing beside him, hesitated and spoke softly. "Young lord, there's a cultivator named Xianxia. He claims to be an old friend of yours and has been waiting outside for a long time." "Xianxia?" Wang Bail was stunned. Then he blinked. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He had been worried that he didn't have enough mortal planets. He cleared his throat and spoke immediately. "Please." After Wang Bail gave the order, he waited for a full 7 days. Xianxia finally rushed over. Xianxia couldn't be blamed for being slow. It was just that the place where he was located was quite a distance away from where Wang Bail was. 7 days was already the maximum effort he could muster. He even had the help of the star. Otherwise, it would have taken him at least half a month or more. Fortunately, Wang Baol wasn't impatient. He sat cross-legged outside the star of the scorching spirit civilization for the past 7 days. He consolidated his divine abilities and familiarized himself with the operation and execution of the star-sealing art. Finally, after Wang Baol had become completely familiar with the star-sealing art and was able to instantly spread it out to form a powerful divine ability that could shrink and cover his entire body as a form of self-defense, Xianxia arrived. Xianxia, who had stepped into the scorching spirit civilization from afar, was shocked when he saw Wang Baol, who was exuding an astonishing amount of energy outside the distant star. On one hand, it had been a long time since they last met. Wang Baol's cultivation was now as different as heaven and earth, shocking him greatly. On the other hand, the star cultivators who were surrounding Wang Baol respectfully seemed to only need a single word from Wang Baol. It was as if they could fight for him. Their current status was completely different from before. All of this made Xianxia take a deep breath. He immediately adjusted his state of mind. The moment he got closer, he immediately shouted out loud, "Xianxia, greetings to the 16 young masters of the raging flame galaxy." As he spoke, Xianxia cupped his fists and bowed deeply. The moment Xianxia spoke, Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. The moment he looked at Xianxia, he immediately stood up. A smile appeared on his face, and in a flash he welcomed him. At the same time, laughter spread in all directions. "Brother Haiyang, why are you being so polite? We are old friends. There's no need to be like this." Wang Baol laughed as he approached and helped Xianxia up. His eyes revealed his sincerity. "All these years, if not for Brother Haiyang's help, I wouldn't have gotten to where I am today. Brother Haiyang, if I don't acknowledge you, you don't have to acknowledge me either." Xianxia was touched when he heard that. He pressed down hard on Wang Baol's arm. "For you to get to where you are today, my help is insignificant. It's all because of your own abilities. Brother Baol, you mustn't belittle yourself. Brother Haiyang, Brother Baol." Both of them spoke loudly and enthusiastically, as if they had not seen each other for many years. They chatted and laughed with emotion. The people around them turned to look at them. They could sense the friendship between the two of them. They must be like gentlemen, supporting each other, respecting each other, and not taking credit for each other. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. However, in reality, the onlookers still didn't understand Xianxia and Wang Baol. Xianxia seemed enthusiastic, but he felt sour deep down. After all, Wang Baol had changed too much. He was only a spirit immortal before, but now he was at the mid-stage of the planet. The ripples emanating from his body were especially shocking. Even though he had the protection of the Patriarch, he still felt a little apprehensive. All of this, apart from his status as the disciple of the Blazing Flame Patriarch, was clearly due to his trip to the Fallen Star Field. What made Xianxia's heart ache was the Fallen Star Field. If it wasn't for his father's unexpected situation, which caused him to have no time to take care of the spot in the Fallen Star Field and rush back to deal with it, then, according to his previous plan, one step at a time. In the end, the spot in the Purple Gold Civilization would have been obtained by him. Then, whether he sold it or gave it away, he would have benefited greatly. But now, everything was in the past. However, as a businessman, he could quickly adjust his smile. Therefore, it was inevitable that his smile was commercialized in a way that others couldn't see. At the same time, he was thinking about how to use his previous business relationship with Wang Baol to achieve his goal. As for Wang Baol, he naturally recognized the familiar smile at a glance. However, he didn't mind it at all. Even though his smile wasn't commercial, the focus of his enthusiasm was more on the benefits that Xianxia could bring. After all, what he lacked the most right now was a mortal planet. The arrival of Xianxia had given Wang Baol hope. That was the nature of their relationship. In Xianxia's eyes, the sour feeling had dissipated. After he regained his rationality, Wang Baol's value had increased greatly, making his previous investment become even more valuable. From Wang Baol's point of view, Even though they couldn't become close friends, they were still of value to each other. That was the most stable relationship. As they chatted and laughed, after learning that Xianxia was going to pay his respects to his master, Wang Baol immediately invited him to head to the Blazing Flame main planet. "Brother Baol, I won't stand on ceremony with your kind invitation." Xianxia laughed heartily. As he chatted and laughed with Wang Baol, he flew towards the Blazing Flame main planet under the escort of a large number of cultivators from the Blazing Flame star system. On the way, the two of them talked about the past. Unknowingly, they started talking about the land of the fallen stars. "Brother Baol, it's interesting. A few days ago, someone came to ask me if I had an elder brother named Xiadalu. I told him that my elder brother's name is not Xiadalu, but I have a younger brother named Xiadalu." As Xianxia spoke, he looked at Wang Baol with a faint smile. His words were not meant to make things difficult for him. Instead, he was hinting to Wang Baol that he knew that you had used the Xie family's name. That was why he owed him a favor. Wang Baol laughed when he heard that. "I've made a fool of myself, Brother Haiyang. There was a reason for that. I ran into an emergency when I returned, so I didn't explain myself to you immediately. However, I don't think Brother Haiyang will mind. After all, I was able to obtain a spot in the Fallen Star Lands, and Brother Haiyang has helped me a lot." Wang Baol smiled faintly as well. He nodded at Xianxia. His words were both an explanation and a hint. On the spot for the Fallen Star, the other party had set up a series of arrangements, whether it was the burial ground for the Divine Eye royal family in the beginning or the rescue that he had requested. All of them contained the intention of hiding in the dark and using him to obtain the spot. He had already seen through this. Therefore, there was no such thing as a favor. Xianxia laughed when he heard that. His expression was the same as ever, as if he hadn't heard the hint. However, he didn't talk about the fallen stars anymore. Instead, he told Wang Baol about the past in the Federation. Wang Baol's smile was the same as ever. He talked about the past with Xianxia, occasionally sighing. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the Blazing Flame main planet. In the end, the Blazing Flame main planet was right in front of them. Xianxia seemed to casually mention Wang Baol's cultivation. Wang Baol blinked when he heard Xianxia's words, and he sighed as well. "It was only after I came to the Blazing Flame star system that I realized how much cultivation required. Just one star sealing art actually requires tens of thousands of ordinary stars." Wang Baol could already tell that Xianxia had come to the Blazing Flame star system. He had a request. Even though he didn't know what it was, it didn't stop him from directly stating what he needed. "Is that big?" Xianxia thought to himself. Wang Baol was asking for such a big favor. He hadn't even asked for his help, yet he was asking for tens of thousands of mortal stars. He looked troubled. "Brother Baol, I'll keep an eye out for you later. Tens of thousands of mortal stars isn't cheap, but I'll definitely do my best to help you with this. Besides, since you need mortal stars, I have some here for you. Consider it a gift for our reunion after a long time." Xianxia generously took out a storage bag from his pocket and handed it to Wang Baol. Wang Baol didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and scanned it. He saw that there was a mortal star inside, and his eyes instantly narrowed. The other party's gift seemed to be only one, but the value of the mortal star was shocking. Therefore, although the gift wasn't very heavy, it wasn't small either. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia had come to the Raging Flame Galaxy for a great deal as well. Therefore, Wang Baol stroked the storage bag and didn't put it away immediately. Instead, he looked at Xianxia. "Brother Haiyang, if you have something to say, just say it. May I know what you need me to do?" Xianxia smiled. He thought for a moment before speaking softly. "Brother Baol, I want you to help me introduce one of your senior brothers or senior sisters. Also, if necessary, help me put in a good word for you. After the deed is done, I will give you another mortal star." Wang Baol was stunned when he heard that. He raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that his senior brothers and senior sisters were actually masters. However, he naturally couldn't tell Xianxia that. At the same time, even though one or two mortal stars were worth a lot of money, for him to introduce them and put in a good word for them, it would be a little low if he were to use his favor to help them. His sincerity wasn't enough. However, after some thought, he still asked, "May I know which senior brother and senior sister of mine you wish to meet?" It wasn't that Xianxia didn't know that his sincerity wasn't enough. However, he felt that 2 ordinary stars were enough. He didn't want the person he was investing in to develop a greedy personality, nor did he want the other party to think that his resources were that easy to obtain. It wasn't that he didn't like Wang Baol. It was just that he was a businessman by nature. He had always felt that the amount of things he did and the amount of resources he gave were the same. At the same time, this was also necessary for his position as an investor. In Xianxia's opinion, having a large amount of resources and investing in cultivators meant that he was in a superior position. To a certain extent, both parties were cooperating. At the same time, he had to have a certain degree of initiative. That was the only way that it wouldn't develop to an uncontrollable stage. It would also be the best way to protect his position. It would also allow the other party to slowly develop habits and dependencies, and he wouldn't be able to leave his resources completely. That was the only way to make a perfect investment. Therefore, the gifts and promises of the mortal planet were all part of his business model. He had even thought about how he would continue to give the mortal planet to Wang Baol based on his value in this matter. It would be like giving bait to a fish step by step. He would allow the other party to continue in the direction he wanted to go. That would be until he achieved his goal. With that thought in mind, Xianxia smiled faintly when he heard Wang Baol's question. "Brother Baol, I will tell you when I meet with the blazing flame ancestor. I hope that you can help me when the time comes." Xianxia had a detached attitude, but he was very humble in his actions. As he spoke, he cupped his fists and bowed to Wang Baol. An undetectable glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. With his intelligence and experience, he could naturally see through Xianxia's thoughts. However, he didn't mind. To him, no matter how Xianxia thought about it, this was just a transaction. To him, it was just a transaction. 2 mortal planets in exchange for a referral is still acceptable. As for putting in a good word, basically, all senior brothers and senior sisters are masters. It doesn't matter anymore. Wang Baol coughed. He had made up his mind. He and Xianxia discussed other matters. The 2 of them transformed into a rainbow and entered the blazing flame main planet. They whistled through the sky and headed straight for the tower where the blazing flame ancestor, Wang Baol, and the other disciples were. Xianxia was a little nervous as they approached. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and gain. Even though he felt that the plan shouldn't be a problem, he couldn't help but ask Wang Baol in a low voice, "Brother Baol, do you know which of your senior brothers and sisters are close to Xianxia?" Xianxia. Wang Baol was stunned for a moment. He looked at Xianxia in surprise. "He's the #1 divine king of the Weiyang clan. He's able to fight against the divine emperor and is extremely terrifying. He's like the fiend god, the one who was once a disciple of the dark sect." Xianxia. Xianxia explained in a low voice. He sighed after he finished speaking. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. You probably don't know this person. Sigh. Wang Baol had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself, if I don't know, no one will know. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, curiosity appeared on his face. Are you looking for Xianxia or my senior brothers and senior sisters? Just tell me if I know anyone who is familiar with him. Xianxia replied impatiently as he thought about the matter with his father. He was feeling a little irritated. Wang Baol raised his eyebrows when he heard that, but he still replied patiently. To be honest, I haven't been in the Raging Flame Galaxy for long. I haven't heard of any of my senior brothers and sisters who have a good relationship with Xianxia. But Wang Baol was deep in thought, and before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia, who was beside him, had already sighed and shook his head. Forget it. I'll handle this matter myself. Xianxia hadn't placed his hopes on Wang Baol. He had been worried about his own gains and losses, which was why he had asked about it. He had been frustrated, and he had seen that the tower was right in front of him. Therefore, after hearing what Wang Baol had said earlier, he wasn't in the mood to listen to the rest. He cupped his fists at Wang Baol and was about to head over first. Wang Baol hesitated for a moment. He looked at Xianxia, who was heading straight for the blazing flame ancestor's tower, and couldn't help but speak. New novels chapters are published. N. Xianxia, why are you looking for Xianxia? If it had been any other time, Xianxia, with his shrewdness, might have been able to hear some special meaning in those words. However, at that moment he was feeling anxious and had overlooked something. This was especially so when Wang Baol kept asking him about his personal matters. Impatience had already risen in his heart. Baol, there's no point in telling you about this. You can't help me. Once I meet the blazing flame ancestor and get an answer, I'll ask for your help. As he spoke, Xianxia didn't even turn his head as he flew towards the blazing flame ancestor's tower. After pausing outside, he cupped his fists and bowed deeply towards the tower. His expression was one of unprecedented respect as he spoke loudly. Junior Xianxia wishes to see the blazing flame ancestor. Come in. Xianxia's arrival naturally could not escape the blazing flame ancestor's divine perception. In reality, the blazing flame ancestor had already known since the moment he stepped into the blazing flame galaxy. As the words left his mouth, the door to the tower slowly opened. Xianxia took a deep breath and stepped into the tower with a solemn expression. Wang Baol was a little displeased as he watched Xianxia enter his master's tower. He thought to himself that Xianxia's words clearly implied that he did not think that he was of much use in this matter. This made Wang Baol very uncomfortable. He thought to himself that he had originally intended to help him, but that was no longer the case. He turned around and flew straight to his tower. After returning to his tower, Wang Baol sat down cross-legged. His eyes slowly narrowed, and he couldn't help but recall Xianxia's words and actions along the way. His eyes slowly revealed his thoughts. Xianxia's actions clearly indicate that he has something to ask senior brother Xianxia for help. With the Xia family's influence, they don't lack powerful people, so there shouldn't be anything that can't be resolved. Unless this matter is related to senior brother in the first place. At the same time, Xianxia is so anxious. Clearly, this matter is closely related to him and far exceeds his family clan. Xianxia came here. He probably couldn't contact Xianxia, so he asked which of my senior brothers and sisters had a good relationship with Xianxia. Master must have said something to him, which caused this misunderstanding. Wang Baol was quick-witted. He quickly guessed what had happened from Xianxia's behavior. Then, a strange expression appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at his master's tower from afar. This is the trap that master has dug for Xianxia. He should have vaguely told Xianxia that he has a disciple who has a good relationship with Xianxia. At the thought of this, Wang Baol could not help but cough. His thoughts became active, his eyes slowly lit up. If there are no guesses, Xianxia will come looking for me very soon. Brother Haiyang, I feel very sorry for you. Wang Baol blinked as anticipation rose uncontrollably in his heart. In addition, through Xianxia, I can also understand where senior brother went. This fellow left me in the God's Eye civilization and disappeared. Wang Baol rubbed the space between his brows. He knew about these things, he soon had an answer. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and meditated, waiting for Xianxia to arrive. His judgment was correct. Xianxia was kneeling in the blazing flame ancestor's tower with a devout look on his face. 3 golden storage bags were placed in front of him. As for the blazing flame ancestor, he sat there with a meaningful look on his face. Beside him was Wang Baol's eldest senior sister. She stood beside him with a solemn look on her face. As she sized Xianxia up and down, the blazing flame ancestor spoke calmly. You wish to acknowledge me as your master? That's impossible. I no longer accept disciples. If you really want to, you can just acknowledge me as your first disciple. Xianxia hesitated for a moment upon hearing that. However, he quickly gritted his teeth and kneeled before the eldest disciple beside the blazing flame ancestor, shouting loudly, I hope that Master will agree to accept Haiyang. Haiyang will definitely remember Master's kindness. This eldest senior sister's expression was one of hesitation as she looked at the blazing flame patriarch. The blazing flame patriarch stroked his beard, looking as if he was making his own decision. When Xianxia saw this, he felt anxious. He once again knelt down and took out a few more bags of holding, placing them in front of him before pleading once more. In the end, eldest senior sister nodded reluctantly. She accepted Xianxia as a disciple and gave him the status of a disciple. Seeing that the plan had been accomplished, Xianxia was ecstatic. Ignoring the issue of seniority, he immediately spoke in front of the blazing flame patriarch. He opened his mouth in a hurry. Master, Grandmaster, can you tell me which of my uncles in the line of fire is on good terms with Xianxia? Hearing the words of Xianxia, the flame ancestor narrowed his eyes and did not speak. The big senior sister next to him also turned from grave to weird. After coughing, she slowly opened her mouth. Speaking of those uncles of yours who are as close to Xianxia as brothers, in fact, you know them too. As soon as eldest senior sister Wangbeol said those words, Xianxia's heart jolted before he could finish his sentence. He could tell that something was amiss from those words. I know him too. Xianxia's breathing quickened, and his eyes went blank. At that moment, he felt that his brain was running out of ideas. A figure had appeared instinctively, but in the next moment, it was forcefully erased by him. He even kept telling himself that it was impossible. That's right, you know him too. Eldest senior sister coughed, and her expression changed from the strange look she had before to one of seriousness. However, there was a hint of pride in her eyes that Xianxia could not see. She forced a straight face and said calmly, he is your 16th uncle master, Wangbeol. Xianxia's entire body trembled. He felt as if millions of heavenly thunders had exploded in his mind, splitting the voice of his cheap master into countless echoes that reverberated in his ears. Your 16th uncle master, Wangbeol. Xianxia's head was spinning. He couldn't help but raise his hand and knock on his forehead. His expression was blank as he stared blankly at his master and grandmaster, who were both solemn. His master had yet to finish his sentence. Yang I've heard about you from your grandmaster. You're usually a very astute person, and you're familiar with Wangbeol. Don't you know that in our lineage, his relationship with Xianxia has already reached a level where they're like family? Eldest senior sister said with a sigh. She even shook her head and sighed in response to her own words, making her appear helpless. Grand ancestor, didn't you say that you have a disciple who is on good terms with Xianxia? But, at that time, Wangbeol hadn't acknowledged him as his master yet. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the blazing flame ancestor and started stammering. That's right. Wangbeol is indeed my disciple. Even though he didn't acknowledge him as his master at that time, in my heart, he is my disciple. Why? You misunderstood me, and now you want to blame me. The blazing flame ancestor looked displeased. It was as if he hadn't lied to him, and that he hadn't reacted in time. You. Xianxia stood up abruptly. His breathing was heavy. His eyes were wide open, and his body was trembling. He was already starting to wail in his heart. He felt wronged, as if he had been wronged to the heavens. He had never thought that after going through so much trouble, the one who could actually do things was actually by his side. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have left the Xia family bazaar in a state of anxiety. He wouldn't have had to worry so much about finding a solution. He wouldn't have had to worry so much about the past few days. He wouldn't have had to worry about gains and losses. He wouldn't have had to spend so much effort looking for someone familiar with Xianxia. He even felt that he had helped Wangbeol in the Xia family bazaar that day. If he had said a word back then, the other party would have most likely considered it. If he had invested more money, this matter would have been resolved perfectly long ago. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. Why did it have to be this way? He recalled that not long ago, Wangbeol had clearly asked him why he was looking for Xianxia. Now that he thought about it, the other party's expression clearly showed that he wanted to help him. However, he hadn't paid much attention to it just now. Heavens! Xianxia wanted to cry, but he had no tears. At the same time, A strong sense of unwillingness erupted from the bottom of his heart. He now understood that the blazing flame ancestor before him had misled him. "What do you mean, you?" he said with a cold snort. "How dare you treat me like this?" His eyes glittered with a cold light, and a mighty pressure spread out. This scene caused Xianxia's body to quiver. He suddenly felt as if the blazing flame patriarch in front of him had transformed into a supervolcano that was about to erupt. If it did, heaven and earth would collapse. The eldest senior sister's face fell, and she immediately pulled Xianxia, who was trembling, to stand in front of him. Then, she clasped hands and bowed to the furious blazing flame patriarch. "Master, please calm down. New novels chapters are published." "N. Calm down? Donger, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let you take in this disciple. Fine, I'll destroy his identity today. The blazing flame branch doesn't have people who dare to offend their superiors." Patriarch Raging Flame was about to raise his right hand, but eldest senior sister's expression was one of extreme anxiety. She immediately dropped to her knees and kowtowed. "Master, I have never taken in a disciple in my entire life. Now that I've personally agreed to take in Yang, he is my disciple. Please, Master, for the sake of his insensitivity, let this matter go. He is still a child. You?" Patriarch Flame's expression was unsightly. His gaze fell on the eldest disciple in front of him, then turned to Xianxia, who was clearly frightened by him. After a long moment, he let out a cold snort. "Xianxia, if your master had not pleaded on your behalf, I would have punished you according to the sex rules today. Forget it. You can decide what to do with your own disciple." With that, Patriarch Flame flicked his sleeve and left. He looked very angry. As he left, the suppressive force in the tower dissipated and returned to normal. If Wang Baol were here right now and saw this scene, he would have shouted out loud in his heart. He felt that his master had played him too realistically, and he had even used a bitter act. However, Xianxia didn't know that he had angered the blazing flame ancestor. He had watched as the blazing flame ancestor's aura exploded, and he had watched as his newly acknowledged master pleaded for mercy in order to save him. He was instantly shaken. "Master," eldest senior sister sighed and stood up to look at Xianxia. "Yang, when you join the blazing flame branch, you have to abide by the sect rules. Today, you provoked your grandmaster. It's fine if there's a reason for it, but if there's a next time, Master won't be able to help you." Eldest senior sister looked meaningfully at Xianxia. When she looked over, Xianxia's body trembled, and he finally came to his senses. He knew that his master was right. Even though his grandmaster had misled him, in the end, he had misunderstood him. He instantly realized that he had lost his composure previously, and his thoughts had gone astray. Since he had already joined the Raging Flame lineage, he didn't suffer any losses even though he was a disciple of the Raging Flame Galaxy. In fact, it was because he was in the same sect as Wang Baol. It would be easier and smoother to ask for his help. Furthermore, if he joined the Raging Flame lineage, his position in the Xie family would be elevated, and his business would be smoother in the future. After all, his background was even greater than before. Most importantly, he was only one of the many members of the Xie family. If there was trouble, the Xie family patriarch might not help him. However, in the Raging Flame Galaxy, he was the only third-generation disciple. If there was trouble, the Raging Flame Patriarch, who was famous for protecting his own family, would definitely help. With that thought, Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up. He felt that, with such a harvest, he would have to address Wang Baol as his martial uncle from now on. This made him feel helpless. However, after thinking about it, he could only do so. Therefore, Xianxia took a deep breath and knelt down towards his master. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Eldest senior sister looked at Xianxia with a gentle expression. Her eyes revealed a kindness that could be seen by the other party. She raised her hand and gently stroked Xianxia's head. However, she quickly retracted her hand and touched the back of his clothes without batting an eyelid. The hair gel on Xianxia's head was too heavy. However, a look of relief appeared on her face. "Good boy. Why aren't you looking for your 16th martial uncle? Remember to coax him more. If he's happy, your matter. Will it still be a matter? I understand. Xianxia raised his head and said loudly. His eyes shone brightly. He stood up and was about to leave. However, after taking a few steps, his master, who was also Wang Bao's eldest senior sister, could not help but say something. In the future, don't apply too much hair gel or anything like that. It'll stain master's hand. Xianxia felt a little awkward upon hearing that. He quickly nodded in agreement and left the tower. Standing outside, he looked at the world in the distance. The warm wind blew against his face as he recalled the events that had happened during this period of time. He felt like he was in a great dream. Master is right. What's the big deal? Isn't it just a matter of calling me Uncle Master? If I can become a member of the Raging Flame lineage, my status in the Xia family will also be different. Xianxia kept cheering himself on as if he was hypnotizing himself. Xianxia was in high spirits as he flew toward Wang Bao's tower. As he neared, Xianxia shouted loudly outside before he could enter the door. Junior Xianxia requests to meet the most handsome Uncle Master of the Federation, 16th Uncle Master. Wang Bao, who was sitting cross-legged in the tower, was waiting for Xianxia to arrive on his own accord. When he heard that, he opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not hide the pride on his face. This pride was partly due to Xianxia's arrival as he had expected, and partly due to the fact that Xianxia had said that he was the most handsome man in the Federation. It's been a long time since I've heard someone call me that. Wang Bao sighed inwardly. At the same time, he was a little surprised that Xianxia had called him martial uncle. He was about to summon Xianxia over, however. The lazy voice of little Missy rang out in his mind. Do you have any shame? Ha! Wang Bao was a little unhappy. What do you mean? I'm asking you if you have any shame, fatty. I've been following you since you were a little kid. All these years, I've only heard you call yourself the most handsome person in the Federation, but I've never heard anyone call you that. You even said that you haven't heard anyone call you that in a long time. Do you have any shame? Wang Bao glared. If others had heard such words that were directed at the soul, they would have been embarrassed. But Wang Bao was not an ordinary person. As he stared, confusion appeared on his face. Little Missy, why are you so lacking in confidence? I have to correct you. Don't always care about what others think. For cultivators like us, confidence is the most important thing. As long as we believe that we can do it, all living beings in the world will naturally follow our way of thinking. As for you, Wang Bao shook his head emotionally. You damn fatty. To put it bluntly, you are thick-skinned. Little Missy, could it be that the soul body also has menstruation? Wang Bao's expression was calm as he spoke calmly. His words immediately made little Missy feel as if she had been choked. She could only snort coldly and retreat, however. She was also thinking about the reason. In fact, she had also noticed that her temper had been a little strange recently. Usually, when she was inside the mask, even though she had noticed it, it was not that obvious. Today, for some unknown reason, she seemed to be unable to control herself. Something's not right. Inside the mask, little Missy sat cross-legged with her chin propped up, a thoughtful look in her eyes. While she was thinking about why her temper had increased recently, Wang Bao had already summoned Xianxia, who had been waiting outside, to come in. As the door to the tower opened, Wang Bao walked out with a warm smile on his face. Upon seeing Wang Bao, Xianxia immediately took a deep breath. He put on a respectful expression and bowed deeply once again. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. Calm. Disciple Xianxia greets 16th Uncle Master. Brother Haiyang, why are you doing this? Wang Bao looked surprised. He went forward to help Xianxia up and asked in surprise. You and I are brothers. Why did you address me as Uncle Master after meeting my master? Brother Haiyang, don't joke around. Xianxia felt a little awkward after hearing Wang Bao's words. He was still inferior to Wang Bao in terms of skin. After hearing what Wang Bao said, he couldn't help but think about how he was a generation younger. However, he quickly adjusted his thoughts. A smile appeared on his face. and a hint of pride was contained within. Uncle Master, Grandmaster saw that I was sincere, so he asked his eldest disciple, my master, to take me in as a disciple. From now on I, Xianxia, will be your junior nephew, Uncle Master. Therefore, Uncle Master must never speak of us as brothers again. The relationship between us now is even deeper than that of brothers, Xianxia said sincerely. The pride on his face made Wang Baol look a little strange. He thought to himself that his master was too ruthless. If he wanted to pull the wool, so be it. He even wanted to tie Xianxia to the Raging Flame lineage so that not only would Xianxia be pulled, but he would also belong here. It was obvious that he was not going to pull Xianxia once, but for the rest of his life. He is indeed a good master, Wang Baol praised in his heart. When he looked at Xianxia, he was filled with emotion. He raised his right hand and could not help but pat Xianxia's head. Xianxia's body stiffened. There was nothing he could do. He was a junior now, and he could only console himself in his heart. It was all worth it. This was a rule of the Raging Flame lineage. Since he was a junior, what was wrong with an elder touching his head? With that thought, Xianxia immediately lost his emotions. As Wang Baol patted his head, an instinctive smile appeared on his face. However, that smile almost disappeared after Wang Baol addressed him. Martial uncle feels that what you said makes sense. Come in and talk. Wang Baol coughed and instantly accepted his identity. He walked into the tower with his hands behind his back. Xianxia took a deep breath. After consoling and hypnotizing himself once again, he quickly followed Wang Baol in. He even closed the door of the tower, looking very attentive. He even acted as if he was self-taught. After entering the tower, he scanned his surroundings quickly, rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "New novels chapters are published. N. 16th Uncle Master. I see that there's some dust here. Let me help you wipe it." As he said that, he wiped the table. Wang Baol saw this scene and once again praised his master for his prowess. However, he naturally could not allow him to do so. Therefore, he pulled Xianxia and spoke with a serious expression. You don't have to do this. Sai, tell me, which Uncle Master do you want me to introduce to you? Xianxia's face twitched when he heard Wang Baol address him once again. He looked at Wang Baol with a bitter smile. Uncle Master, please don't tease me. Aren't you the one I'm looking for? Me? Wang Baol blinked. Xianxia sighed and told Wang Baol everything that had happened between his father and Xianxia. From the time when his father helped the Moonsplitter Divine Emperor refine the dermic artifact to when Xianxia attracted the Dark Sect's heavenly Tao and rebelled against the Array formation. He had started a massacre and wasn't too far away from the mortal world. Given Xianxia's personality, once he had dealt with the Divine Emperor, he would definitely vent his anger on the people who had helped him. There was nothing hidden. What his father had done wrong was wrong. At the same time, Xianxia offered to compensate him, as long as Xianxia could get over it. Wang Baol's expression was calm at first, but as he listened and listened, his breathing changed. When he had finished listening, he sat there with his eyes closed. The waves in his mind slowly subsided. He finally understood why his senior brother, Xianxia, had left him in the God's Eye civilization. It was obvious that he had been surrounded and killed when he had brought him to the Dark Sect's hidden grounds. He had no choice but to send him out first. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia's attitude had shown that not only was his senior brother unharmed, his reputation had risen once again, shocking the entire Weiyang Dao domain. After all, he was a divine emperor who had been trapped by Xianxia. It was unknown whether he was still alive or dead. The Weiyang clan might have tried to stop him, but overall, his senior brother was safe. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have come to him for help. Wang Baol relaxed. He opened his eyes and scanned Xianxia. He was in a good mood. Since his master had guided him here, Xianxia's relationship with him had helped him a lot. No matter what, that was why he had to help him. However, their relationship used to be one of investment and trade. That was what they were doing now. Wang Baol looked troubled. I'm not that familiar with Xianxia. Uncle Master. I'm willing to give you 100 mortal stars to repay your kindness, Xianxia quickly said. Actually, I'm only slightly familiar with Xianxia. Wang Baol coughed. He raised his right hand and rubbed his index finger and thumb, seemingly unintentionally, and then his hair. I am willing to add 1,000 more. Xianxia gritted his teeth, however. Deep down he was not like that. He knew that the chips needed to be increased bit by bit, from less to more. He could not give too much at once. Only in this way could he use the least price to obtain the greatest benefits. I have eaten with Xianxia. Wang Baol blinked. 3,000. I drank with Xianxia. 5,000. I kowtowed to Xianxia. 8,000. Uncle Master, this is the limit. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. However, that was only on the surface. 8,000 was not his limit. Wang Baol could also see that, however, he knew very well that when it came to pulling wool, one had to pull it one by one. Could not be done overnight. Therefore, he nodded reluctantly. Forget it. Young since you're so filial, I'll help you out. When I see Xianxia, I'll speak up for you. Xianxia's eyes flashed when he heard that. He immediately realized that there was another meaning behind the other party's words. After all, when one spoke, they were divided into how much they said and how much weight they carried. Therefore, he instantly understood, if he wanted Wang Baol to spare no effort in helping him, he had to constantly curry favor with him in the future. At the very least, he had to make Wang Baol happy before he resolved this matter. Wang Baol is so cunning. He's as cunning as the blazing flame ancestor. Master is still honest and kind-hearted. He doesn't have so many evil intentions. Xianxia cried out in his heart. He felt that such a comparison. My master is too good. As he lamented the contrast, it highlighted his master's kindness. At the same time, Xianxia lamented and set his goal for the future. His goal was to make the Wang Baol in front of him happy and comfortable. That was the only way to ensure that things would develop as planned. If it was quantified in Xianxia's mind, a progress bar from 1 to 100 would appear above Wang Baol's head. If the progress bar reached 100, it would mean that the crisis with his father would not only be resolved. It might even usher in a new life opportunity. It was the same for him. With such quantification, Xianxia became even more persistent. After doing some calculations, he felt that the progress bar between him and Wang Baol was only about 30. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He raised his right hand and took out boxes of ice spirit water from his storage bag. 16th Uncle Master, I've specially gotten someone to purchase your favorite drink from the Federation. I've placed it here for you. As he spoke, Xianxia placed the ice spirit water down. In addition, I feel that the number of 8,000 mortal stars is an auspicious number in the Federation's understanding, but it's still a little lacking. How about this, 16th Uncle Master? I'll think of a way to get you 8,888 mortal stars as soon as possible. After noticing the obvious joy in Wang Baol's expression, Xianxia accompanied him and said a few more words, his words full of flattery. What the first handsome, what the daughter of gold, what peerless demeanor, and so on. To and fro are all these words, listening to Wang Baol also a little helpless. Clearly, Xianxia was a little rusty in this area. He couldn't even beat Lu Daobin, let alone Wang Baol. In the end, he felt embarrassed. He only took his leave after seeing Wang Baol yawn. Xianxia walked out of the tower. The moment he left, he gritted his teeth and quickly took out the jade slip. On one hand, he had his subordinates send the mortal planet over. On the other hand, he hesitated and passed down the instructions. He had his subordinates gather talents who were good at flattery and prepare to learn this skill. There's nothing I can do about it. Then Wang Baol is really into this. Xianxia sighed. After thinking about it, he recalled that when he was in the Federation, Wang Baol didn't seem to lack women. Every single one of them seemed pretty good, therefore, he instructed his subordinates to search for beautiful women outside. Just as Xianxia was trying his best to curry favor with Wang Baol, who saw Xianxia leave, blinked, and a smile appeared on his face. Master is really nice to me. Wang Baol coughed. He recalled that after he came to the Raging Flame star system, he had cultivated the star sealing art and had the Divine Bull's microscopic observation. After he had successfully cultivated it, he had received the Purple Gold Civilization's apology to replenish his cultivation needs. Now that he needed a mortal planet, his master had sent Xianxia over. Wang Baol wouldn't have believed that he hadn't prepared everything beforehand. Therefore, deep down, he was more in agreement with the Raging Flame Galaxy and more respectful towards his master. Days passed one after another. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Raging Flame Galaxy had become more lively with Xianxia's arrival. Xianxia would come to Wang Baol's place to greet him every day. If Wang Baol were to leave the tower, Xianxia would definitely jog over enthusiastically in less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn after he walked out of the tower. Please reading on MYB Ox No VL. His words continued to grow in an astonishing manner over the course of the day. At the beginning, his flattery was a little awkward, but it eventually became smooth and smooth. At the same time he flattered Xianxia directly, it quickly turned into an understatement that made Wang Baol feel very comfortable. The various improvements made even Wang Baol could not help but praise Xianxia's ability to learn. Other than the change in his words, Xianxia's cleverness made Wang Baol very satisfied. Basically, he only needed to look at Xianxia, and the other party would instantly understand and deal with the things that he had instructed clearly. For example, if Wang Baol coughed lightly, Xianxia, who was following behind him, would immediately take out a bottle of ice spirit water that had been iced with dermic powers and added with spirit liquid and medicinal liquid. Or if Wang Baol stretched out his arm, Xianxia would immediately come forward and knead it. The strength was moderate, and it made Wang Baol feel very comfortable. Other than that, Xianxia also gave him gifts from time to time every day. 1 dermic armament today, 1 pill tomorrow, and the day after that, he invited Wang Baol to visit the newly developed traveling star of the Xia family. Xianxia could be said to be doing a pretty good job as a follower. At the same time, he treated his master, eldest senior sister Wang Baol, the same way. He was even more attentive. As for his other martial uncles, Xianxia hadn't fallen behind either. He had given all of his gifts. With his wealth, he had used his gifts to create a harmonious atmosphere on the Raging Flame main planet. Wang Baol was naturally very satisfied with this. However, he had still tried to persuade Xianxia many times. Brother Haiyang, you don't have to do this. I said that I would help you, and I will definitely help you. 16th Martial Uncle. Please call me by my nickname in the future. Only then will I feel closer to you, Xianxia said sincerely. You really don't have to do this. 16th Uncle Master. This is Yang Er's heartfelt gesture. 16th Uncle Master. Please don't deprive me of my filial piety. Wang Baol didn't speak again after failing to persuade Xianxia several times. However, he could still tell that Xianxia had done all of this on purpose. Occasionally, he would show an unnatural expression. It was obvious that Xianxia was consoling himself again and again. In reality, Wang Baol wasn't wrong. Xianxia was indeed like that. As a member of the Xia family, he had been extremely proud before he came to the Raging Flame Galaxy. After coming here, he had no choice but to do so because of all sorts of things. Naturally, he still felt a little indignant deep down in his heart. That was why every time he returned to his tower, Xianxia would blame everything on himself in order to achieve his goal. Even though Wang Baol had advised him not to do so, and his master had also hinted that there was no need to do so. However, Xianxia was still worried. He felt that in this world, other than the relationship between bloodlines, all other relationships needed to be guided by interests in order to be well maintained. This inherent mindset of the Xia family allowed him to maintain his own personal relationships in the days to come. Wang Baol saw this and slowly let Xianxia do as he pleased. After all, during this process, he felt very comfortable. At the same time, he had to admit that Xianxia's actions had indeed brought him closer. At the very least, it had only been a month. Wang Baol had grown increasingly fond of Xianxia, and he was prepared to persuade his senior brother, Chan Qingzi, when the time came. If things continued to develop so smoothly, It wouldn't be long before Xianxia would be able to stand firmly in the raging flame galaxy. However, the heavens didn't allow him to do so. Xianxia shouldn't have done that. Not only did he respect Wang Baol and his master, but he also slowly started to get along with his 15th uncle master. Perhaps it was because of Xianxia's own actions, or perhaps it was because 15th had intentionally gotten close to him, creating a situation where they were in the same boat. In short, after a month, the relationship between the two of them had reached a point where they could talk about anything. 15 didn't put on any airs either. Xianxia seemed to have returned to his former identity. The two of them interacted as equals, making him feel even more intimate. Wang Baol saw this scene and had a strange look on his face. He thought to himself, "Master, you're too playful. This is the rhythm of playing Xianxia badly." Wang Baol rubbed the space between his brows. He could instantly guess the ending. On account of his relationship with Xianxia, he had also hinted at Xianxia, but Xianxia clearly didn't understand. As a result, his relationship with his 15th uncle master became even better. He took the initiative to speak ill of the blazing flame ancestor over and over again, and at the same time he tried to lure Xianxia over and over again. Finally, one day in Wang Baol's tower, as 15th arrived with a flask of wine, Xianxia took a few large sips. As 15th took the initiative to criticize the blazing flame ancestor, Xianxia finally told his 15th uncle master about his displeasure with the blazing flame ancestor. 15, you're absolutely right. The ancestor is indeed very sinister. I was tricked by him to come here. I don't dare to tell anyone else. So I can only tell you, I've heard people mention that the ancestor is narrow-minded and likes to dig holes for others, but I don't believe it. 15 sat opposite Xianxia and narrowed his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a hidden meaning that Xianxia couldn't see. He poured Xianxia a cup of wine, handed it over, and asked with a smile, "What now?" Wang Baol stood at the side and looked at the two people in front of him. He felt a headache coming on. He had long since seen through the truth of the blazing flame galaxy. He knew that the 15th senior brother in front of him was actually a clone of his master. This clone had tried to lure him into speaking ill of his master more than once, but he had avoided it. After learning the truth, every time the other party tried to lure him into a trap, he would immediately sing a song of praise. That was why he had never fallen into the trap. But now, seeing that Xianxia was about to fall into the trap, Wang Baol couldn't help but sigh. Master really knows how to play. It's one thing for him to beat himself up, but I can barely understand why he wants to acknowledge me as his disciple. But to dig a trap for me and make me speak ill of myself, what kind of hobby is that? Wang Baol felt a headache coming on. He remembered how satisfied he had been with Xianxia during this period of time. He couldn't bear to see Xianxia fall into his trap like that, so he coughed. "Haiyang, you drank too much." "Too much? How can I drink too much?" Xianxia raised his head abruptly when he heard that. The resentment that had accumulated in his heart during this period of time seemed to be released at that moment. "Good." 15th one slammed the table, his face filled with admiration. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Xianxia and exclaimed in admiration, "Haiyang, I like your attitude. You have to know that the traditions of our raging flame galaxy are based on words. Let me tell you, I have long been dissatisfied with my master. There are no outsiders here, so you can say whatever you want. Grandmaster has basically set me up. He's too evil." Xianxia endured for a long time before he finally said it. After he finished speaking, he seemed to feel much better. He picked up the wine jar and took a big gulp. Seeing that, Wang Baol couldn't do anything to help. He closed his eyes and meditated by the side, ignoring the two of them. Just like that, under the guidance of 15, Xianxia's resentment towards the blazing flame ancestor seemed to have opened a floodgate. It poured out continuously. He didn't notice that 15's eyes were shining. The next day, just as Wang Baol had guessed, Xianxia, who had just woken up from a hangover, received an order from the blazing flame ancestor the moment he woke up, to ask him to bathe the divine bull. This was a fortuitous encounter for Wang Baol, who had cultivated the star-sealing art. However, If he had not cultivated the star-sealing art, it would have been a punishment. After all, how much change the old bull's body wanted would depend on the old bull's mood. Clearly, the old bull was not in a good mood. Therefore, when Xianxia went to bathe the old bull, he saw a figure that was more than 10 times larger than what Wang Bail had seen previously. It was a vast figure that was more than 10 times larger than what he had seen previously. This figure was basically something that Xianxia would need at least half a year, even if his cultivation was extraordinary. He would bathe him day and night. Therefore, under Xianxia's confusion, he began his laborious work. When Wang Bail saw all this, he felt even more emotional. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. Calm Xianxia. Ah Xianxia, I've already hinted to you. You can't blame me for this. Wang Bail shook his head and began his cultivation of the second level of the star-sealing art. At the same time, the mortal planets that Xianxia had requested his subordinates to purchase were sent over one after another in the following days. They were integrated into Wang Bail's star atlas, making it even more powerful. 3 months passed just like that. Under the support of Xianxia, Wang Bail's star atlas was finally integrated into more than 10,000 mortal planets. At the same time, he successfully cultivated the star-sealing art to the second level. As it matched his cultivation at the mid-stage of the planet realm, Wang Bail's 9 ancient planets laws and Abhijna had improved significantly after he had arrived in the Raging Flame Galaxy and flipped through a large number of ancient books of the Blazing Flame ancestor. Among them, the one that had improved the most was the Laws of Fire. This was something that the Blazing Flame ancestor was willing to see. Therefore, after the assessment of Wang Bail's cultivation, while Xianxia continued bathing the divine ox, he had imparted to Wang Bail a divine ability that belonged exclusively to the Blazing Flame lineage. Its name was the Flame Spirit Curse. The Blazing Flame ancestor's cultivation was based on the rule of fire. It had reached the pinnacle, and it had displayed many different branches. The curse art was also well known throughout the entire Weiyang Dao domain. For example, the curse mask that Wang Bail had obtained during his mission could forcefully lower the cultivation level of anyone below the level of a planet. It was only a minor aspect of the curse art. New novels chapters are published. N. The True Art of Curses, I call it, Heaven Follows Man's Wishes. The Blazing Flame ancestor stared at Wang Bail before him and said in a deep voice. Wang Bail's spirits were lifted. In truth, what had attracted him the most at the start was the Blazing Flame ancestor's curse art. However, his master had never mentioned it after he had arrived. Although Wang Bail had asked, the Blazing Flame ancestor hadn't answered. Now that his master had spoken, Wang Bail's eyes lit up instantly. Overall, I've divided it into 3 levels. The first level is difficult to resolve. Noticing the light in Wang Bail's eyes, the Blazing Flame ancestor's expression was gentle, but soon, his eyes revealed a stern look. The second level is difficult to resolve. As for the final level, since my will is difficult to resolve and difficult to resolve, I can only allow the heavens to follow my wishes. Everything in the world, in the universe, be it laws or laws, countless wills, must follow my thoughts and resolve Baal. This is my Tao. Based on the foundation of the flame, I have finally developed the Tao of curses. As he said that, even though the Blazing Flame ancestor's words were calm, Wang Bail's heart trembled violently. It is difficult to extinguish my will and resentment. Wang Bail was silent for a moment. He thought of what little Missy had said about his master's past and the one-man show on the Blazing Flame main planet. It was indeed hard to calm his emotions. Resentment was indeed hard to extinguish. Even though I haven't reached the level where the heavens and the people can do as they wish, and I've been stuck at the level where I can't extinguish my resentment for far too long, even your dark sect senior brother, Chan Qingzi, wouldn't dare provoke me unless it was absolutely necessary. Because I have 3 great curses. Once I activate them, I won't be afraid to join forces. However, the deity emperor has fallen. This is also the reason why the Weiyang clan has allowed me to slaughter them. However, once I activate these 3 great curses, the price will be for me to completely perish in the cycle of reincarnation, and there will be no more in this world. Therefore, as long as I do not violate the bottom line of one of them over and over again, but violate all of them, and control the degree well, no divine emperor will dare to fight me to the death. That is why I am protective of my own shortcomings and crazy. Because I have nothing to fear. As the blazing flame ancestor spoke, his aura exploded, shaking the entire blazing flame galaxy. Wang Bao's breathing quickened. At that moment, he finally understood the blazing flame ancestor. Baol, what I'm about to teach you today is the foundation of the first level, the flame spirit mantra. As he spoke, the blazing flame ancestor raised his right hand and touched Wang Bao's forehead. Immediately, a large portion of the mantra's inheritance was transmitted into Wang Bao's mind, causing his head to explode. His mind felt as if it was about to be torn apart, and a large amount of information appeared. It was only after a long while that Wang Bao finally regained some of his spirit. When he raised his head, he could no longer see his master, the blazing flame ancestor. Only the words of his master reverberated in his ears, coming from the void. Baal, you only have half a year's time. In half a year's time, you will use your identity as the young lord of the blazing flame star system to pay respects to the heavenly Dharma Lord. Over there, I have exchanged for a portion of the heavenly destiny opportunity for you. Wang Bao's body trembled, and he cupped his fists and bowed towards the void in front of him. Thank you, Master. There was no response. Wang Bao waited for a long time before he left his master's tower, shaken by the knowledge he had gained regarding the mantra. As he left, in the sky, the divine ox that was being bathed by Xianxia. He slowly opened his eyes. There was a deep look in his eyes, and there was a hint of sadness. I am a coward, because I cannot make up my mind to seek mutual destruction. Because the resentment is hard to extinguish. Because I can only lose one divine emperor, not the entire Weiyang clan. The old bull mumbled, speaking words that only he could hear. Xianxia, who was bathing him, was close to him, but he could not hear him. As he washed himself, he felt as if Xianxia had said something. Senior Ox, what did you say? I said, you little bastard. Why don't you wash my butt? Don't you see how dirty it is? As Xianxia's miserable life continued, Wang Bao's cultivation of the star-sealing art continued to make progress. All the meteorites that formed the divine Ox-star atlas had been replaced with ordinary stars. This made its power even more shocking. It also allowed Wang Bao to begin cultivating the third level of the star-sealing art. However, as his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the planet realm, his cultivation of the third level was not as fast as the previous two levels. It gradually slowed down, and his focus gradually shifted from the star-sealing art to the Flame Spirit mantra. Flame Spirit, Flame Zero. In his own tower, after sensing the Flame Spirit mantra, Wang Bao patted his forehead. He thought to himself, Master, Master, do you have a random name, or do you have a random name for your avatar, or perhaps this mantra was originally related to the old ox? The truth was, the old bull's name was Flame Zero. Putting aside the matter of the name, Wang Bao took a deep breath and began to study the Flame Spirit mantra. This mantra was based on the power of the flames. It constructed countless tiny runes and used one's own life force as a guide. This formed the mantra. It was different from the mantra that Wang Bao had previously understood. Most spells borrowed the power of heaven and earth, or had mysterious and unpredictable powers. They were used to influence the enemy as if it was karma. Although the power of such spells was extraordinary, they ultimately relied on external forces. They were more of a medium to attract and convert the borrowed power. It was not difficult to isolate it, and even if it was resolved, it was not impossible. If one was prepared, it was not impossible for the person who cast the spell to suffer a backlash. Overall, the power was passable, but there were too many disadvantages. Although it was easy to learn, the limitations were too great. Also, although the heaven and earth energy seemed endless, in reality, it still existed at the end. As a medium, it also had its limits. Due to all these reasons, the curse lineage was only a small path. This was also the advantage and disadvantage of almost all the curses in the Weiyang Dao domain. Therefore, although there were many people who were good at curses in the Weiyang Dao domain, they weren't too famous. After all, if one was unable to harm a celestial domain grade or even a universe grade powerhouse, all curses would be useless. However, the blazing flame ancestors' curses mostly used one's own life and will as the resentment of curses. To a certain extent, it could be described as killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of one's own. This was also why the blazing flame ancestor was able to cast the 3 great curses. The price was his own death. However, the benefits were equally shocking. Firstly, the meaning was endless, and so was the resentment. This illusory change in emotions was, to a certain extent, endless. It was difficult to measure its size, which was why the spell seemed to have no end. Furthermore, once it was cast, it was extremely difficult to guard against and isolate it. As for dispelling it, the power of the curse came from the resentment of the spellcaster. It was not the power of heaven and earth. Hence, it formed a specific curse that could only be dispelled by the spellcaster. Could dispel it. After studying the flame spirit curse in detail, Wang Bao's eyes shone with a profound light. He fell into deep thought. After a long while, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. This spell is not suitable for those who are in favorable circumstances. It is more suitable for those who are growing in adversity. The more adversity and the more tragic it is, the more unjust its intent will be, and the more difficult it will be to extinguish its resentment. Master must have experienced countless ups and downs in his life. He must have let out countless helpless howls before he finally took the final step and created this spell that would make the Divine Emperor afraid. Furthermore, if I continue to cultivate this spell, my personality will become extreme, and I will also become sullen. Therefore, Master has allowed me to cultivate the star-sealing art first to nurture my domineering aura. With this as a buffer, I can dispel the sullen and extreme personality. However, there is another drawback. Cultivating this spell requires an endless amount of life force. Only by doing so can I reduce the so-called 800 miles of self-harm from killing 1,000 enemies to the point where I can ignore the depletion. Wang Bao was silent as he thought of what his master had said. He would go to pay respects to the heavenly Dharma Lord in half a year's time. There, his master had exchanged for a heavenly fate opportunity for him. Even though he didn't know the details of the so-called heavenly fate opportunity, after making his calculations, Wang Bao had already made a guess. The ultimate life force that can only be described by the word heaven. As Wang Bao muttered to himself, a look of doubt slowly appeared in his eyes. This doubt spread rapidly, quickly filling his eyes and entering deep into his heart. However, this curse clearly requires a strong sense of injustice in one's entire life. It is difficult to put down one's resentment, and only then can one cultivate it more smoothly. Why did Master teach it to me? Wang Bao fell silent for a moment. Up until now, he had not been in a good situation in his life. However, he was still very far from being in a bad situation. Logically speaking, it was not suitable for him to cultivate this curse. Could it be that Master has seen something and is unable to tell me? Perhaps I am overthinking things. Wang Bao shook his head. He could sense that his master was sincere towards him. Therefore, the only possibility was that there would always be some twists and turns in one's life. His master hoped that after encountering those twists and turns, he would be able to gain the power to rise from them. That way, he could grow in the good times and in the occasional adversity. To a certain extent, it can be considered as a form of insurance. After thinking about it, Wang Bao felt that his idea was correct. Therefore, he took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and began cultivating the flame spirit mantra. Due to his personality, as well as the fact that he didn't have too many grievances and grudges in his heart, Wang Bao was very slow in his cultivation. However, Wang Bao was determined. After realizing that the mantra was a form of insurance, he became even more focused. In the days that followed, even though his progress was extremely slow, he still immersed himself in it. He familiarized himself with the mantra time and time again, infusing his own life force into the tiny runes formed by the flames. Just like that, another 3 months passed very quickly. When there was only half of the time left before the start of the birthday celebration, Xianxia's divine ox bath was finally completed. The reason why it was much less than what Wang Baol had estimated was that Xianxia seemed to have realized something. He spent his days flattering the old ox and making it happy. Therefore, he had originally planned to follow Xianxia's path. His body, which was about to continue growing bigger, slowly shrank under Xianxia's flattering. After bathing the old bull, Xianxia returned exhausted. When he paid his respects to Wang Baol, his eyes revealed a strong sense of grievance. 16th Uncle Master, tell me, is Grandmaster punishing me like this because 15th Uncle Master went to inform on me? Wang Baol coughed. He sympathized with Xianxia, but his expression turned serious. Don't suspect your 15th Uncle Master. In the end, it's because you have a grudge in your heart. It must be 15th Uncle Master. He forced me to drink too much and deliberately tried to get me to talk. Then, he turned around and went to report me. Xianxia's face was filled with grief and indignation. He now felt that in the entire raging flame galaxy, the only truly good people were his master and Wang Baol. Just as he was thinking this, someone else arrived in Wang Baol's tower. It was Wang Baol's 7th senior brother. His face was bruised and swollen, and his face was covered in blood. He looked extremely pathetic. After entering, he didn't bother with Xianxia. Instead, he let out a sorrowful cry towards Wang Baol. Little 16, your brother came uninvited. I have a favor to ask of you. Seeing how miserable 7th senior brother was, Wang Baol felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself, Master, you're being mischievous again. However, Xianxia, who was beside him, didn't know the truth. He was immediately shocked by how miserable 7th senior brother was. 7th senior uncle, what happened to you? What happened? I was beaten up by your grandmaster. 7th senior brother's eyes were filled with indignation. After replying to Xianxia, he looked at Wang Baol. 16, I have a will here. I'll leave it with you. In the future, if I'm beaten to death by master, remember to send my will back to my hometown. As he spoke, 7th senior brother sighed and gave Wang Baol a jade slip. He turned and left the tower. Wang Baol held the jade slip and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia, who was beside him, blinked his eyes and chased after him. Even if Wang Baol shouted, Xianxia didn't listen to him. Ocean, ocean, ocean. I was digging a hole for you. I hope you won't fall into it this time. Wang Baol was a little speechless. Seeing that Xianxia had already disappeared, he could only sigh. He placed the jade slip aside and continued meditating. At the same time, he understood his master's evil intentions. It was obvious that he couldn't find a reason for it, so his target was Xianxia. While he was meditating, outside the tower, Xianxia had already caught up to 7th uncle, who was staggering. 7th uncle, wait a minute. What major crime have you committed? 7th uncle paused in his steps. He turned his head and looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly expression. What? Little Haiyang, are you going to learn from 15 and try to trick me? Then, you're going to report me to your grandmaster and say bad things about him? Xianxia's body trembled. Looking at the miserable 7th martial uncle, he suddenly had a feeling that he was a person who had fallen to the bottom of the world. Wang Baol, who had been studying the flame spirit mantra in the tower, did not know how Xianxia had talked to 7th senior brother after he had chased him out. In short, on the second day after Xianxia had finished talking to 7th brother, Xianxia had rushed over in high spirits early in the morning to greet Wang Baol. Wang Baol had just walked out of the tower, and before he had even left the 100-foot radius, a black shadow had fallen from the boundless sky. He didn't know why, but a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky. The black shadow was so fast that even with Wang Baol's cultivation at the mid-stage planet realm, he couldn't see it clearly. He could only barely detect the afterimage, which showed how fast it was. As for Xianxia, although his cultivation was higher than Wang Baol's, however, he hadn't reached the star realm yet, so he couldn't avoid it either. In that instant, the black shadow that had fallen from the sky landed directly on his body. A loud boom reverberated in the air, and the ground shook. Dust and dirt rolled in all directions. Xianxia's screams and wails were accompanied by loud bangs that reverberated in all directions. Wang Bao's eyes were wide open. After the dust had cleared and he had a clear view of what had landed on him, he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. He took a deep breath. The black shadow that had descended from the sky was a cow louse. It had a good grasp of its strength. It appeared to be extremely fast and had a terrifying aura. However, when it landed on Xianxia, it only made him dizzy and didn't injure him. However, there was a fist-sized bump on his head. The bump was completely red. Wang Bao only took a glance at it and immediately felt the intense pain caused by the bump on his head. In reality, that was indeed the case. Xianxia was already wailing in pain. What's going on? What's going on? I. Why did such a thing suddenly fall from the sky? Xianxia raised his hand in grief and anger and instinctively touched the bump. Tears were about to fall from his eyes. Wang Bao's expression became more and more strange. At the same time, the respect he felt for his master grew stronger. He had now completely understood that his master was a petty person. After Xianxia had chased after Seventh yesterday, he must have been tempted by Seventh to say something that he shouldn't have said. That was why his master's wicked sense of humor led to a new prank. Wang Bao sympathized with Xianxia, but he also felt fortunate. He felt that if Xianxia hadn't come and diverted his master's mischief, he would have been the one feeling indignant. With that thought, Wang Bao immediately took a few steps back. He felt that since his master's target was Xianxia, it would be better for him to stay away. Just as Wang Bao was about to return to the tower, Xianxia howled in grief and indignation. The sky suddenly churned, and a huge face appeared instantly. The face was emitting flames. It was the blazing flame ancestor. When he appeared, he looked at Xianxia on the ground with a serious expression, then raised his head to look in the direction of the starry sky. He spoke calmly. Flame 0. Please reading on MYB Ox No VL. Calm as the blazing flame ancestor spoke, the sky churned again, and the old ox's figure appeared with a look of grievance. Patriarch, please make a decision for me. Who did I offend? My head. Xianxia immediately knelt down. His face was filled with endless grievance, and the bump on his head. Because of the fluctuations in his emotions, the bump on his head turned even redder. It looked as if a horn was about to grow out of the bump. Master, the old ox said with a sigh. It's not my fault. I was just scratching an itch. The flame ancestor continued to frown and glare at the old ox. Be careful next time. With that, Patriarch Flame looked at Xianxia and shook his head. You too, said Patriarch Flame. Be careful when you walk. You usually look like a very shrewd person, so how could you be hit when you walk? He ignored the aggrieved Xianxia, and his face flickered as he disappeared into the sky. As for the old bull, he blinked a few times in the sky, then cleared his throat. Similarly, he didn't say anything. His body turned illusory, as if he were about to leave. Seeing that the matter was about to be resolved into a small matter, Xianxia felt extremely wronged. He was touched, and his body trembled as he let out an angry roar from afar. Senior Niu, how dare you bully my beloved disciple? Wang Bao, who was about to return to the tower, stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He stood there and watched the commotion. He thought to himself, Master, aren't you tired of switching back and forth in your vest every day? As he thought about that, Xianxia roared from afar. He was so touched that tears were about to fall from his eyes. A figure flew over from the distant sky. It was Wang Bao's eldest senior sister, Xianxia's master. When the eldest senior sister arrived, she looked at Xianxia with a pained expression. Then, anger appeared on her face. She charged toward the sky, and soon, a loud boom was heard in the sky. Senior Niu, Master previously asked my beloved disciple to bathe you. This is a custom of my flame lineage. Although my heart aches, I can only care for you in silence. But today, you actually dare to bully me like this. Yang is still a child. You're going too far. As the sky rumbled, eldest senior sister's angry roar could be heard. Dong which eye of yours saw me bully your beloved disciple? Along with eldest senior sister's angry roar was old Nyo's displeased grunt. No matter what, old Nyo, you're bullying my beloved disciple, and you're bullying my little Yang. You just can't do it. Eldest senior sister seemed to care too much, and in her words, she no longer addressed old Niu with the usual respect. What's the point of being so protective of your own shortcomings? Your beloved disciple, if he really thinks you're his master, how could he not know that you lack stellar gold the most right now? If there's... Shut up, old ox. I'll handle my own matters. No matter what, I'll seek justice for my beloved disciple today. The voices of the eldest senior sister and old ox spread in all directions, causing Wang Bail's senior brothers and senior sisters to appear in their respective towers. They looked up into the sky, and soon, the sounds in the sky grew more and more shocking, and the ripples grew even stronger. Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't describe it with words. The feeling of someone making the decision and someone standing up for him made him extremely grateful. Wang Bail's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. It was as if lightning had flashed across his mind, and his eyes instantly revealed an epiphany. A sense of admiration filled his heart. Master is indeed a profound cultivator. As Wang Bail lamented, the blazing flame ancestor snorted coldly. Eldest senior sister and old Niu had no choice but to stop fighting. Old Nyo snorted coldly and left with dissatisfaction. Eldest senior sister descended abruptly, and her body was clearly weak. It was obvious that the previous battle had not been easy for her. However, when she saw Xianxia, eldest senior sister revealed a warm smile and gently touched the bump on Xianxia's head, whose face was filled with guilt and gratitude. Yang I came too late. Are you in pain? Wang Bail felt his heart turn numb when he heard those words. However, Xianxia was so touched that tears streamed down his face. He knelt down before his master. Master, why is this child crying? Eldest senior sister's expression was warm, but there was kindness in it. She looked around coldly and said calmly, Junior brothers and sisters, Yang is my disciple. If I ever hear of any snitching in the future, you know the consequences. The moment she said that, 7th and 15th looked embarrassed. Xianxia was even more touched by this scene. He felt that this master in front of him really treated him extremely well, and would never be able to repay him in this lifetime. Master. All right, don't cry anymore. Your master will go back to secluded meditation first. During this period of time, you take care of yourself. As she spoke, a hint of exhaustion appeared on eldest senior sister's face. She turned around and was about to leave when Xianxia hurriedly spoke up. How much stellar gold does master need? I have it here. There's no need. I can handle it myself. Eldest senior sister shook her head. Her body swayed, and she flew into the air. Xianxia saw this and immediately became anxious. I know that master dotes on me and doesn't want me to give too much, but this is my filial piety. If master doesn't want this stellar gold, I won't be able to kneel for long. As he spoke, Xianxia fell to his knees with a thud. He begged endlessly. Wang Bail gasped at the sight. There was only one sentence in his heart, and that was high, really high. He finally understood what had happened. Xianxia had clearly not treated the Raging Flame Galaxy as his true home in the beginning. He had come here to ask for his help. But now, after experiencing this series of events, the snitches, the contradictions, master's coldness, and eldest senior sister's heartache, it was as if 100 different lives had been formed. They were like threads that had completely trapped Xianxia. The eldest senior sister sighed helplessly in the end. Why are you doing this? As she sighed, she had no choice but to accept Xianxia's filial piety. Then, she muttered to herself and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. You don't have to pay too much attention to your other martial uncles, but your 16th martial uncle must be satisfied. He is your grandmaster's most beloved disciple. His words can influence your grandmaster's judgment at critical moments. To a certain extent, you can see him as the true young lord of the raging flame galaxy. Such a heartfelt voice transmission made Xianxia feel even more touched. He had decided to put in more effort to coax Wang Baol in the future. That way, he would have two big backers in the raging flame galaxy, and only then would he be able to truly stand firm. He would definitely teach 15 and Old 7 a lesson in the future. 15, Old 7, I want to let you know that I, Xianxia, am not a pushover. Although you are martial uncles, one day, I will make you personally apologize to me. Xianxia swore to himself. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Wang Baol returned to the tower after witnessing the magic trick with his own eyes. He felt that he had broadened his horizons this time. Through the series of events involving the blazing flame ancestor and his clone, Xianxia had unknowingly been trapped in the raging flame galaxy. To Xianxia himself, even if he did not understand the cause and effect, in reality there was no harm in it. In fact, to a certain extent, it had great benefits. It was just that the blazing flame ancestor had guided Xianxia's trading relationship from the bottom of his heart into a true sense of belonging to his fellow disciples. After all, a sense of belonging was a very complicated emotion. It was emotional, contradictory, cold, amiable, and so on. It could increase the sense of belonging to different degrees. Once the emotions were comprehensive, they would form countless strands that were difficult to part with. It should be eldest senior sister or master, or 7th and 15th who will come to Xianxia's rescue when he is in danger. This will completely brand the relationship, until one day, even if the truth is revealed, it will not affect the relationship. Instead, it will strengthen Xianxia's sense of belonging Wang Baol's side with emotion. At that moment he was touched. He knew clearly that everything his master had done could not have been for himself. Clearly, it was all for him. He taught me the flame spirit mantra and arranged for a junior nephew. Master, oh master, what exactly are you preparing for? Wang Baol was silent. As a bystander, he didn't know why, but after seeing everything that had happened, he felt a sense of unease. The unease didn't come from himself, but from the blazing flame ancestor. However, it was clear that Wang Baol didn't have an answer. He sighed softly and suppressed his doubts. He began to immerse himself in the cultivation of the flame spirit mantra again, studying the details of the mantra. Just like that, another 3 months slowly passed. During these 3 months, Wang Baol barely managed to learn the basics of the flame spirit mantra. As for Xianxia, he had also learned his lesson. No matter who tried to lure him, he sang praises of the patriarch and worked even harder as Wang Baol's follower. Wang Baol did not need to collect his own cultivation needs. As soon as he spoke, Xianxia would definitely deliver it to him. His flattery became more and more familiar. Every time it made Wang Baol feel extremely comfortable. Therefore, he was in a good mood. He spoke to his master and asked Xianxia to accompany him to pay his respects. After the blazing flame ancestor agreed, the two of them prepared for a few days. Under the gaze of eldest senior sister and the others, they boarded the flying ship of the Raging Flame Galaxy and left the Raging Flame main planet. As the young lord of the Raging Flame Galaxy, Wang Baol's journey was naturally different from before. He was accompanied by the stellar elites of the other civilizations in the Raging Flame Galaxy as Dao protectors. There were a total of 8 stellar cultivators. They accompanied Wang Baol on his journey. Their mission was to ensure Wang Baol's safety throughout the journey. The star from the Scorching Spirit Civilization was one of them. Coupled with Xianxia's own protective powers, it could be said that the power surrounding Wang Baol was already comparable to that of a major power. No one thought that such an extravagance was exaggerated. Wang Baol currently represented the Raging Flame Galaxy. As the young lord of the Raging Flame Galaxy, he had to do the same. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. Calm when they left the Raging Flame Galaxy and sped through the starry skies. The number of flying ships had already reached more than 100. There were not only 8 stars in the flying ships, but there were also quite a number of planet cultivators in the flying ships. Strong ripples were created in the starry skies as they sped towards the fated star where exalted heavenly Dharma was located. In the main ship in the middle, Wang Baol was dressed in a gorgeous red robe and wore golden combat boots. He looked extremely imposing and noble. He was holding a jade slip in his hand, deep in thought. Xianxia was dressed in the same style, but in a slightly lighter-colored outfit. He stood beside Wang Baol and spoke softly. Uncle Master, Lord Destiny is the same as Grandmaster in the Wei Yang Dao domain. He is a mighty figure that the Wei Yang clan doesn't wish to offend. The former is good at deduction and can help others change the laws of heaven and earth. That is why he is well known throughout the Dao domain and is treated with respect by the Wei Yang clan. His cultivation is the same as Grandmaster's. He also has a secret treasure called the Mark of Heavenly Fate. The exalted Heavenly Fate who holds this secret treasure will have his cultivation and battle prowess boosted infinitely. Some people have speculated that he is comparable to a universe-grade cultivator. That is why the various factions will send people to his birthday banquet. Other than the need for etiquette, there is another reason. Every time the exalted Heavenly Fate holds a birthday banquet, he will arrange a trial. This trial varies from year to year. However, regardless of which trial, those who receive his approval will be given the right to flip the Book of Heavenly Fate. The Book of Destiny? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Before he set off, the blazing flame ancestor had summoned him and informed him that he had been given a chance to comprehend the Mark of Destiny from the exalted Heavenly Dharma. However, he hadn't mentioned the Book of Destiny. He had learned about the former from his master, the blazing flame ancestor. He understood that the so-called comprehension of the Mark of Destiny allowed him to transcend the long river of time. It allowed him to condense countless periods of time from the afterimages of the past. It gathered at the moment of enlightenment and allowed his life force to increase and explode. This kind of enlightenment depended on one's talent and potential. It determined the length of time to be traced back. This was the supreme divine ability of the exalted heavenly Dharma. Every time he used it, it would cause irreversible damage to his body. To be able to have the exalted heavenly Dharma perform it for him once, even though he didn't know what price the blazing flame ancestor had paid, he could imagine that it would be extremely heavy. Xianxia's reply to Wang Baol's words interrupted Wang Baol's train of thought about his master. The Book of Heavenly Fate is a mystical item that no one knows its origins. It grows on the heavenly fated star, and even the divine emperor can't take it away. Only the exalted heavenly Dharma master has limited control over the book. There are rumors that the exalted heavenly Dharma master himself is the artifact spirit of the book, but no one knows if it's true or not. Flipping through the book, every page represents 500 years, and one can see the incomplete images of their own future. This kind of prophecy-like supernatural power is so powerful that it's difficult to describe it with words. If someone didn't verify that the images that appear are only one of the infinite possibilities of the future, it's not a certainty. Furthermore, one cannot view the contents of the book in a fixed manner. One can only view it randomly. At the same time, every page consumes one's own life force, so one cannot flip through too many pages. I'm afraid that its power will be even more terrifying. Look into the future? Wang Baol's eyes widened, and his breathing became unsteady as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Cultivators of our generation are all filled with confusion about the future. We don't know what the future will be like, when life and death will descend, whether our cultivation will be able to break through in the future, and there are too many things that we don't know. That's why the trials during the Heavenly Dharma Lord's birthday banquet are becoming more and more popular. Everyone wants to obtain the right to flip through the Book of Destiny and see their own future. Even if the shadow of the future appears randomly, even if it's just one of the 10 million possibilities, it can still be a great guide for oneself. Wang Baol thought for a moment and nodded. He was very interested in the Book of Destiny. He wanted to see what his future would be like. The past, the future, Wang Baol muttered to himself. He was filled with anticipation for this trip to the fated star. A few days later, as the flying ship sped through the starry skies, 30% of the journey to the fated star was completed. Dozens of giant blue ships appeared in front of them. Each of these giant ships was comparable to a planet. They were vast and astonishing, and when the dozens of ships were lined up together, they gave off an even more shocking feeling. Wherever they passed, the starry skies would distort. On these flying ships, there were many cultivators coming and going, shuttling between the various flying ships. It was very lively, and on each flying ship, there was a large flag. The words "Thank you" were clearly written on it. This is my clan's galactic marketplace. It is used for transportation, and material transactions. The moment Xianxia saw the flying ships, his eyes immediately narrowed. He spoke slowly and immediately took out a jade slip. After sending a voice transmission, he laughed and looked at Wang Baol. 16th Martial Uncle, the destination of this galactic marketplace is not far from the fated star. Should we go up and take a look? They are faster, and we can give our martial nephew a chance to show our respect. Wang Baol glanced at Xianxia and smiled. This was too coincidental. Wang Baol wouldn't have believed it if Xianxia hadn't made preparations beforehand. However, he was still very comfortable with this matter, so he nodded. Let's go. Seeing that Wang Baol had agreed, the smile on Xianxia's face grew even wider. It was just as Wang Baol had expected. Xianxia had made preparations in advance to meet the Xia family's galactic marketplace. With Xianxia's status in the family clan, it was not enough for him to drive a galactic marketplace to serve the Xia family. After all, such a marketplace was more of a means of transporting people. Ferrying people between two fixed locations was one of the Xia family's pillar businesses. Every galactic marketplace was filled with powerful figures who were in charge of the family clan all year round, and they would only listen to the orders of the acting head of the Xia family. However, with his father's influence, even though he wasn't able to drive the marketplace, it was still possible for the marketplace on the interstellar route to stay at a certain point in the route for a few more days at a specific time. After all, there was no such thing as being punctual and precise in the Xia family's galactic marketplace. Interstellar travel was long, and there were many unforeseen circumstances. Naturally, with Xianxia's hard work, the galactic marketplace, which was supposed to be on its way to the fated star, appeared on the road that Wang Baol had to pass. Xianxia had made such preparations in order to show off his abilities. He knew very well that his advantage was his identity as a member of the Xia family, as well as the countless resources that he represented that could be traded. He had a certain amount of control over these resources. He could use them to exchange for value for his family clan and raise his status. He could also sign a contract and record it on himself within the limits of his authority. Then, he could use his family's long-term share to offset it. If he really couldn't offset it, he could still use his father's share. In the end, he could even use his father's share to make bad loans. There was too much room for manipulation. This was also a process that the Xia family had to go through after it had developed to this point. As the Xia family grew larger and larger, as their business grew larger, there would naturally be problems with their finances. It wasn't that the Xia family didn't want to solve this problem, but they couldn't do anything about it. Once it was solved, the entire Xia family would fall apart. If they didn't solve it, as long as they expanded their income, there would always be new blood flowing in. This could continue. As a member of the Xia family, Xianxia naturally knew about these problems. He hadn't done so in the past. However, now that his father was in trouble, no one in the family paid attention to him. Many people were secretly watching the show. That was why Xianxia was filled with dissatisfaction. He also wanted to curry favor with Wang Baol and the Raging Flame Galaxy. That was why he had spent so much this time. Isn't it just resources? If I don't have anything else, I'll have plenty of money. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he watched the galactic marketplace get closer and closer. He felt that no matter how much money he spent, as long as he established a relationship with Xianxia in the Raging Flame Galaxy, everything would be worth it. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Baol was naturally in a good mood when he set foot in the Xia family's galactic marketplace. The dozen or so giant ships that were comparable to the stars formed the marketplace. Half of the area of the marketplace was filled with various shops. The other half was filled with cultivators who had bought tickets. As a result, the bazaar was bustling with people. It was as if it was a special civilization. As its destination was the fated star, other than some top-tier families and factions who used their own ways to travel, the rest of the birthday worship cultivators would take similar ships. That was why the Xia family had a giant ship in the galactic bazaar. It traded all sorts of rare items that could be given as birthday gifts. The place was filled with people. Not only were there many cultivators, but their backgrounds were all-encompassing. Other than the human-like cultivators, there were also beast-like and plant-like cultivators. For example, Wang Baol had just boarded the ship when he saw a bunch of sunflowers. He walked past them. There were also people who seemed to be formed from rules, such as stone golems and fire golems. He even saw a human-like cultivator with a fish head. There were people with wings, multiple heads, and arms. There was also a black robe that was even more bizarre. However, if one looked closely, one could see an empty space within the black robe, but it floated past him. There were waves that made Wang Baol's heart palpitate. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. Com. These are cultivators from the Death Apostle planet. It's not that they don't have bodies, but due to the difference in the spectrum, we can't see them. Only when their cultivation reaches a star can we see their true appearances. These are cultivators from the Sarati planet. In their homeworld, they live in a sea that is said to be able to corrode everything. They were born there, and they were born with an innate ability to grasp the laws of water. None of them are weak. As Wang Baol's gaze swept across them, Xianxia, who was standing at the side, started introducing them to him in a low voice. As for those with multiple heads and arms, most of them are related to the bloodline of the Weiyang clan. As you know, the Weiyang clan is the ruler of the Weiyang Dao domain. They have a large population, and they have prospered along with many other races over the years. That is why these unique descendants have appeared. Listening to Xianxia's introduction, Wang Baol felt that his horizons had been broadened. In reality, he had spent most of his time in the starry skies outside the Federation, and he had seen quite a lot. However, he still felt that his horizons had been broadened after coming to the Xia clan's galactic marketplace. He felt that his horizons had been broadened. Soon, Wang Baol's gaze shifted away from the various cultivators in the galactic marketplace. Accompanied by Xianxia and the protection of the 8 stars behind him, he strolled around the marketplace for a while before entering a shop. It was a shop that specialized in selling elixirs. There were 2 floors in total, and all sorts of elixirs were available. Be it for the needs of the stars or for the condensation of qi, there were many types of elixirs. There were also some rare treasures that were hard to find in the outside world. What made it even more extravagant was that in the center of the hall on the first floor, there was a pill furnace that was the size of a 5-person embrace. Green smoke rose from it. When the smoke entered one's nose, it would stir up the immortal qi in one's body. If one were to bathe in it for a long period of time, it would be very beneficial to one's cultivation. Such incense sticks were already very expensive, but here they were provided free of charge. From this, it could be seen that the shop had a deep foundation. Perhaps it was because of this that there were so many cultivators in the shop, and almost every moment transactions were made. Both the buyers and the employees were busy. However, after Wang Baol entered the shop, Xianxia let out a cough and an old man flew out from the shop. The old man's cultivation was at the level of a star. He smiled when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia stepped forward and bowed when he saw the old man. "Greetings, Yao Lao." The elder nodded and looked at Wang Baol. Wang Baol smiled and looked over. He cupped his fists slightly, and the elder immediately returned the greeting. Then, he swept his gaze across the 8 stars behind Wang Baol, seemingly unintentionally, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and spoke calmly to his surroundings. "Fellow Taoists, please leave first. This shop welcomes our distinguished guests and closes the shop for an hour." The moment he said that, all the cultivators in the shop had a change in expression. They all looked at Wang Baol and his group. The shop assistant immediately carried out the elder's order and politely invited everyone out. Even though some of the cultivators were displeased, there was nothing they could do. Soon, there were no other customers in the shop besides Wang Baol and his group. As the door closed, Wang Baol was also slightly shocked. In fact, this was the first time he had received such treatment. He felt very comfortable, but on the surface, he still frowned slightly and looked deeply at Xianxia. "Yang why must you do this? 16th Uncle Master, you are honorable. I was worried that I would be disturbed by random people, so I decided on my own accord. Please punish me, Uncle Master. Xianxia didn't care what he was thinking, but he looked sincere. You don't do it again. Wang Baol shook his head and said calmly. Then he turned to the manager of the shop, Yao Lao, and cupped his fists. Thank you, Senior Yao Lao. Even though Yao Lao had given Xianxia such high treatment, he was delighted to see that Wang Baol was still courteous to him despite his high status. Therefore, he nodded with a smile. He summoned 2 female disciples who were both beautiful and well-built, and asked them to accompany him in introducing the pills. The 2 female disciples were obviously very curious about Wang Baol. After all, the fact that Xianxia, one of the young lords, was able to accompany Wang Baol and enjoy the treatment of the seal shop meant that Wang Baol was not an ordinary person. That was why they smiled sweetly, and their words were extremely gentle. They exhaled like orchids as they introduced the pills. They soon realized that as long as the other party took a few more glances at the pills, there was no need for him to say anything. The young lord beside them immediately took it down and placed it into her storage bag. This scene caused the 2 female disciples to become even more enthusiastic. As their thoughts changed, one of them began to approach Wang Baol. During the introduction several times, he seemed to inadvertently use his full chest to rub against Wang Baol's arm. Young master, the bottle of pill liquid you're looking at is called by Luo Spring. A single drop can rapidly heal a damaged soul. There's also this pill. It's called Earth Yellow Pill. It nourishes the body. Taking it over a long period of time can strengthen one's vitality. It also has certain benefits for the cultivation of the body. As the female disciple spoke, she took the pill down and placed it in Wang Baol's hand. The moment she placed it in, she cleverly hooked her finger on Wang Baol's palm. The actions of the female cultivator were not obvious. If she had not experienced it personally, it would have been difficult for others to notice anything amiss. This clearly meant that the actions of the female cultivator were definitely not accidental. She must have been tested for a long time, so she was able to keep her composure. She had attracted the attention of others, and in a moment of impulse she would spend irrationally. However, the actions of the female cultivator were not meant to be used on just anyone. Most of them were used on young people who had some background and had just started cultivating. Now that she saw Wang Baol, she judged that he was the same type of person. Therefore, she put in even more effort into her actions. Wang Baol blinked. He was now clear about everything, and he could not help but feel relieved. He was even filled with emotions. He did not consider other factors, and instead he sighed about his looks. He felt that his looks would bring him endless trouble no matter where he was. It would bring him endless troubles. Forget it. Forget it. It's my charm that is too great. It's not their fault. Wang Baol coughed and very sensibly forgave the actions of the female cultivator beside him. He pretended that he did not see it and chose to understand. This scene fell into Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia blinked and confirmed his own judgment. This fatty is indeed lustful. This will be easy to handle. However, just as Xianxia thought of this, Wang Baol suddenly heard a cold snort from little Missy in his mind. Fatty, you're enjoying it very much. Why don't you hug it in your arms and caress it properly? Wang Baol suddenly felt a little guilty after hearing that cold snort. He instinctively looked coldly at the female cultivator beside him. Although he didn't say anything directly, he silently thought to himself, how can such an ordinary person catch my eye? The female cultivator immediately noticed the thought and the coldness in her eyes, and she silently leaned back a little. Please don't use the name Wang Baol. Also, why aren't you enjoying yourself? In Wang Baol's mind, little Missy's tone was a little strange. These vulgar people, Wang Baol, am a gentleman. How could I give them the chance to take advantage of me? Little Missy, you've underestimated me. Wang Baol replied calmly in his heart. He looked at the other pills with a calm expression. Please reading on MYB Oxno VL. Calm Xianxia did not know what was going on. What he saw was that Wang Baol seemed to have allowed the female disciple to do whatever she wanted at the beginning. However, he quickly became disgusted with her. This made him suspicious. He felt that his previous judgment. There seemed to be something wrong. After careful observation, Wang Baol, regardless of his expression or actions, seemed to really hate the female cultivator's actions. However, Xianxia was certain that Wang Baol was not like this previously. This contradictory change immediately made Xianxia feel a sense of profound mystery. He decided to observe more. After all, it was something that suited his liking. If he misjudged the source, it would backfire. While Xianxia was observing, Wang Baol also walked through the first level of the shop and went up to the second level. In the end, he bought all the pills that he had his eyes on from Xianxia. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Baol suddenly spoke calmly. "I wonder if there are any pills here that are beneficial to the remnant soul?" This was the first time Wang Baol had voiced out his needs after entering the shop. Xianxia perked up and immediately made arrangements. Soon, dozens of pills that could nourish the remnant soul were brought up. Wang Baol glanced at them and nodded slightly. Xianxia waved his hand without hesitation and bought all the pills that could enhance the remnant soul. Then, he followed Wang Baol out of the shop and to the next shop. A few days passed. As the interstellar cruiser continued to move forward, Wang Baol, accompanied by Xianxia, walked through dozens of different types of shops in the Xia family's interstellar marketplace. Even though not all of the shops, they would close their shops immediately after Wang Baol entered, serving only him. However, more than half of the dozens of shops still did the same. Such treatment made Wang Baol extremely happy. Xianxia's signing of the bill made him feel even more comfortable. However, Wang Baol knew that he could not be too greedy and needed to control himself. Therefore, even though he went to many shops, other than the pills, the other things that Xianxia really bought were not very exaggerated. In the end, even though Xianxia had the intention to curry favor with Wang Baol, he still felt emotional. He felt that it was not a coincidence that Wang Baol had reached this stage. After all, not everyone could restrain their greed in such a situation. One had to know that he was asking for something from someone. It could be said that no matter how much Wang Baol wanted, he would grit his teeth and give it to him. However, Wang Baol had a good grasp of his limits. There were even a few times when Xianxia had indicated to the shop owner to buy the items, but Wang Baol had stopped him. "Brother Haiyang, I know how you feel, but there's really no need for this between you and me. No one gets their money for nothing, especially since there are so many members of your Xia family. I'm afraid that there are quite a number of people eyeing you." In a dermic artifact shop that wasn't closed down, but there weren't many cultivators who came to trade, Wang Baol looked at Xianxia. His words were sincere. Even Xianxia, who had been a businessman since he was young, heard those words. He was touched when he saw Wang Baol's expression. In the end, he decided to make it clear. 16th Uncle Master, this time, in my family's marketplace, I have indeed used up some of the favors and shares of my lineage. However, since it has been used up, it doesn't really matter whether there are more or less. As he spoke, Xianxia gestured to the shop owner to sign the purchase order for the scarlet flying sword that Wang Baol had taken a few more glances at. The flying sword was extraordinary. It had the soul of a dragon whelp attached to it. In a shop that wasn't owned by the Xia family but was owned by other factions, the sword was considered top grade, and the price wasn't cheap. Even though it wasn't owned by the Xia family, Xianxia had the right to sign the purchase order, since it was located in the Xia family's galactic marketplace. Seeing that Xianxia didn't even care about it, Wang Baol looked at him deeply. He was about to speak when an arrogant voice came from behind them. "This flying sword is not bad. The voice was initially arrogant, but before it could finish, it turned into a gasp. Wang Baol and Xianxia turned to look after hearing it. They immediately saw a little fatty who had just walked into the shop. He looked at them with a hint of fear on his face. The little fatty was dressed luxuriously, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the planet realm. Behind him were 3 elders. He clearly looked like a direct disciple of a powerful faction. However, the way he looked at Wang Baol was filled with obvious panic. When he met Wang Baol's gaze, the little fatty took a deep breath. His ball-like body moved nimbly as he retreated 7 to 8 steps. "Ha! Wang Baol smiled. The little fatty before him was one of the prodigies he had met in the Fallen Star Lands. He had been tricked by him several times. Isn't that fatty? Haha. It's been a long time since we last met. Wang Baol smiled as he walked towards the fatty. Don't come any closer, the fatty shouted loudly. Instantly, the eyes of the three elders behind him flashed. They walked towards the fatty and stopped Wang Baol from approaching. Perhaps it was because there was a Tao protector standing in front of him, but the fatty seemed to have recovered from his earlier panic. He glared at Wang Baol. My name is Zhou Linfeng, not little fatty. Be it Xie Dalu or Wang Baol, don't go too far. I see. Wang Baol blinked and looked at Xie Haiyang beside him. Haiyang, why don't you give this flying sword to this little fatty? As he spoke, Wang Baol turned to look at the little fatty and licked his lips. Are you sure you want to buy this flying sword? Hearing Wang Baol's words and seeing Wang Baol's gaze, as well as noticing his licking of his lips, the little fatty felt that something was amiss. He instantly recalled the many times he had been slaughtered in the Fallen Star Lands. Who said I want this sword? I don't want it. Therefore, he instinctively shook his head. Putting on a look of disdain, he raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, he took out a crystal card worth 10,000 red crystals from his storage bag and threw it at Wang Baol. What I said just now is that this flying sword is not bad. It's worth me spending 10,000 red crystals to take a look at it. As he said that, the little fatty did not even look at the crystal card that he threw out and turned to leave. This scene immediately stunned the three elders in front of him. They did not understand the situation. In fact, in their impression, their young master was like an iron rooster. He would not give a single cent. They were unable to describe it accurately. To a certain extent, asking him to pay was akin to digging out one's heart and cutting out one's kidney. It was almost impossible. But now, the three of them had actually seen with their own eyes that the young master had taken the initiative to throw out 10,000 red crystals. They were puzzled. The three elders looked at each other, then glanced at Wang Baol before leaving with the little fatty. Xie Haiyang was equally confused. He felt that the scene was too strange and couldn't help but look at Wang Baol. As for Wang Baol, he was equally confused after catching the crystal card. Why did the little fatty give me money? I didn't do anything. I only asked if he was sure he wanted to buy the flying sword. Wang Baol was also confused about the little fatty's train of thought. He had really only asked and had no other thoughts. As for licking his lips, it was just a subconscious reaction when he saw an old friend that he had killed many times. Could it be that even men can't withstand my charm? Thinking of this, Wang Baol took a deep breath. Xie Haiyang, who was beside him, was at a loss. At the same time, he also felt that Wang Baol was unfathomable. At the same time, in the shop, the little fatty, who was leaving quickly, walked out of the shop at an even faster speed. He only heaved a sigh of relief after running for a few streets and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The three elders behind him could not help but ask, "Young master, why did you give him the red crystal? You don't understand." The little fatty turned around and looked in the direction of the shop where Wang Baol was. That fellow has a stomach full of evil tricks. He is a shameless person who constantly sets traps for others, who is good at extortion and swindling. He is capable of scamming people. Once I say that I want to buy it, he will definitely do something to it. For example, the instant the sword was given to me, it broke. Then I will have to pay for it. Or maybe the sword is just a catalyst. If I buy it and am poisoned, he will come to sell the antidote. Or maybe, just as I nod my head, a large number of experts will appear around me and tell me that the price of this sword is wrongly marked. The little fatty stood there. He looked as if he had seen through everything. The three old men looked at each other. Humph, that was a close call. If I didn't react quickly and save money, I would have been ripped off by Xiadalu again. Xiadalu, don't think that I don't know about your evil schemes. You must have a series of follow-up plans waiting for me. I would have to pay hundreds of thousands or even more red crystals in the end. Zhou Linfeng thought of this. He suddenly felt that he had been too wise just now. Please reading on MYB Oxno VL. Calm, you'll know in the future. This fellow is very scary. The little fatty took a deep breath. He felt that it was still a little unsafe at such a distance, so he sped up again and continued to run into the distance. However, he didn't get very far. The little fatty suddenly stopped in his tracks and slapped his thigh. I get it. What I said just now doesn't fit his style. Xiadalu must have used some method to make the flying sword self-destruct the moment he gave it to me, causing him to be affected. He must have disguised himself as me, secretly injuring him. This is the market city of the Xia family. He will definitely bite me and make me pay at least a few million red crystals. Insidious. Too insidious. The little fatty felt a lingering fear. He turned back to look at the shop where Wang Baol was and fled even faster. Wang Baol was naturally unaware of all this. He held the flying sword and suppressed the shock in his heart. Accompanied by Xianxia, he continued strolling on the flying ship. Along the way, he bought so many things that Wang Baol's storage bag couldn't hold them all. In the end, Xianxia gave him a storage bag that could hold even more things before it could hold them all. Another half a month passed. As the Galactic Bazaar approached the fated star, there were a few stops along the way. Many cultivators came and went, making the flying ship even livelier. Wang Baol and Xianxia entered the first airboat. The first flying ship was the first of the Xia family's intergalactic bazaar. In half a month's time, it would separate from the fated star system and send all the cultivators to the fated star alone. As for the others, they would go outside the fated star system. They had already reached their destination. Where they would go next was not within the jurisdiction of the galactic marketplace. At that moment, in the VIP room of the first flying ship, Wang Baol stood on the balcony and looked down at the marketplace. Xianxia stood beside him and spoke softly. We've already investigated clearly. There are about 20,000 cultivators on the first flying ship heading to the heavenly fated star. Other than a portion of them who are there to pay their respects, many of them are transiting through the heavenly fated star. Among those who are there to pay their respects, there are a total of 7 people who have gone through the fallen stars with 16th Uncle Master. Xianxia said, after looking at Wang Baol. He told him the names of the 7 people. Other than Zhou Linfeng, Wang Baol was unfamiliar with most of them. However, he believed that as long as he saw them, he would be able to recognize them. After all, in the land of the fallen stars, he had killed almost everyone. As for Li Wan'er, I haven't found her. There's also Su Yinling from the 9 Phoenix sect. After integrating with the Tao planet, she rose to a high position in the 9 Phoenix sect. She's now the #1 holy maiden. Naturally, she won't take the Xia family's interstellar cruiser. However, Xianxia paused. What? Wang Baol looked at Xianxia. Although the 9 Phoenix sect didn't make a sound, it's said that Su Yinling has shown her admiration for you to many of her peers on multiple occasions. She also mentioned that, in her opinion, since you've received the Tao Star's blessing, even though you haven't completely fused with the Tao Star, you're still one of the top 3 prodigies of this generation. She has many admirers, so... Xianxia had a strange expression on his face. Making enemies for me and hinting to others that my Tao Star hasn't completely fused, so it can be plundered? At the same time, making me the target of public criticism. This 9 Phoenix maiden is a little childish. It seems like the fallen star hasn't hurt her yet. Wang Baol smiled. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He saw a familiar figure in the city below. It was Li Linzi. He had initially been an eyesore to Wang Baol in the Fallen Star lands, but he had been an almost unknown prodigy in the later stages. Now he was leading his entourage as they walked past. His cultivation had also reached the planet. Even though it wasn't a special planet, it was still at the level of an immortal planet. When Wang Baol looked over, he could vaguely sense that Li Linzi was looking at Wang Baol through his senses. Li Linzi's pupils constricted as he looked over. He stopped in his tracks and hesitated for a moment. Then he turned towards Wang Baol, who was standing on the balcony above, and cupped his fists slightly before leaving. Xianxia naturally saw this scene. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He had only collected the accounts of what happened to Wang Baol in the Fallen Star. He hadn't personally experienced it, so he didn't have a deep impression of him. He had a vague feeling that it was a little exaggerated. However, Zhou Linfeng, who wasn't a powerful family, and Li Linzi, who weren't small, were actually wary of Wang Beil. It could be seen from this that what he knew about Wang Beil's time in the Fallen Star wasn't an exaggeration. It was even more than what he knew. 16th Uncle Master, you have to be careful. This trip to the Fated Star. I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns. Your old friends in the Fallen Star realm will most likely come. There will also be some prodigies who didn't go to the Fallen Star realm and are already on planets. They will also appear on the Fated Star, therefore you who have a Dao planet will most likely be targeted. Isn't that interesting? Wang Beil laughed. Fighting spirit rose in his eyes at that moment. He felt that he had been silent for a long time since he had returned from the God's Eye civilization. Now that his old friends had met, it was time for him to establish his authority once again. This was also in line with the domineering intent he had gained from cultivating the star-sealing art. Perhaps this is also Master's intention looking at Wang Beil. Xianxia was shocked. The current Wang Beil gave him a different feeling from what he remembered. In his memory, Wang Beil had never left the Federation. He was a ruthless person, ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to his enemies. However, that was all there was to it. Even when they met again in the God's Eye civilization, Xianxia still felt that Wang Beil was intelligent and ruthless. However, his aura was still lacking, and even though it was worth investing in. However, once the benefits were sufficient, it wasn't like he couldn't give up. However, things were different now. It wasn't just because of the changes in Wang Beil's background and what he needed. More importantly, it was because of the domineering aura he exuded. Xianxia had only seen such an aura from a few people. Without exception, those who possessed such an aura would have extraordinary achievements if they didn't die young. He could only raise his head to look at every single one of them. In reality, Wang Beil had already noticed the changes in his body. He had also felt the change in his mindset. It wasn't because he had an additional master, but because he had cultivated the star-sealing art. As he condensed the old Ox Star Atlas, the art slowly infected his body, causing his vicious transformation to become overbearing. This intent was to press forward with indomitable will. In the face of any difficulties or obstacles, he would go against the current and kill in all directions. During this period of time in the Raging Flame Galaxy, it was as if he was building up his strength. Now that he was out, it would be fine if no one provoked him. However, once someone provoked him, his strength would explode. Wang Beil didn't reject this subtle change. On the contrary, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming trip to Heaven's Will. His wait didn't last long. Another half a month passed, and when the Xia family arrived at the Galactic Bazaar. After crossing the galaxy and appearing in an unfamiliar galaxy, a large number of cultivators arrived at their destination and left. The first flying ship that he was on also carried the people who were heading to the birthday celebration amidst the rumbling sounds. They entered the unfamiliar galaxy known as the Heavenly Fate Galaxy. As the flying ship passed through the galaxy and entered the Heavenly Fate Galaxy, the first flying ship that they were on shook violently. The area behind the flying ship shone with a bright light, and the power of teleportation spread abruptly. It affected the entire flying ship. It wasn't due to external factors, nor was it due to an attack. Someone had activated the teleportation array formation on the Xia family's flying ship and was teleporting over from afar. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators on the flying ship. After noticing it, Wang Beil came to the balcony and looked into the distance. As he sensed the ripples in the surroundings, he spread out his spiritual perception and began to observe. He also noticed the change in Xianxia's expression. "Is there a problem?" Wang Beil asked when he saw that Xianxia's expression was getting uglier and uglier. "My clan has set up a teleportation array formation on every flying ship. However, this array formation is not open to outsiders. Only the members of the Xia clan can use it. Furthermore, every time it is used, a large amount of clan contribution is required. Also, the farther away a teleportation is, the more energy it will consume, and the longer the teleportation ripples and light will last, the more dazzling it will be. It has already been 30 breaths since the teleportation portal opened, but it hasn't ended yet. This means that the person who came is extremely far away from here. The person who came at this time is clearly paying respects to Guru Heavenlaw. I think I know who he is. Xianxia's face was dark, and his eyes were bloodshot as he spoke. He's my clan elder brother, Xianxia, who is ranked 5th in our generation among the direct descendants. Please reading on MYB Com. I'm ranked 9th. We have an irreconcilable enmity between us. Xianxia had just finished speaking. The teleportation ripples in the distance were vast and majestic, and brilliant light seemed to cover the entire flying ship. A large number of Xia clan members on the flying ship flew out and headed straight for the teleportation point. They didn't approach it, but instead bowed their heads respectfully in the outer area. Only Yao Lao and a few other stellar cultivators could pass through the teleportation ripples and enter the inner area, where they would wait. In the next instant, a massive boom echoed out, and 9 figures appeared in the light at the core of the teleportation ripples. 1 person was in front and 8 people were behind. Their figures rapidly converged, and outside of the spell formation, Yao Lao and the others immediately clasped hands and bowed with solemn expressions. Greetings, 5th young master. As their voices were emitted, all the people from the Xia clan who had arrived in the outer region bowed. Their voices merged together and spread out in a mighty manner. Greetings, 5th young master. Under the greetings of everyone, the 9 figures within the teleportation formation finally completely gathered together and appeared in front of everyone. The 8 people behind them wore long black robes. There were men and women, old and young. Each of them was shockingly exuding terrifying stellar fluctuations, and their bodies were filled with murderous auras. Clearly, their cultivation bases were not ordinary, and they were also experts in killing. In front of the 8 of them stood a person dressed in long golden robes. He was a young man with long black hair that fluttered in the wind. His face was extraordinarily handsome, and there were some faint similarities between him and Xianxia. However, if one were to compare him to Xianxia, it would make one feel as if there was a difference between heaven and earth. After all, Xianxia was still a little too ordinary. This golden-robed young man clearly only had the cultivation base of the great circle of planets, but his entire person was shining with boundless light, giving off an invisible pressure. At the same time, there was a hint of an evil aura hidden between his brows. After fusing with his handsome face, it formed a brutal aura. Such a strange change was enough to make this person unforgettable to anyone who saw him. I was so close. I was so late. The youth used his right pinky to press between his brows. There was a coquettish tone in his voice. Then he raised his head and slowly narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like lightning as it streaked across the sky. He traveled across the distance and landed on the balcony of the VIP pavilion in the city square. Xianxia was standing beside Wang Baol. 9th brother, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to me? It was only a voice from afar. However, as soon as the words were spoken, the voice seemed to possess an earth-shattering power. It rumbled on the balcony where Wang Baol and Xianxia were standing. This power was extremely evil. It seemed to be able to distort everything and even affect the soul. At the instant it erupted, it transformed into a large number of golden lightning bolts that enveloped Xianxia. It was like a large hand that was about to grab Xianxia and pull him over. Xianxia was about to resist, but as a crimson glow appeared on his face, his body trembled as if he was being suppressed. He was unable to resist at all. The voice of the golden-robed young man reverberated once again. The family clan has already withdrawn the protective power of your bloodline. The current you is no longer able to resist against me, who has the qualifications to enforce the law under the suppression of your bloodline. Come over here. The voice rang out. The large hand formed by golden lightning on Xianxia's body was about to pull Xianxia up. However, at that moment, a cold glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He raised his right foot and stepped forward lightly. With that step, a wave of ripples instantly spread out from under his foot. With a cracking sound, the large golden lightning hand on Xianxia's body instantly turned into strips of paper. Losing all of its supernatural powers, it fell like snowflakes. Xianxia's body trembled. After he was freed from his restraints, he took a few steps back and said anxiously, "Baol, I've implicated you. Baol, I've implicated you. It seems like something happened to the family clan. He came prepared and has already taken control of the flying ship. We're at a disadvantage here. We need to leave immediately." "You want to leave?" The instant Xianxia spoke, the golden-robed youth who had appeared in the array formation revealed a hint of viciousness in his eyes. His body flashed, and he transformed into a beam of light that rumbled through the sky as he charged towards the bazaar. The figures of the 8 stars behind him instantly blurred, and they followed closely behind him. From a distance, the entire area trembled as the 9 people closed in on them like 9 sharp blades. At the same time, Xianxia, who was in the lead, appeared in midair. He lifted his right hand and pushed it toward the balcony. Instantly, countless golden bolts of lightning began to gather in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they formed a giant golden hand that was 10,000 feet in size and descended. "Who said that I'm leaving?" Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he looked at the giant hand that descended and said calmly. Wang Baol, who was standing on the balcony, raised his right hand the moment he spoke. He waved his hand abruptly at the approaching giant golden hand that was 10,000 feet tall. The moment he waved his hand, a loud boom reverberated in all directions. An equally giant hand seal appeared before Wang Baol. It materialized in front of Wang Baol in an instant. It was 10,000 feet tall and had 9 different colors. The moment it appeared, all the cultivators in the surroundings who saw it were shocked. Many of them couldn't control the colors that appeared on their bodies. This was because the seemingly simple wave of his hand formed a hand seal that contained the 9 rules of the 9 ancient planets. These 9 rules basically encompassed the abilities and attributes of the vast majority of cultivators. Coupled with the suppression of their grades, Wang Baol's wave of his right hand could not only suppress the cultivation of the cultivators around him, the cultivators who possessed these rules could feel their cultivation tremble, but they were also attracted by them. As their bodies shone with various colors of light, they had no choice but to be guided to release a portion of their own power. This was the method that Wang Baol had mastered after the cultivation and settling of the Raging Flame Galaxy during this period of time. He had familiarized himself with the 9 ancient planets and gained a deeper understanding of how to use them. Basically, it was more advantageous for Wang Baol to engage in a group battle. At that moment, visible to the naked eye, light of various colors appeared on the bodies of a large number of cultivators in the bazaar. The light transformed into rays of light that shot straight for the handprint in front of Wang Baol. They gathered instantly, causing the handprint to expand once again. It reached tens of thousands of feet and shot towards the giant golden hand that was descending from the sky. This rule was rare in the entire Weiyang Dao domain. It was a testament to the Xie family's strength. It appeared in an instant and transformed into a black cocoon. Wang Baol's eyes shone with a strange light. However, the cloud finger didn't stop. It landed on the cocoon with a loud bang. A loud sound reverberated in all directions. The black cocoon formed by threads collapsed layer by layer. However, at the same time, Wang Baol's cloud mist finger also dissipated rapidly. When 80% of the black cocoon was shattered, the cloud mist finger was finally completely neutralized. It dissipated in midair. Twist! The instant the cloud mist dissipated, Xianxia, who was inside the black cocoon, revealed a hint of cruelty in his eyes. As he spoke suddenly, the threads that had collapsed in all directions returned to normal in an instant. They expanded abruptly. They charged at Wang Baol rapidly from all directions. It was like a huge net that sealed off all directions. From afar, Xianxia seemed to have transformed into a huge spider. The threads that spread out were like a net that enveloped Wang Baol. There were tens of thousands of threads that formed the net. Each of them possessed astonishing power, causing the cultivators who were watching from afar to be shocked. He's too powerful. Please reading on myboxnovl.com The Power of the Rules. He's worthy of being the 5th young master of the Xie family. As the uproar broke out, Xianxia, who was on the balcony, was equally shocked. He wasn't surprised by Xianxia's strength. Xianxia was a warmonger in the family clan, and he wouldn't be surprised by his opponent's Gu Xing. That was because he himself was also an Gu Xing. However, the rules were different. The person who shocked him was Wang Beol. Xianxia had seen Wang Beol with his own eyes many times along the way. Even though he had a rough estimate of Wang Beol's combat strength, his thoughts were still churning in his mind at that moment. He knew that Wang Beol, who had already displayed his might, had yet to use the star-sealing art and the Tao stars, and his 9 ancient stars. As Xianxia muttered to himself, a smile appeared on Wang Beol's face in mid-air. This is getting interesting. Wang Beol was very pleased with his attack. He had encountered such strange rules. As a smile appeared on his face, the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. He didn't retreat or dodge at all, he took a step forward. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and used the most direct method to punch. The punch was crimson in color. It was one of the rules of the ancient planet, the Crimson Blood Tao. As the punch landed, the ripples in all directions surged like waves. The color was crimson, and it carried an ancient air. It was like the blood of an ancient immortal. It struck the web of threads that enveloped the area. Gu Xing. Xianxia was taken aback. It wasn't over yet. A domineering look appeared on Wang Beol's face. He took a step forward and punched again. The fist was orange in color. It was the Tao of orange joy. As soon as it appeared, countless heavenly sounds appeared around it, forming sound waves that reverberated in all directions once again. This scene caused Xianxia's expression to change drastically once again. It's Gu Xing again. Before this, he had come in a hurry, so he didn't know who the person beside Xianxia was. However, at this moment, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a person who had risen to prominence recently. Wang Beol, who had been cultivating in the Raging Flame Galaxy, did not know much about his fame in the outside world. In fact, after the name list of the Fallen Star Lands was released, his name had spread like a storm. It had spread throughout the entire Weiyang Dao domain. He had attracted the attention of countless powerful families and factions, and he had grown greedy. At that time, although he had placed a lot of importance on him, most of them had harbored ill intentions. Most of them had been thinking about his Tao star. As for himself, he did not have much influence. After all, he hadn't grown up yet, and he was already the center of attention in the early stages. It wasn't a good thing. However, soon, news spread throughout the Raging Flame Galaxy that the Blazing Flame Ancestor had accepted Wang Beol as his disciple. He had even acted on behalf of his disciple, causing the Purple Gold civilization to tremble in apology. This matter swept across the entire Weiyang Dao domain like a hurricane. It caused the countless families and factions that were paying attention to Wang Beol to be alarmed. They had no choice but to restrain their malicious intentions. The Blazing Flame Ancestor's reputation of being protective and vicious was a cause for fear. That was why Wang Beol's name had once again entered the eyes of the various factions. It was completely different from before. He had the Blazing Flame Ancestor behind him. As the Blazing Flame Ancestor's disciple and possessing a Tao star, Wang Beol was publicly acknowledged as a prodigy. At that moment, Su Yinling, the Bell Girl, added fuel to the fire, and Wang Beol's fame spread even wider. Almost all the prodigy cultivators from the various clans had heard of him, and they knew that he had a Tao star formed from 9 ancient stars. That was why when Xianxia saw the powerful enemy before him display 2 ancient stars rules, and when he thought of Xianxia joining the Blazing Flame Galaxy, the identity of the person in front of him was immediately revealed in Xianxia's mind. Wang Beol. The moment Xianxia opened his mouth, Wang Beol's blood and joy rules erupted, forming a tearing force that caused the huge net to tremble and begin to collapse. However, Wang Beol wasn't satisfied with the mere collapse. He took another step forward, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th punches landed abruptly. The Tao of green plants, the Tao of green clouds, and the Tao of blue wind. 3 rays of light exploded in an instant, fusing into Wang Beol's fists. They seemed to set off a storm, forming a gigantic tree that reached the heavens, as well as a layer of rolling clouds. There was also a hurricane that appeared out of thin air from all directions. They were all the manifestation of laws. After the sea of blood and the sound waves, they headed toward the web of threads that was already in a state of collapse. It was as if they were crushing it, wreaking havoc. Amidst the rumbling, the web of threads was an ancient planet, but it was only comparable to one of Wang Baol's ancient planets. With 9 ancient planets, he was naturally able to destroy it with ease. The laws of threads contained within Xianxia's ancient planet were completely unstoppable. As it continued to shatter, it was as if an egg had hit a rock. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Xianxia himself was also spitting out blood. Within a short period of time, he spat out 5 mouthfuls of blood. It was an attack and he was spitting out blood. His figure was forced to retreat every time Wang Baol attacked. The ancient star projection behind him became more and more distorted. Please reading on myboxnovel. However, it wasn't over yet. Wang Baol was so fast that he threw out a 6th punch, a 7th punch, and an 8th punch. They were the purple devouring Dao, the black death Dao, and the final white light Dao. The moment these 3 laws appeared, the devouring seed in Wang Baol's body was drawn in. His fists seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure. The aura of death and the endless sea of light intersected together, exploding in all directions as if it had been purified. A loud boom rang out once again. The remaining net of threads collapsed, turning into ashes and disappearing without a trace. Xianxia spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled, and the shadow of the ancient star behind him. Unable to withstand the force, cracks began to appear on its surface. Eventually, it could no longer withstand the force and dissipated. Wang Baol didn't continue attacking. He stared coldly at Xianxia, who was retreating, and shook his head. He hadn't even activated the augmentation from his Dao star, nor had he activated the law of fire. He hadn't used his other trump cards, such as the star sealing art and the flame spirit curse. Even so, he had completely crushed the so-called prodigy. Wang Baol had lost interest in him. Such a weakling was no longer qualified for him to prove himself. "Don't disturb me," Wang Baol spoke calmly. He turned his gaze away from Xianxia and walked towards the only intact VIP pavilion in the ruins. Xianxia rarely encountered such disregard in his life. His dignity and pride were unbearable, and he let out an angry roar. His ancient planet might not have completely collapsed, but to him such heavy injuries had damaged his foundation. As he retreated, the 8 stars that he had stopped earlier appeared around him. Their expressions were ice-cold. They instantly raised their right hands and pushed down towards Xianxia. With that one push, Xianxia's body recovered visibly. The shadow of the ancient planet behind him also did the same. The foundation that had originally been injured was also rapidly recovering. "Fifth young master, let's do it," said an old man among the 8 people coolly. "There's no need. All of you stand down. I can squash a piece of trash to death myself." Xianxia's body trembled. Although his expression had recovered, his eyes shone with madness, and wisps of black qi emanated from his body. As he roared, he raised his hands and waved them violently. His body rushed out abruptly, charging straight at Wang Baol once more. "Wang Baol!" As he roared, the black qi emitted from Xianxia's body became more violent and violent in an instant. It instantly spread out of his body, causing his figure to appear as if he had turned into a ball of fog. The ball of fog was pitch black. As it rolled, it expanded rapidly, visible to the naked eye. There was also an increasingly powerful suppressive force. As he neared Wang Baol, and as the area of the ball of fog grew larger and larger, it exploded with a loud bang. The strength of the suppressive force instantly surpassed Xianxia's previous cultivation fluctuations. Quickly doubled, and tripled. As he neared, the suppressive force continued to increase. Wang Baol, who was about to enter the balcony, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He lost his interest, and as a sense of danger rose rapidly, it gathered together again. He turned around and looked over. The moment he looked over, Xianxia's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Baol, be careful. This is the trump card of the Xia family's direct line of descent, the shadow of the condensed ancestor. It's ineffective against fellow clansmen, but it can be used to strengthen one's own body. It can greatly increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. The moment Xianxia spoke, the mist surrounding Xianxing's body, which was charging towards Wang Baol at high speed, surged like flames and exploded with a loud bang. The mist gathered into the shape of a human figure. The figure was 1,000 feet in size. As soon as it appeared, it shook the entire flying ship and affected the starry sky outside. The starry sky rippled, and the flying ship had no choice but to stop. As the silhouette of the fog figure took shape, an ancient aura that seemed to contain an endless sense of time spread out from within the giant fog figure without reservation. It formed a powerful suppressive force that enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, Wang Baol could clearly see the face of the fog figure. It was an elder who exuded power without being angry. His gaze was deep, and it contained an indescribable power. It seemed to be able to affect all nothingness. The shadow of the ancestor? Wang Baol's pupils constricted slightly. At that moment, a sense of danger surged within his body. At the same time, the aura of the figure in the fog continued to erupt, and a low growl could be heard from within as it charged towards Wang Baol. It came crashing down abruptly. Wang Baol die. As expected of the Xia family, they have such supernatural powers. They allow their descendants to borrow the shadow of the ancestor. Even though they aren't borrowing the power of the ancestor, they are only borrowing the shadow of the ancestor. However, they can also strengthen their own bodies to an astonishing degree. This so-called shadow of the ancestor should be the ancestor of the Xia family, who invested in the never-ending clan and founded the entire clan. Wang Baol took a deep breath. Even though the sense of danger in his body was intense, what was even more intense was the extreme desire to fight. The desire to fight spread throughout his body, making him even more excited. The moment the misty figure approached, Wang Baol let out a long laugh. He suddenly raised his right hand, and his eyes shone brightly. If you want me to die, you'll have to ask my master if he agrees. As soon as Wang Baol spoke, Xianxia, who had been brimming with energy and had gathered the figure of the Xia family's patriarch to strengthen his body and greatly increase his combat strength, suddenly froze, and his aura weakened slightly. It was clear that Wang Baol's master, the blazing flame patriarch, was too infamous and overprotective. If his disciple was in the wrong, it would be the fault of his disciple's enemy. If his disciple was in the right, it would be the enemy's fault. In short, his disciple. No matter what he did, he was in the right. The one in the wrong would definitely be his disciple's opponent. It wasn't just a rumor. It was the fact that blood had been spilled over and over again. Almost every once in a while, similar stories would be spread. Therefore, even Xianxia, the fifth son of the Xia family's direct line of descent, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. That was because he knew very well that even the number one Dao child in the Xia family's current generation, let alone himself, wouldn't be able to take it if he really killed Wang Baol. As such, how could his aura not be reduced? However, in the next moment, Xianxing's eyes were filled with ferocity. He knew very well that he could not think too much at the moment. It was impossible for him to kill the other party. Therefore, he had to fight for it. He had to fight for it. These thoughts might seem like a lot, but in reality, they flashed through his mind in an instant. In the next moment, the aura that he had weakened once again surged and gathered. It erupted once again and roared towards Wang Baol. However, he was still a little lacking. He was unable to reach his initial peak, and the momentum of his ascent had also stopped. At the same time, Wang Baol, after seeing the starlight in his eyes, raised his right hand and waved it forward. A deep voice came from his mouth. Seal star art. As the words were said, streaks of black light instantly appeared out of thin air and landed directly in front of Wang Baol. It was tens of thousands of cow lice. They lined up together and formed the outline of an old bull. They formed a shocking ripple that spread out in all directions. The suppressive force erupted, and the force was so strong. It was still unable to compare to Xianxia's ancestral shadow mist body, but it was about the same. Xianxia's eyes widened. Everyone around him who saw this was the same. Even Xianxia himself felt waves of shock in his heart. This is the Raging Inferno Divine Bull, the guardian divine bull of the Raging Inferno Galaxy. Amidst the commotion around him, Wang Bao's expression remained the same. Although the divine bull's shadow seemed to be weaker than his opponent's, that was only the beginning of the star-sealing art. In the next instant, the bodies of the cows and lice began to twist and distort. Meteorites began to materialize in an instant. As they enveloped the outside world and were replaced, the suppressive force instantly surpassed what it had been before. It surged violently, causing the starry sky to rumble, the flying ship to tremble, and all the cultivators in the area. Their hearts were filled with shock and astonishment. Please reading on Webnovel. Even the stellar cultivators were shaken at this moment, and their eyes shone with a bright light. That was because the outline of the divine ox was so vast that it had already fused with a special planet, and its cultivation base had reached the great circle of planets. Xianxia, who had used the blessing of the ancestral shadow, was now on par with him. However, his ascent was still not over. In the blink of an eye, all the meteorites distorted and expanded rapidly. They became clearer and clearer as they became clearer and clearer. One after another, the ordinary stars replaced the meteorites, and after shrinking countless times, they appeared in front of Wang Bao. After replacing the 3,000 meteorites with the 3,000 ordinary stars, the divine ox raised its head and roared. Its aura rose once more, directly surpassing Xianxia's ancestral mist body. In the next instant, after replacing the meteorites with the 6,000 ordinary stars, the divine ox's aura was enough to shake the heavens and earth, tearing apart the starry sky in all directions. The flying ship continued to tremble. Xianxia's expression also changed drastically. The rushing fog once again stopped, not daring to continue moving forward. In the next instant, after all the meteorites had become mortal stars, a divine ox that was enough to shock everyone. It had truly descended onto the flying ship. The divine bull's entire body was engulfed in flames. As it raised its head and roared, its aura reached a shocking level. The expressions of the 8 stars behind Xianxia changed completely, and they charged forward. They wanted to rescue him. However, it was still too late. Wang Bao's eyes were filled with a fervent desire to fight. The moment the divine bull appeared, he pointed at Xianxia with his right hand. "Fight!" The divine bull roared and charged forward. It was as if a sea of fire had erupted. It was like a star that could burn everything and shatter everything. It charged towards Xianxia with a roar. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. The intense threat of life and death made him lose the desire to fight. The divine bull before him gave him the feeling that it wasn't a spell. It was a true mythical creature. It could destroy the starry sky and tear apart anything that stood in its way. From a distance, the divine ox was violent, and the shadowy fog was aghast. One charged forward, and the other retreated hesitantly. There was no need to distinguish who was stronger or weaker. In the next instant, the divine ox, which was domineering and crazy, collided with Xianxia's ancestral mist. The flying boat trembled, and cracks even appeared on it. The starry sky caved in a large area. Violent power spread out in a frenzy, and deafening booms erupted endlessly. Xianxia's ancestral mist body couldn't even last for a breath of time. It instantly collapsed and exploded, revealing Xianxia's pale-faced body inside. He coughed up a large amount of blood. His eyes were filled with unprecedented fear and panic. In the midst of this panic, it reflected the divine ox that occupied his entire vision. "No!" Xianxia let out a shrill cry and wanted to retreat. However, under the impact of the divine bull, he seemed to have lost all his strength to resist. He was about to be touched and completely destroyed in body and soul. However, at that moment, his 8 stellar Tao protectors had already closed in and appeared directly in front of him. The elder among them had an ugly expression on his face, but there was also a serious look in his eyes. He pressed down on the approaching divine bull. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He had initially planned to retract his divine ability after seeing how weak Xianxia was. After all, the two of them only disliked each other because of Xianxia. They didn't have a life-and-death grudge against each other. However, now that the star had made its move, Wang Baol's eyes lit up. He didn't retract his divine ability. Instead, he unleashed the power of his cultivation. The 9 ancient stars behind him materialized and formed a Tao star, bolstering the divine ox. The image of Tao stars instantly appeared between the divine ox's brows. Its aura rose once again, and with a loud boom, it collided directly with the old man in the star. The moment the two collided, the black-robed old man's eyes lit up, and the ripples of the star emanated from his body. His entire being seemed to transform into a real star, and with the power of the star, he forcefully received the divine ox's attack. He roared and grabbed violently, as if he wanted to crush the divine ox. The tens of thousands of ordinary stars that formed the divine ox let out cracking sounds. In the end, they were still inferior to the stars. Wang Baol was also affected. His face flushed and he retreated. He raised his right hand, and the old ox, which was formed by his supernatural ability, shone. Its entire body instantly turned into pieces, turning into countless threads. These threads, they were also the power of laws. They were Xianxia's laws of threads. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. The old man from the star was taken aback as well. He watched as the divine ox that had turned into threads swiftly escaped from his grasp. This made him feel embarrassed. After all, he was a star, and he wasn't at the initial stage of the star realm, he was at the mid-stage of the star realm. With such a level of cultivation, he was still able to escape from the illusion created by a planet cultivator. Anger appeared in his eyes. He snorted coldly and raised his right hand. Just as he was about to grab it again, the other stars around him didn't make a move either. After all, they were all stars. Against a planet cultivator, it was fine if it was just one. If there were more of them, they wouldn't be able to face them. After all, Wang Baol wasn't someone with no background. However, in the next instant, the expression on the elder's face changed drastically. He quickly retracted his right hand. When he looked over, he noticed that his right hand had turned into paper at a speed visible to the naked eye, even though he had quickly neutralized the suppression with his powerful cultivation. With this delay, Wang Baol's divine ox, which had turned into a thread, had returned safely and was quickly absorbed into his body. This scene immediately caused the surrounding onlookers to gasp. Even Xianxia did the same. Without a doubt, Wang Baol's simple exchange with the stellar elder had resulted in him being able to escape unscathed. This was already unbelievable in itself. In the never-ending Tao domain, the gap between the cultivation levels of the stars and planets was like a chasm. No one had ever been able to overcome it because they were on completely different levels. Even the old man from the stars narrowed his eyes as he stared at Wang Baol. His heart trembled, and he saw the 8 figures of the stars walking out from the void behind Wang Baol. Old slave Xie, it's understandable that you saved the fight between the young lords, but you still want to destroy my young lord's divine bull. You've gone too far. You have to give the raging flame galaxy an explanation, the elder of the burning spirit civilization said calmly. The star cultivator from the scorching spirit civilization was also at the mid-stage of the star realm. He was the strongest among the 8 stars that had served as Wang Baol's Tao protector. He stood beside Wang Baol with the others. He looked coldly at the Tao protector elder from the Xie family. The more he looked at him, the more displeased he became. His appearance also caused the Tao protector elder from the Xie family to narrow his eyes slightly. The other star Tao protectors beside him also changed their expressions and stepped forward. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy as they stared at Burning Spirit Patriarch and all the stars around him. After sweeping through them, their eyes filled with a solemn expression. The raging flame galaxy sure is generous. to actually use a profound Tao star as a Tao protector. Could it be that none of you have any grievances? Said the black-robed old man slowly. Grievances? Being able to protect the young master's Tao is a supreme honor. On one hand, we can protect the young master's safety, and on the other hand, we can repay your kindness. How could you, Huang Dao and Mortal Dao stars, experience it? Burning Spirit Patriarch laughed heartily. The other stars around them also began to laugh. This scene immediately caused the Tao protectors of the Xie family to have unsightly expressions on their faces. As stellar cultivators, they naturally knew that stars were divided into 5 levels. Similar to the immortals and mortals of planets, stars were divided into heaven, earth, profound, and Huang Fan. Different levels within the same cultivation realm were vastly different in strength. Generally speaking, the status of Tao protector could only be taken up by those who were trusted. However, to a certain extent, it was like being a guard. Stellar cultivators had their own pride, and even large clans and powerful organizations could not easily humiliate them. To make them act as Tao protectors for juniors, one had to treat them with respect. Even so, most people at the level of profound Tao and above would not choose to become Tao protectors. Even if they were at a lower level of the yellow Tao star, there would be very few Tao protectors. They were usually mortal Tao stars. Due to their extreme talent and opportunities, it was difficult for them to advance. That was why they chose to become Tao protectors. They would use their loyalty and meritorious service to exchange for the opportunities offered by the exalted. For example, the Tao protectors around Xianxia, other than the black-robed elder who was at the Huang Dao realm, were all at the mortal Dao realm. On the other hand, on Wang Baol's side, other than the Scorching Spirit Patriarch, they were all at the Huang Dao realm. As for the Scorching Spirit Patriarch himself, he was on a higher level, a planet of the mystic Dao. That was why the moment they appeared, the black-robed elder's expression changed. He was secretly shocked. He thought of the rumors about the blazing flame patriarch in the outside world, describing him as a protector of his own. With a dark expression, the black-robed elder flung his sleeves and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go!" As he spoke, he retreated. Xianxing's expression was a little strange. He seemed to be in a trance, allowing the Tao protector beside him to guide him. As he retreated and was about to leave, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. Please reading on MYB OXNOVL. Calm? What's your explanation? As soon as he spoke, the Scorching Spirit Patriarch seemed to have a backbone. He laughed loudly, and his cultivation erupted instantly. He and the stellar Tao protectors from the other raging flame galaxies dispersed in an instant, blocking Xianxia and his group. This is the Xie family's galactic marketplace. The black-robed elder saw this and roared. So what? We're from the raging flame galaxy. The reply was the Scorching Spirit Patriarch's arrogant voice. His confident tone caused the black-robed elder to pause in his speech. You? All the onlookers had different expressions on their faces as they waited for the situation to develop. What do you mean by you? Why did you participate in the fight between the young lords? You even wanted to destroy my young lord's divine ability with evil intentions. This is a great disrespect to the exalted lord of raging flame. If I don't give you an explanation today, I can only capture you and send you to the raging flame galaxy to make amends. The burning spirit patriarch said slowly. He spoke slowly. Such dominance made the black-robed elder's breathing quicken. However, when he thought about how powerful the other party was and his background, he could only endure it. He turned to look at his young lord and realized that Xianxia was still in a daze. He couldn't help but sigh. What explanation do you want? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and sent a voice transmission to the Fire Spirit Patriarch. The Fire Spirit Patriarch raised his eyebrows and laughed. Then, he looked at the black-robed elder and sent a voice transmission. Young Lord, be merciful. You can just pay the bill that little Lord Xie has signed during this period of time. Xie Haiyang blinked and quickly took out a jade slip. He branded a few more strokes on it and immediately threw it out. The jade slip turned into a rainbow and was caught by the black-robed elder. He scanned it with his supernatural awareness. and his expression changed instantly. 100 spirit stars? That's impossible. There aren't 100 spirit stars on this flying ship. That's possible. But I have a question that I need an answer to. Xianxia, who was standing beside the black-robed elder, had finally recovered from his daze. He spoke with a dark expression on his face. He didn't look at the jade slip in the black-robed elder's hand. Instead, he looked at Wang Baol. What you used just now was the rule of threads? What do you think? Wang Baol smiled faintly. He didn't admit or deny it. He couldn't keep the secret of the Tao Stars laws a secret for too long. After all, during the battle with the Purple Gold civilization back in the Divine Eye civilization, he had already used the rules of paper. If someone investigated carefully, they would be able to find out the crux of the matter. If he hadn't activated the rules of silk and allowed the divine bull to turn into threads and disperse, he would have suffered a great loss. Therefore, the moment he attacked, Wang Baol no longer cared if he was exposed. Xianxia heard his answer and had his answer. His eyes were filled with fear. He was silent for a moment, then gave Wang Baol a deep look before turning around and leaving with his men. Xianxia's expression didn't change much. He had been shocked when Wang Baol had activated the silk law just now. He had forcefully suppressed the waves of emotions that had stirred up in his heart. However, with an answer in his heart, he felt that his decision to enter the Raging Flame Galaxy and become closer to Wang Baol had been the right one. Replicating laws. Such heaven-defying and shocking laws. Wang Baol doesn't even need to reach the celestial domain realm. As long as he reaches the star realm, it will be difficult for him to stop his rise. He has the protection of the Raging Flame Grandmaster and a close relationship with Chan Qingzi. Even the never-ending clan will have to think twice before attacking him. Xianxia took a deep breath and quickly stood up from the balcony. He bowed respectfully to Wang Baol. Thank you, 16th Uncle Master. Since we are from the same sect, there's no need to be so courteous. Wang Baol was in a good mood. He had roughly estimated his combat strength during the battle, and he had also engraved a very special rule. He felt refreshed, so he said with a smile. The rest of the Xia family members on the flying ship reacted quickly as well. Not long after Xianxia had left, a few stellar cultivators from the Xia family, including Yao Lao, personally came to pay him a visit. They spoke very politely to Wang Baol. At the same time, they informed Xianxia that the family had clarified their misunderstanding of him and branded his name into the clan artifact. The protection of his bloodline had returned to normal. Xianxia was deeply moved by this scene. However, he wasn't surprised at all. The battle between Wang Baol and Xianxia had shown the Xia family enough value. Based on his understanding of the family, for a prodigy like Wang Baol, the family clan had always focused their attention and investments on Wang Baol. His relationship with Wang Baol meant that this time, he was destined to rise even higher. It was the bond between the family clan and Wang Baol, and it was extremely beneficial to him. It could even affect his share and status in the direct line of descent of the family clan. These matters made Xianxia even more determined. He was prepared to be completely tied to Wang Baol. This was because this series of events had already caused him to rise and fall together with Wang Baol. Even though this wasn't in line with the concept of investing, Xianxia couldn't care less at this moment. I wonder if his previous actions were intentional or was it just a simple accident? Xianxia lowered his head and quickly glanced at Wang Baol, who was chatting and laughing with the elders of the Xia family on the flying ship. An unfathomable feeling rose in his heart. Wang Baol noticed Xianxia's gaze and continued chatting and laughing with the elders of the Xia family as usual. However, there was a deeper look in his eyes that others couldn't see through. After a long while, the Xia family members left. Before they left, they informed Wang Baol that Xianxia had paid off all of Xianxia's previous contracts, including the 100 spirit stars. However, the value of the spirit stars was too high, and the number wasn't small either. There weren't that many spirit stars on the flying ship, but arrangements had been made to send them to him as soon as possible. Wang Baol was quite satisfied with this. He gave Xianxia an appreciative look, and Xianxia quickly suppressed the guesses in his heart. He chuckled. This wasn't the first time he had cooperated with Wang Baol. When the scorching spirit grand ancestor had spoken, he immediately understood what he should do. At the same time, he knew very well that guesses were no longer important. The truth didn't matter. If Wang Baol hadn't done it intentionally, it meant that his luck was heaven-defying. If he had done it intentionally, it meant that his scheming had reached a terrifying level. He was convinced by either of these 2 points. In the Xia family's interstellar cruiser, Wang Baol's group received an endless stream of visitors in the days that followed. Be it the deacons of the Xia family or the cultivators on the cruiser who were heading to the fated star to pay their respects to the heavenly Dharma Lord, they were all very enthusiastic about Wang Baol. This was related to Wang Baol's background, but it also had a lot to do with the strength he had displayed. After all, the might of the divine bull had shaken the world that day. The law of silk threads, as well as the paper-based divine ability from before, as well as the numerous ancient stars laws that Wang Baol had used when he had attacked, any one of them could have shaken the hearts of people. All of them converged on one person, and that person would become a hot topic. He would be stared at by countless gazes, not to mention that his Tao protector was also extraordinary. This also showed how much the blazing flame ancestor cared and valued this disciple. At the same time, although most of them only saw how powerful and domineering Wang Baol was, there were still some people who were quick-witted and quick-witted. They could vaguely sense something else from this incident, even though they weren't as involved as Xianxia. They could see it more clearly, but they could more or less sense the depth of Wang Baol's thoughts. While there were many people on Wang Baol's side, Xianxia, who was on the flying ship, returned home empty-handed. Even though he wasn't completely ignored, there were still very few people who came. Half a month later, the Xia family's flying ship sped forward and arrived near the fated star. Xianxia and his group didn't wait for the flying ship to stabilize before they flew out. They left without looking back, entering the fated star ahead of time. They're moving fast. On the flying ship, in the residence that the Xia family had rearranged for Wang Baol and Xianxia stood on a balcony that was several times larger than before. The new residence was located at the top of the entire flying ship. Standing there, one could see more than half of the flying ship with their head lowered. When they looked up, they could see the endless starry sky. The departing figures of Xianxia and his group could be clearly seen from where Wang Baol and Xianxia were standing. Xianxia stared at Xianxia's figure and sneered. "Uncle Master, I've received news from my clan. My father offended Senior Chun Qingzi, so most of the clan had nothing to do with him. Someone even added insult to injury and took advantage of the patriarch's seclusion to seal my father's location, preventing him from leaving. This is to be handed over to Senior Chun Qingzi to deal with later. As for me, it's also because of this that the clan's current elder council has removed the protection of my bloodline. At the same time, I'm no longer among the young lords, although I've recovered due to Uncle Master's intervention. But," Xianxia said, before he could finish his sentence, an ethereal bell chime rang out from the starry sky ahead. It sounded like a bell, but also like a copper bell. It was crisp and long, and it turned into sound waves. When one looked at the starry sky, it was as if it had turned into a surface of water, with layers upon layers of ripples that were endless. Hearing that, Wang Baol raised his right hand and interrupted Xianxia's words. Xianxia's voice paused, and he didn't continue speaking. Wang Baol, on the other hand, looked at the starry sky that was as clear as the surface of water. Where Xianxia and the others had gone was a very strange planet. It was strange because layers of star rings that were emitting a purple glow surrounded the planet. The layers of star rings surrounded the planet, and the bottom layer was the largest. The higher the layer, the smaller the star ring. If one looked closely, the shape of the star ring was like a giant bell. The real planet was the billiard ball inside the bell. The ball moved within the bell at a certain frequency. It would occasionally touch the inner wall of the bell, producing crisp sounds that reverberated throughout the starry sky. Those who heard the sound were all focused in that instant. Silence fell. Please reading on MYB Calm the fated star. Wang Baol murmured with a strange look in his eyes. As the sound of the bell faded, the people on the flying ship recovered. Soon, voices of discussion could be heard. It's the fated star. We've finally arrived. The galaxy where exalted heavenly Dharma is located is indeed extremely magical. While the people on the flying ship were excited, Xianxia's heart calmed down as the bell rang. Even though he knew many secrets that Wang Baol didn't know, it was still his first time on the fated star. As he looked at the bell-like star ring, anticipation slowly appeared in his eyes. Haiyang, your family wanted to hand over your father's seal to Xianxia to handle. This didn't happen before, but now they're making a move. It seems like Xianxia is about to break free, Wang Baol said with a smile. He was filled with anticipation. He hadn't seen his senior brother for a long time, and he missed him. However, Xianxiang was by his side, so his anticipation wasn't too obvious. He didn't mention the word senior brother in his address, which caused people to speculate. 16th Uncle Master, please help me. That was what Xianxiang had been waiting for. He quickly averted his gaze from the fated star. When he looked at Wang Baol, he was about to bow sincerely. Why are you doing this again? Wang Baol didn't accept Xianxiang's bow. He raised Xianxiang's arm in advance. I've already said that I'll help you with this matter. How about this? Tell your father that if Xianxia goes, he can help me pass on a message to Xianxia. What message? Xianxiang asked hurriedly. Just say. Wang Baol blinked. After some thought, he felt that this was a very suitable opportunity to scare Xianxiang and make him more loyal to him from now on. Just say that I prepared a pot of good wine and asked him to come over to taste it quickly. If I'm late, I'll drink it myself, Wang Baol said calmly with his hands behind his back and a casual look on his face. When Xianxiang heard those words, his heart jolted once again. From his tone, he could sense that Wang Baol's relationship with Xianxia must have reached a certain level. At the same time, the unfathomable feeling that came from Wang Baol once again surfaced in his mind. After cupping his fists to express his gratitude, he quickly took out the jade slip and sent a voice transmission to his family clan. He asked those who were on good terms with the family clan to pass on the message to his father. After the voice transmission ended, Xianxiang looked at Wang Baol. He didn't know what was going through his mind, but he suddenly spoke out of the blue. 16th Uncle Master, I have a younger sister. Her name is Xia Taotao. She is a beauty of the nation, and her beauty burns brightly. Wang Baol blinked. He was about to listen carefully when he heard a cold snort from little Missy in his mind. When he heard the snort, Wang Baol instantly frowned and looked at Xianxiang with displeasure. Haiyang, Wang Baol, am not the kind of person you think I am. Don't mention such things in the future. It will make me look down on you. Xianxiang's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Wang Baol's displeasure didn't seem fake, he suddenly realized that his previous judgment had been wrong. The Wang Baol before him was definitely not the kind of person he thought he was. He took a deep breath, he bowed once again. He had already made up his mind that he would never mention such things in the future. At that moment, Wang Baol coughed. As the flying ship neared the fated star and finally stopped outside, his body swayed and he flew out first. Xianxiang followed closely behind, as did the scorching spirit grandmaster and the others. They turned into streaks of light and left the flying ship, heading straight for the fated star. As they got closer and closer, the celestial ring in their eyes grew larger and larger in their eyes. They were about to step into the celestial ring. However, at that moment, perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps they had been prepared. All in all, at that moment, the starry sky in the distance suddenly distorted. A gigantic peacock shot out from the void of the starry sky. The peacock was thousands of feet in size. Its aura was like a rainbow, and its entire body was emerald green. As it flapped its wings, countless strands of feathers fluttered behind it. These strands of feathers were of various colors, and they reflected the starry sky in all directions. They were all very bright. The instant it appeared, an astonishing chill spread out in all directions. Wang Baol and the others were standing on the path that the peacock had to pass through. They were instantly enveloped by the chill, as if they were about to be frozen. The eyes of the scorching spirit grand ancestor and the others lit up. They spread out their cultivation. The power of the stars spread out, guarding Wang Baol's left and right. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, not paying attention to the chill around him. He didn't pay too much attention to the approaching peacock. Instead, his gaze landed on the figure of a woman sitting cross-legged on top of the peacock's head. The woman was dressed in a red robe and wore a phoenix crown. There was a diamond-shaped cinnabar seal between her brows. She was extremely beautiful, and her necklace, earrings, and wrists were all adorned with bells. One look and one could tell that she was extraordinary. To a certain extent, she seemed to resonate with the fated star. The moment Wang Baol looked over, the woman opened her eyes. When she looked at Wang Baol, a murderous look flashed across her eyes. Behind her, a paper star appeared as if it was being pulled by a chi dynamic. It was the holy maiden of the Nine Phoenix sect, who was ranked third in the collateral saint realm, and the winner of the other Tao star in the land of the fallen stars, the Bell Lady, Su Yinling. Brother Baol, long time no see. Su Yinling suddenly smiled when she saw Wang Baol. She was like 100 flowers in full bloom, and her voice was beautiful and beautiful. It was very pleasant to the ears. It complemented her expression, instantly causing her entire body to exude a boundless charm. Little Missy, someone is seducing me. Wang Baol blinked and quickly complained to the masked Little Missy in his heart. Bitch! What responded to him was Little Missy's seemingly calm snort in his mind. The moment Su Yinling appeared, 7 or 8 divine senses appeared from the heavenly fated star below. They had clearly sensed Su Yinling and wanted to welcome her. These 7 or 8 divine senses might only be planets, but they were extraordinary. They were sharp and powerful, and their auras were even more domineering. They were like long rainbows as they approached rapidly. Seeing this, Wang Baol had a rough idea of what was going on. He knew that Su Yinling's appearance wasn't a coincidence. She had known that he would come, and that was why she had been waiting for him here. Her goal was clearly to use her intimacy with him to cause misunderstandings among some people. She had created an enemy out of thin air for him, and the other party could find an opportunity to accomplish her goal. After all, the two of them didn't have much enmity with each other in the fallen star lands. However, the connection between the Tao stars and the law of engraving made Su Yinling's desire to kill him grow stronger. Furthermore, Wang Baol had already identified the familiar source of Su Yinling's divine ability. Therefore, it was highly possible that there was a factor that made her the daughter of the stars. However, Wang Baol didn't care about that. Instead, as his eyes sparkled, a smile appeared on his lips. I wonder if being able to suppress a generation will make my star-sealing art even more domineering. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Wang Baol also heard Little Missy snort coldly and address her as a slut. He felt very comfortable. He felt that Little Missy's mood had been a little off recently, considering how they had been friends for so many years. There was also his father-in-law, whom he had acknowledged as his father-in-law. That was why he had looked for opportunities to make Little Missy happy. However, even though there were many such opportunities, and Wang Baol was also very good at coaxing people, he had used Little Missy too many times before. He was worried that he would be able to resist her, so this time he did the opposite. Using Xu Yinling as Little Missy's outlet to vent her emotions seemed to have some effect now. That was also why he didn't eat Su Yinling's malicious sugar-coated cannonball as usual. After all, he was used to eating sugar-coated cannonballs and throwing them back. After coughing, Wang Baol looked at the smiling Su Yinling and shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Su Yinling covered her mouth with a smile and spoke in advance. Brother Baol, I know what you want to say. Previously, you suggested that the sound spirit become your Tao companion in the fallen star. The sound spirit has already considered it. We can try to interact with it first. What do you think? As soon as he said that, Wang Baol immediately felt the 7 or 8 divine senses that were rushing over from the heavenly fated star. They instantly fluctuated in varying degrees, but he still shook his head. I'm sorry, that's not what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say was that you were a step too late. There was an older sister who I respected the most in my life, who made me feel ashamed of my inferiority. She was filled with love, but I didn't dare say it out loud. She reminded me that you're a slut. Please reading on MYB OxNOVL. Su Yinling's eyes flashed when she heard that. However, she instantly bit her lower lip and sighed softly. Baol, even if we're not fated, we can only blame fate for playing tricks on us. Why do you have to humiliate me? As she said that, Su Yinling lowered her head. She seemed to be disappointed as she flew past Wang Baol on the gigantic peacock. Wang Baol's pupils constricted slightly when he heard that. He realized that Su Yinling was even more scheming than she had been in the Fallen Star lands. He had thought that she had deliberately flirted with him, causing her pursuers to harbor ill intentions toward him. That was why she had deliberately said those words, cutting off any thoughts of using him. However, Su Yinling's reaction had been extremely quick. She had immediately put on a look as if she had been humiliated. As a result, she could still deliberately give her suitors a reason to cause trouble for her. You're so annoying. Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. He couldn't be bothered to pretend to be polite, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. I don't like you. I hope you won't pester me anymore. Su Yinling, please have some self-respect. You? Su Yinling, who was sitting on the peacock, paused when she heard that. She turned to look at Wang Baol. As she looked over, a loud boom came from the direction of the fated star. Soon, the 7 or 8 divine senses arrived and formed 7 or 8 figures around them. Each of them was in high spirits, and every one of them had an imposing aura, regardless of whether it was their clothes or their aura. They all gave off the aura of a chosen one. One of them had long golden hair and wore a long golden robe. He looked radiant, as if he was the son of the sun. As he stood there, the temperature around him increased significantly, as if he was born from flames. His gaze was burning as he looked at Su Yinling, a bright smile on his face. Junior sister Yinling, I've been waiting for you for many days. I've finally welcomed you. Yinling greets senior brother Sun Yang. Thank you for coming to pick me up. Let's go. Su Yinling looked weak and absent-minded as she lowered her head and spoke softly. Her expression was very pitiful, and it caught the attention of the people around her. A few of the 7 or 8 people had a fiery look in their eyes. Sun Yang was the same. He looked at Su Yinling, then at Wang Baol. When they had arrived earlier, he had already heard the conversation between the two of them. A glint flashed across his eyes, and his expression slowly turned cold as he spoke calmly. Wang Baol, right? A beautiful woman falls in love with you. It's fine if you don't cherish her, but it's your fault for speaking so viciously. We are here today regardless of background or reason. Fellow Taoists, and I want you to apologize to junior sister Yinling. As soon as he said those words, a fierce aura erupted from his body. It locked onto Wang Baol, and the people who had arrived with him did the same. They all spread out their cultivation. They gathered around Wang Baol. The eruption of power attracted the attention of even more people who had arrived on the fated star to pay their respects. They all spread out their divine senses to observe the area. Wang Baol's eyes slowly narrowed. He looked at Su Yinling, who had a delicate figure that made others feel pity for her. He then looked at Sun Yang, who seemed to be filled with righteous indignation and had assumed the stance of standing up for a beautiful woman. A smile appeared on his lips. He had now understood. It wasn't that these elites were stupid and couldn't see things clearly, which led to them being used by Su Yinling. It was that they had seen everything clearly. However, because of their master, the blazing flame ancestor, who stood behind them. While they were concerned about their own Tao planet, they were also afraid of their master. Therefore, they blamed all their conflicts and attacks on jealousy. This made it difficult for the older generation to interfere, so they took action on their behalf. They found an opportunity. Thus, these people hit it off and were willing to do so. After all, they needed a reason to deal with the current Wang Baol, a reason that wouldn't allow the older generation to protect their own interests. You think you're so smart. With Master's personality and the situation on the blazing flame main planet, there's no need for a reason to protect your own interests. Wang Baol laughed coldly, but there was a glint in his eyes. The other party's method seemed ingenious. but in reality it had also restricted their seniors. This trip to the Faded Star is going to be interesting, Wang Baol muttered to himself, and his smile grew brighter. He ignored Su Yinling and Sun Yang. He only focused on the cultivation beside him. Xianxia, who was prepared to make a move, spoke calmly. "Let's go." As he spoke, Wang Baol ignored everyone and flew towards the Faded Star. However, the moment he flew out, a cold glint flashed in Sun Yang's eyes. He moved and blocked Wang Baol's path. The elites who had come with him also approached and blocked Wang Baol's path. At the same time, from the Faded Star, streams of divine senses belonging to their Tao protectors spread out and locked onto the spot. "Senior Tao protector, please do not participate. This is between us," Sun Yang said flatly. Their Tao protectors immediately changed their divine senses and placed them on the Scorching Spirit Patriarch and the others behind Wang Baol. With the advantage of numbers, the Scorching Spirit Patriarch and the others' faces darkened. At the same time, Sun Yang, who had blocked Wang Baol's path, stared at Wang Baol and spoke slowly. "Apologize to junior sister Yinling." Almost at the same time as he spoke, the other prodigies around him also spoke. "Apologize." Their voices formed a shocking force that pressed down on Wang Baol. At the same time, the flying ships from the other family clans that had just arrived from afar also approached and watched the scene. Even more divine senses spread out from the Faded Star and locked onto the spot. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sun Yang was certain that Wang Baol would definitely have a conflict with him because of his pride. After all, if it were him, he would have done the same. To elites like them, their pride was extremely important. However, he still didn't know Wang Baol very well. "Everyone welcomes me so much." Wang Baol looked at Sun Yang in front of him, then at the observing flying ships around him. He felt the attention from the many divine senses on the heavenly Faded Star, and his face turned slightly red. He revealed a hint of shyness as he looked at Su Yinling quickly. Su Yinling was initially very pleased with her actions. She knew that she had to give the other people who were greedy for Wang Baol's Tao planet a reason. As for herself, even though she was also a Tao star, she still had the risk of being coveted by others. This was also one of the reasons why she had been targeting Wang Baol during this period of time. Through repeated opportunities, she kept sending out a signal that her Tao star was completely restrained by Wang Baol. Her Tao star wasn't the best, and the best was with Wang Baol. Therefore, even if she managed to obtain her own Tao star, she would still have to face Wang Baol's suppression. Instead of that, she might as well target Wang Baol. It was indeed effective. It made her focus less on Wang Baol, and it was considered a successful diversion. Now that Wang Baol was about to become the target of public criticism, regardless of whether Wang Baol managed to escape or not, her goal of attracting the attention of the public was completely achieved. However, when she saw Wang Baol's shy gaze, Su Yinling suddenly felt that something was amiss. Before she could say anything to remedy the situation, Wang Baol had already let out a long sigh. "Forget it. Forget it. Since everyone thinks so highly of me and Yinling, then..." Wang Baol coughed loudly and cupped his fists towards the various family flying ships that had arrived. Then he cupped his fists towards the Faded Star. "Fellow Taoists from the various family clans, seniors from the Faded Star, please bear witness for me today. Yinling and I have been attracted to each other for a long time due to the attraction of the Tao planet." Su Yinling's expression changed as soon as she heard Wang Baol's words. Sun Yang was taken aback as well. The expressions of the other prodigies changed as well. Wang Baol's voice continued to echo in the air. "I rejected Yinling because I consider myself a prodigal. I couldn't bear to let her heart go to waste and suffer the pain of unrequited love. However, from the looks of it now, I have neglected the persistence of cultivators of my generation. I apologize to Yinling today. Yinling, I shouldn't have rejected your love for me." "I agree," Wang Baol said sincerely. It was as if the prodigal son had returned, but his words completely changed Su Yinling's expression. If Wang Baol had said that when no one had paid attention to him, it would have been in line with her plan. It would have caused others to suspect him, giving him a reason to be jealous. However, the situation was different now. She had a premonition that Wang Baol was going to say more than that. That was indeed the case. As Wang Baol said that, his tone changed rapidly, revealing a hint of dominance. Yinling, from now on, anyone who dares to have designs on the Dao star in your body must first ask me if I agree. If I don't agree, the Heavenly King must not touch my Yinling Dao star at all. Unless I agree. Cough cough, Shaoling. Come. Let Brother Baol hug you. Let's see if you've gained any weight during this period of time. As he said that, Wang Baol's face was filled with emotion as he walked towards Su Yinling. Su Yinling's expression instantly turned ugly, and she instinctively retreated towards Sun Yang. Please reading on MYB Oxno VL. This scene also caused the expressions of the people around them to become strange. Xianxia was the only one who was not surprised. He knew Wang Baol too well, and he thought to himself, Sun Yang, oh Sun Yang, your mistake is in the thickness of one's skin. The estimation failed. Sun Yang's expression was dark, and he frowned. It was obvious that he had not expected that there would be someone in this world who was a prodigy and had such a great reputation. He was so thick-skinned that he could ignore the issue of his face, and in front of everyone. He had obviously been forced by him, but he had still chosen to apologize. His punch seemed to have missed. It would have been fine if that had been all that had happened. However, the other party's apology had contained an air of dominance. He should have been the one being forced. He should have apologized as well, but he felt that he was the one suffering. Seeing Su Yinling's expression change and retreat, Wang Baol pointed at Su Yinling with a smile. You lass, why are you still shy? As he spoke, Wang Baol looked at Sun Yang, who had an ugly expression on his face. He cupped his fists and bowed sincerely. Fellow Taoist son, thank you so much. It was you who let me know that I cannot let down this beauty. I've decided that from now on, the child that I will have with little Lingling will be called Wang Xiang. This is to commemorate our gratitude for you. But now, please step aside. I want to bring my wife to the fated star. Wang Baol, you? Sun Yang's expression turned even uglier. He was about to speak, but Wang Baol interrupted him. Fellow Taoist son, we are grateful for your matchmaking. Therefore, I respect you. I'll say it again. Please step aside. I want to bring my wife to the fated star. Wang Baol was still smiling as he looked at Sun Yang. As soon as he said that, the onlookers and the many divine senses on the fated star gathered once again. Some people who had good intentions towards the raging flame galaxy praised him in their hearts. Wang Baol's actions seemed simple, but they had reversed the situation. He had changed from being forced by others to being forced by them. He had changed everything from being forced by them to being forced by them. He had resolved everything with a simple gesture. Such a method was easy and casual. It was a stark contrast to what Sun Yang had done. You? Sun Yang was caught between a rock and a hard place. He wasn't as thick-skinned as Wang Baol. With so many people watching, if he retreated, it would mean that he had failed in his original scheme. He would have lost all face, but if he didn't retreat, there would definitely be an argument. His initial goal was to cause an argument, and it could be attributed to jealousy. It could be achieved to a certain extent, but the situation had completely changed. This wasn't just jealousy. It had become a situation where he had agreed to help Wang Baol set him up, and after Wang Baol had agreed, he had come back to interfere. He couldn't afford to lose face in such a situation, and the logic behind it was too unstable. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. Su Yinling, who was standing behind him, was filled with anger and panic. In reality, her fear of Wang Baol was far greater than that of others. In her heart, Wang Baol had already become a shadow. That was especially so when Wang Baol had said that if someone wanted to take her Dao star, they would have to ask Wang Baol for his consent. That had made Su Yinling even more flustered. If she were to speak now and renege on her words, Wang Baol would be completely free from all of her previous arrangements, and he wouldn't have any reason to attack her. After all, the blazing flame ancestor was there, and few would dare provoke him directly. However, if she didn't speak, the situation would be very disadvantageous for her. Just as she and Sun Yang were in a dilemma, Wang Bao's smile slowly disappeared, and his expression gradually turned cold. He didn't look at Sun Yang and walked towards Su Yinling. Sun Yang instinctively raised his hand to block Wang Bao's approach. However, the moment he raised his hand, a cold glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. He formed a seal with his right hand and threw a punch. The punch landed in front of Sun Yang and immediately formed a storm that spread out. Sun Yang retreated instantly. His companions, the prodigies, also erupted with their cultivation and surrounded Wang Bao. Fellow Taoist son, you were the one who brought us together just a moment ago, and now you're stepping in. Are you looking down on the raging flame galaxy and me, Wang Bao? Is that why you want to humiliate us like this? I can let you off the hook for bringing us together, but I want an apology. Wang Bao licked his lips. He laughed coldly. With a sway of his body, the power of his flames erupted and charged towards Sun Yang and the others. At the same time, a cold voice reverberated in all directions. Senior Fiery Spirit, seal off the area. How dare you humiliate the raging flame galaxy and steal my master's disciple's daughter-in-law? This matter is no longer my personal matter. If you don't apologize sincerely, this matter will cause a stir in the heavens. I will also protect the dignity of the raging flame galaxy. Your Majesty! The 8 members of the Fiery Spirit Grand Ancestor also assumed an angry stance. With a roar, they dispersed in an instant. Their cultivation in the stars spread out, sealing off the area. Sun Yang and his companions, the Tao protectors, were rapidly approaching. However, it would be difficult for them to break through within a short period of time. As for the sealed-off area, Wang Bao's aura was already overwhelming. He closed in instantly. It seemed like he was going to kill Sun Yang, who had a look of desperation in his eyes. However, in reality, the moment he closed in, his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of Sun Yang's companions. Apologize! Wang Bao's eyes shone with killing intent as he punched out. It was a long-faced youth. His clothes were luxurious, and his cultivation was at the late-stage planet cultivation stage. However, under Wang Bao's punch, no matter how much he resisted, his expression changed drastically. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body was like a kite with its string cut. He was instantly sent tumbling backward. A glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes as he gave chase. Sun Yang and the others' expressions changed, and they wanted to stop him. However, Xianxia's figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Sun Yang. He raised his right hand and pressed across the air. 16th Uncle Master is making his move. Fellow Taoist son, it's not your turn yet. Xianxia. Sun Yang glared at him angrily. However, Xianxia responded with a cold glint in his eyes. While the two of them were confronting each other, Sun Yang and the other Tao protectors rushed over as well. They were intercepted by the Scorching Spirit Grand Ancestor and the others, causing a commotion in the surroundings as they engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Wang Bao had caught up to the long-faced young man who had spat out a mouthful of blood. His killing intent erupted, forming a deterrence. When he was about to strike again, the long-faced young man's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. These two emotions weren't directed at Wang Bao, but at Sun Yang. He felt wronged. Sun Yang had clearly been the leader, but he had been the one to be beaten up. When he saw Wang Bao's murderous gaze, the long-faced youth immediately shouted, "I apologize. That's a good boy." When Wang Bao's voice rang out, his figure had already disappeared in front of the long-faced youth. When he reappeared, he was beside another prodigy, and he threw a punch. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body was sent flying backward. To them, Wang Bao's strength was beyond what they could endure. They were all shocked, and they quickly apologized. Even though they had a lot of faith in the face of Wang Bao's ferocity, especially since he was not the leader of the group, it was not that they could not accept an apology. As they spoke one after another, Sun Yang's expression darkened to the extreme. He circulated his cultivation and shifted his gaze from Xianxia to Wang Bao. Wang Bao, this is also good. You and I... It's a little noisy. Little lingling, don't you think so? Wang Bail raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Yinling, who was retreating after the previous battle. Su Yinling stopped in her tracks when she was swept by his gaze. Her face was pale, and she looked at Wang Bail with a complicated look in her eyes. I say, Su Yinling, aren't you tired of acting like this? Others may not know your background, but I think I do. Su Yinling looked so weak. Wang Bail smiled coldly. His body swayed, and he once again ignored Sun Yang and charged straight at Su Yinling. He was so fast that he closed in on her in an instant. Wang Bail didn't hold back at all. The 9 ancient stars behind him transformed into Tao stars. The 9 laws erupted. They formed a 9-colored sea of light that swept across the huge waves, sweeping straight at Su Yinling. Sun Yang had been prepared to fight Wang Bail. Seeing that he had been ignored once again, his body trembled, and his expression turned even uglier. Being ignored was the greatest humiliation he had ever felt. Wang Bail! Sun Yang roared angrily. He was about to rush out, but Xie Haiyang chuckled and stopped him once again. Sun Yang was like a clown, jumping around on his own. As he jumped, Wang Bail made his move, and the 9-colored sea of light erupted. A phoenix cry shot up into the sky from within the sea of light. The sea of light was visible to the naked eye as it turned into paper. It lost all its supernatural powers and spread outwards, revealing Su Yinling, who seemed to have merged with the peacock beneath her. Her face was like a tattoo with a picture of a peacock on it. The picture clearly covered her entire body. At that moment, Su Yinling looked extremely demonic. A Tao star had materialized behind her, forming a suppressive force that resisted Wang Bail's Tao star. With a loud boom, the ripples that erupted from the Tao stars of the two of them collided with each other. A loud boom rang out, and Su Yinling spat out a mouthful of blood. She retreated abruptly, a bitter look on her face. Wang Bail, I know I was wrong. There's no need for us to be like this. Still pretending, killing intent flashed in Wang Bail's eyes. He charged forward again, and with the support of the Tao stars, the 9 laws transformed into a large hand that attacked once again. The loud boom reverberated. Su Yinling barely managed to dodge it. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression was one of misery. I'm not lying to you, Wang Bail. I know that you've always wanted to seize my Tao star and complete it. You'll be able to step into the star grade in an instant, and you'll become a rare heavenly Tao star. I'm indeed inferior to you, and I can't defeat you. However, you don't have to kill me. I have a method that can help you achieve dual cultivation. I admit that what I've done previously was all a ploy against you. However, I did it to protect myself and to have such a method between us so that I could avoid being killed. To show my true intentions, I'm willing to give up my soul blood. This way, can you trust me for once? Su Yinling was filled with bitterness. As the blood spurted out and she retreated, she raised her right hand and drew a line between her brows. Immediately, a drop of seemingly illusory liquid flew out. It was a golden liquid that seemed both real and real. It flew out suddenly and released soul power, charging straight at Wang Bail. This was soul blood. Once it was controlled by someone, if it was destroyed, it would cause a huge impact on the main body. It was usually between cultivators. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to give it away. This was because for the party that controlled the soul blood, it basically meant that they had complete control over the situation. The soul blood also contained Su Yinling's Tao star's fluctuations. Couldn't be fake, and it also caused the surrounding onlookers to be shocked. Greed rose in their hearts, and although they were hindered by the battle between the stars surrounding the encirclement, they still slowly approached. Sun Yang's eyes were burning with passion. Even though Su Yinling's Tao star wasn't as good as Wang Bail's, it was still a Tao star. Even Wang Bail's expression was solemn. He seemed to be shocked by Su Yinling's actions. He hesitated for a moment and didn't make a move like before. Instead, he raised his right hand and grabbed the soul blood. Seeing Wang Bail grab the soul blood, Su Yinling seemed to heave a sigh of relief. A look of survival appeared in her eyes, but the bitterness on her face deepened. She was about to speak. However, at that moment Wang Bail suddenly smiled. He tightened his grip on the soul blood with his right hand, and with a loud bang, he crushed the soul blood. Su Yinling was clearly taken aback. She let out a shrill scream. Blood spewed out of her mouth as she retreated rapidly. A cold glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. Su Yinling. Oh, Su Yinling. If you continue to act at this point in time, you might really die in my hands. As he spoke, Wang Bao sped up. With the enhancement of his Dao Star, he attacked once again. This time, it was even more incisive. He formed a cloud finger and pressed it towards Su Yinling. Wang Bao. Seeing this, Su Yinling's expression was unsightly, and killing intent erupted from her eyes. The aura on her body surged in that instant. It didn't increase by a tiny bit. Instead, it erupted several times, directly surpassing Sun Yang's aura. It surpassed all the cultivators on the surrounding planets, with the exception of Wang Bao. To a certain extent, it was on par with Wang Bao. The Dao Star behind it shone brightly. That's right. This is the Bell Lady from my memories. Wang Bao smiled. As they neared, the two of them came into contact with each other, sending out a shocking ripple. What shocked the onlookers the most was that amidst the ripple, the laws of paper were spreading out. It wasn't one, but two. Wang Bao's Dao Star spun. Beyond the 9 laws, the Dao Star also spread out the laws of paper. As it attacked all the divine abilities and spells around him and Su Yinling, they turned into paper as they approached with the naked eye. They exploded continuously, scattering in all directions, causing more and more pieces of paper to float in the air. This bizarre scene caused everyone to stare intently at the might of the Dao Star. At the same time, shock filled their hearts. The truth was, Su Yinling was far more powerful than she had been before. Sun Yang's eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound. In his memories, Su Yinling had only recently stepped onto a planet, so she shouldn't have been so powerful. However, looking at it now, it was clear that his previous judgment was clearly fake. Even the soul blood just now was clearly fake. That was indeed the case. Su Yinling had been concealing her weakness, secretly using her Dao seed cultivation technique to improve herself. At the same time, she had led everyone to target Wang Bao, and she had shown her weakness. However, now all her preparations had to be exposed. This was also Wang Bao's goal. It was better to bear the greed and concerns of the outside world together than to bear them alone. This Su Yinling is so well hidden. HMPH, another scheming bitch. He makes people subconsciously think that he's weak based on his looks. I hate people like him the most. What a good plan. From the looks of it now, all of Su Yinling's previous actions were to make Wang Bao stand out and attract the greedy gazes of the Dao Stars onto Wang Bao while secretly improving himself. Under Wang Bao's pressure, Su Yinling had no choice but to reveal her cultivation. The onlookers around her immediately understood the cause and effect. They weren't the only ones. The people on the heavenly fated star who were paying attention to her. They all understood something. In reality, Su Yinling's plan wasn't that brilliant, and it wasn't that no one had seen through it. However, regardless of whether it was to touch Su Yinling or Wang Bao, they all needed a good reason to do so. Therefore, those who had seen through it allowed Su Yinling to stir up waves. However, now that she had seen through it, there was no longer a reason to act. Su Yinling was naturally aware of this. That was why the hatred in her heart grew stronger. Amidst the rumbling, the battle with Wang Bao intensified. As for Sun Yang, his expression kept changing. Even though he needed a reason to attack Wang Bao, he didn't care too much about Su Yinling's combat strength. Su Yinling's attacks were extremely powerful, and Sun Yang felt his face burn. The feeling of being plotted against by others kept stimulating his mind. Wang Bao is right. He's a slut. Sun Yang gritted his teeth. The booming sounds grew stronger. The Dao Star ripples formed from Wang Bao and Su Yinling's attacks spread out. He had no choice but to retreat. A loud bang rang out. Su Yinling spat out blood once again. A large number of divine abilities were turned into confetti that flew in the air. She took a few steps back. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. She raised her right hand and waved it. The sound of a bell rang out, The Tao stars behind her grew clearer. The laws erupted once more, forming a large number of ripples. As the ripples spread out, Su Yinling's voice rang out. Paper life! As her voice reverberated, and as the Tao stars laws erupted, Su Yinling's body began to turn into paper, visible to the naked eye. Her hands were the first to turn into paper, and as she turned into paper, waves of aura that were stronger than before began to rise from her body. In an instant, she reached a certain height. Her aura was like a rainbow, shaking everything in its path. Wang Bao's eyes shone brightly. Ever since he had become a planet, he had fought many people, but compared to Su Yinling, all his opponents were inferior. Ultimately, Su Yinling was the same as Wang Bao. They were both Tao stars, and the improvement in their cultivation wasn't slow at all. They were almost in sync with Wang Bao, both at the mid-stage of the planet. The mid-stage of the planet, enhanced by the Tao stars, could basically crush more than half of the planet's cultivators. This was especially so now that Su Yinling had clearly unleashed her secret technique like trump card. As her aura erupted, Wang Bao's expression turned solemn. He raised his right hand, and the star-sealing art circulated rapidly within his body, causing the divine ox star chart behind him to form an illusory outline. The Tao scripture was brewing in his heart. He saw that an even more intense battle was about to begin between the two of them. However, at that moment, a calm voice rang out faintly from the faded star. That's enough. You two juniors, if you want to fight, go outside the faded star system. Don't come and pay your respects to the exalted. As soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if he had spoken a spell. Instantly, the starry sky outside the faded star trembled. An earth-shattering aura descended, forming an impact that landed on the battlefield. The expressions of all the stars surrounding the fire spirit exalted, and the others who were fighting changed. Under the terrifying aura, they had no choice but to retreat. They didn't dare to fight anymore. Wang Bao and Su Yinling were even more affected. They were suppressed by the aura. The divine ox phantom behind Wang Bao immediately lost its stability. However, the Tao stars formed by the 9 ancient stars were eager to give it a try. They seemed to instinctively rise up, unwilling to be suppressed. They wanted to erupt and fight for glory and resist. However, Wang Bao was the lord of the Tao stars, and he had the initiative. With a thought, the Tao stars immediately dissipated, and so did the star-sealing art. He stood where he was and faced the direction of the heavenly faded star, where the aura and words were coming from. He cupped his fists and bowed. I have been rude. Please forgive me, senior. With that, Wang Bao lowered his head. However, he glanced at Su Yinling from the corner of his eyes, revealing a profound look. He knew very well that it was unrealistic to kill Su Yinling here. That was why it seemed like he had attacked aggressively. But in reality, he had been observing the other party's Tao stars. He remembered that Su Yinling's Tao stars were different from his own. They had given up on their own initiative and had come to him in earnest. Therefore, it was still uncertain whether they would be able to successfully suppress him. That was indeed the case. As Wang Bao restrained his aura and dispersed his Tao star, Su Yinling's body trembled violently. She couldn't bear the pressure and wanted to disperse her Tao star. However, her Tao star, she was too proud. This pride made it impossible for the Tao star to be suppressed by the aura of others. Instead of dissipating as Su Yinling wanted, the light shone even brighter. This caused Su Yinling's expression to change. At the same time, an unhappy snort rang out from the heavenly faded star. As the snort rang out, the starry sky distorted, and a huge hand materialized from within the heavenly faded star. It reached out to grab Su Yinling. As the hand appeared, the hearts of everyone in the starry sky, regardless of their cultivation base, trembled. It was as if their hearts had been grabbed, and they had lost all ability to resist. Senior. For the first time, a look of intense terror appeared in Su Yinling's eyes. She knew very well that although the Tao star might be fine, she wouldn't be able to handle it. In that critical moment, she bit down on the tip of her tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. She didn't hesitate to use a secret art to try to take control of the Tao star. Perhaps her secret art had some effect, or perhaps her proud Tao star didn't want her, the host, to be destroyed. Because of that, her unwillingness to accept defeat caused the Tao star to dissipate. As it dispersed, the hand that had grabbed it gradually blurred and disappeared from everyone's sight. The suppressive force that had descended upon the starry skies also disappeared. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He looked at the pale Su Yinling and shook his head slightly. You're already under the control of others, and you've become the slave of the Tao Star. With the Tao Star as your master, you face the risk of losing control at any moment and being abandoned to another slave. Su Yinling. Oh Su Yinling. Take care of yourself. Don't provoke me again. Wang Baol said calmly. He ignored Su Yinling and walked towards the faded star. Xianxia followed behind. He also turned his head to look at Su Yinling without saying a word. The scorching spirit grandmaster and the others did the same. They approached quickly and headed straight for the faded star. As for the other stars, they returned to their young masters. Sun Yang, on the other hand, looked at Su Yinling before he left. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. It was obvious that he hated Su Yinling completely. After arriving from beyond the starry skies, the others who had been watching the battle turned into long arcs and flew towards the faded star. Only Su Yinling and her Tao protectors, who had gathered from all directions, remained silent. They looked at Su Yinling's distorted face and stood behind her. They didn't know what to say. Wang Baol. After a long while, Su Yinling's expression gradually returned to normal. Deep within her eyes, resentment and jealousy flashed. She was angry that Wang Baol had exposed everything about her, including the fact that she was under the control of her Tao star and that her body was unstable. She was angry that Wang Baol's Tao star was willing to acknowledge her as its master, while her Tao star, she had to give up all her pleas before it could fuse with her body. Master Purple Moon is right. There are too many unfairness in this world. If I want to get rid of it and control my own fate, the only way is to plant the stars. Su Yinling closed her eyes and took out a purple jade slip from her storage bracelet. She rubbed it repeatedly in her palm. Even if there are huge hidden dangers, I still have to continue planting the stars. Even as Su Yinling made up her mind, there was a special region in the never-ending Tao domain. It was like an illusory sea, filled with dazzling light that was incredibly beautiful. Deep within it was a sphere of light that floated along with the sea. Within the sphere of light sat a skeleton wearing a seven-colored dress. Although it had withered away, it was still possible to tell that it was a woman. Suddenly, its eyelids twitched, and it slowly opened. That's right. A hoarse voice rang out from its mouth, and a dark glow appeared in the eyes of the skeleton. At the same time, beams of light shot out from the sky above the faded star. Wang Baol and the others were the first to fly out, so they were at the front with Xianxia, the scorching spirit grand ancestor, and the others following behind. The moment they entered the faded star, Wang Baol saw a large number of bubbles floating between the heavens and earth. Most of the bubbles were translucent, and expressionless faces appeared on the surface. When Wang Baol looked at the faces of the bubbles, 10 of them flew out instantly. They grew larger and larger, charging straight at Wang Baol and his group without stopping. They charged straight at them. Uncle Master, this is the rule of the faded star. All visitors must ride on the bubbles here before they can enter the central area, Xianxia said quickly. Wang Baol nodded slightly when he heard that. He circulated his cultivation, however, he didn't dodge. He allowed the air bubbles to crash into them. In that instant, they were each enveloped in an air bubble. After enveloping Wang Baol and the others, the air bubbles seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force. They changed their direction and drifted toward the central area of the faded star. At the same time, Wang Baol saw that the other cultivators who had descended onto the faded star were also enveloped by the air bubbles. They were all enveloped by the air bubble. If one looked up from the ground, one would see countless air bubbles in the sky. They were like dandelions gradually drifting away. Within the air bubble, Wang Baol realized that he no longer needed to circulate his cultivation. He stood within the air bubble. It was as if he was standing on land. He sat down cross-legged and lowered his head to look down. The environment of the fated star was different from that of the Federation. The ground was made up of a layer of red. It wasn't soil but sand and stone. The entire ground seemed to be covered in a blood-red color. If one looked down, one would see an endless amount of red. Other than that, even the plants were red in color. They looked strange. Some looked like humans while others looked like giant, irregular spheres. There were also some trees with small trunks, but their crowns were thousands of feet in size. They gave off an incongruous feeling. Other than that, one could also see some tribes. These tribes were mostly primitive. The Aborigines who lived there all looked strange. They only had one eye, but they had 4 legs. As for the sky, it was the blue color that Wang Baol was familiar with. However, the color of the clouds was black. It was completely black, unlike the dark clouds. It was dotted in the sky, and it looked extremely strange and oppressive. There were also some bat-like flying beasts that appeared in the sky occasionally. They were extremely fast, like lightning. Therefore, at first glance, one would think that they were black lightning. However, these bat-like flying beasts seemed to be very afraid of bubbles. That was why they would often fly around the bubbles when they saw them. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. As Wang Baol and the others' bubbles floated in the sky, Wang Baol could clearly see a scaly hand suddenly reaching out from within one of the huge black clouds. It grabbed a flying beast that looked like black lightning and dragged it into the clouds with the shrill cries of the flying beasts. Soon, the sound of chewing could be heard from within. Wang Baol's pupils constricted at the sight. The flying beasts might not be very powerful, but the moment the hand in the clouds appeared, Wang Baol felt as if it had surpassed the stars. This scene made Wang Baol feel awe towards the fated star, but at the same time, a strange feeling rose within him. This was especially so after the bubbles floated for a few days, and when he saw dozens of giant, ferocious beasts appear on the ground. This feeling became even stronger. These ferocious beasts looked like elephants, but their noses were very short. They lay on the ground and kept roaring towards the sky. Their roars sounded more like whales. As they howled, bubbles spurted out from their nostrils. They floated in the sky and spread in all directions. Wang Baol blinked when he saw this. He felt that the bubbles seemed to be exactly the same as the bubbles he was in. At the same time, he saw the reason why the beasts were howling in pain. They were black spots that would contract and expand on the beasts' bodies. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the black spots were formed by countless tiny bugs. As they continued to bite, the beasts were also howling in pain. Wang Baol's eyes narrowed as he watched this scene. He didn't say a word. As for the others, they were all in the bubbles and couldn't make a sound. Most of them had heard of the strangeness of the fated star, so their expressions remained the same. However, there were some who, like Wang Baol, had a change of expression when they arrived for the first time. Another 2 days passed, and the color of the ground below finally changed. It was no longer red. Instead, golden sand and stones appeared. Wang Baol saw an even stranger scene at the boundary between the two colors. The boundary between the red and golden sand wasn't fixed. Instead, it was like a wave. Sometimes the area of the red was larger and sometimes the area of the golden was larger. If one looked closely, one would see that it wasn't an ocean, but all the sand. They had arms and legs, and both sides were fighting. If the crimson had the upper hand, they would invade the golden area. The reverse was also true. However, it was clear that the war that was happening here was endless. It was as if it would last forever. It continued to go on and on. What a heavenly fated star, Wang Baol muttered. Bubbles flew across the golden land. In the distance, Wang Baol saw a giant snake crawling across the land. The size of the snake was at least hundreds of thousands of feet. Its body was also astonishingly thick, as if it were a continent. On its body there were indeed continents, mountains, and even small lakes. At the same time, a large number of pavilions were built. A large number of cultivators appeared on the land on the back of the giant snake. When the bubble flew over, the cultivators on the giant snake also saw it and looked over. Wang Baol, who was in mid-air, also lowered his head and looked over. He swept his gaze across the area and suddenly focused his gaze. he noticed that among the cultivators on the back of the giant snake, there was a familiar figure of a woman. The woman was wearing a long blue dress and a beautiful woman's mask. She was also looking at Wang Baol. The moment their gazes met, all the air bubbles, including Wang Baol, instantly accelerated and charged toward the giant snake. They were so fast that they surpassed the previous speed by too much. In the blink of an eye, they had caught up with the giant snake. As they floated down, the bubbles burst, causing the cultivators inside to land on the back of the giant snake. Wang Baol's body swayed. The moment the bubbles burst, he was already standing on the top of a mountain on the back of the giant snake. Xianxia followed closely behind and sent a voice transmission rapidly. Uncle Master, previously, we were unable to send out any divine thoughts from within the bubbles. This giant snake is called Calamity Scale. It belongs to the same level of life as the divine ox in the Raging Flame Galaxy. It is one of the 39 prehistoric beasts on the heavenly fated star. For the rest of the journey, we will be living on this giant snake. It will be heading in the direction of exalted heavenly Dharma's birthday banquet. The day the giant snake arrives is the day of the birthday banquet. According to the usual rules, it will take about half a month for us to arrive at the birthday banquet. Hearing this, Wang Baol took a deep breath. He felt the land beneath his feet tremble slightly as the giant snake moved forward. Then, he observed the ripples that emanated from the giant snake's body. He could not hide his shock. There are 39 divine bulls here? If the exalted heavenly Dharma is really the artifact spirit of the Book of Destiny, then what is the origin of the Book of Destiny? There is a record in the Xia family's ancient records. I think it's too absurd. Even my Xia family's patriarch doesn't think it's credible. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then approached Wang Baol and sent a voice transmission rapidly. The record says that our universe, whether it was the Dark Sect or the current Weiyang clan, happened in the past and was recorded in the Book of Heavenly Fate. In other words, we don't exist. Don't you think that's too absurd? Xianxia shook his head.